Pleasant good morning, Virgin Islands. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance of July 9th, 2026 is hereby called to order. A pleasant good morning to all present here in the legislative chambers. Those listening and viewing, we're almost at the midpoint of the fiscal year 2027 budget hearings. My colleagues and I have welcomed over 20 agencies, from large agencies like the Department of Education to smaller agencies like the Bureau of Information Technology. During this process, each organization has the same opportunity to present their budget requests and, if needed, defend their financial management operational needs. I thank my colleagues for their probing and insightful questions. I also thank the community. We get your texts and your phone calls and appreciate your engagement and insight on the agencies before the committee. This morning, we have before us the committee welcomes the Judiciary Branch and the Department of Justice, and we look forward to hearing from the Department of Public Works and the Public Service Commission this afternoon. At this time, I'd like to remind my colleagues and those in attendance to please turn your cell phone on silent or off as to not to interrupt the proceedings, and ask the Madam Clerk, please read the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will meet on Thursday, July 9th, 2026, 9 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas to receive testimony on the Fiscal Year 2027 budget. Block 1, Judicial Branch of the Virgin Islands, VI Judicial Council of the VI, invited testifier, Honorable Rhys S. Hodge, Chief Justice. This concludes the reading of Block 1, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, can you please call the roll?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vele. Senator Vele, absent. Mr. Chair, 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum and prepared to proceed. Any correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed with reading of the correspondence.
Letter dated July 9, 2026. Dear Chairman Francis Jr., please be advised that I will be late to today's Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance meeting scheduled for 9 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. I look forward to joining the meeting upon my arrival. Respectfully submitted, Maurice C. James, Esquire, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of today's correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We can mark Senator Maurice James as excused at this time, and we'll recognize her as soon as she gets here. We do have the judicial branch seated at the testifier's table. Welcome, Chief Justice Rhys S. Hodge. Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Let's do a quick mic check. We'll start from you and then work our way around the room. If you just do a mic check and identify yourself.
Okay, good morning. I'm Rhys Hodge, Chief Justice.
Presiding Judge.
Good morning. I'm Jessica Gallivan, the presiding judge of Superior Court.
Ms. Ottley.
Good morning, Koya Ottley, Human Resources Director.
Good morning, Natalie Thomas Pickering, Procurement Director.
Good morning, Regina Peterson, Administrator of Courts.
Good morning, Paulette Rapsat Simmons, Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning. We'll head over to St. Croix. See Justice Willock. Let's try that again, please. Media. Very well, we seem to be having a little bit of technical difficulties in reaching St. Croix. We'll take a 2-minute recess. Let's work this out and then get back on record. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is back on record. At this time, let's go back to St. Croix. Associate Justice.
Good morning, Associate Justice Harold Willock.
Justice Cabret.
Good morning, Associate Justice Maria M. Cabret.
Okay.
Good morning, Tamara Charles, Clerk of the Superior Court.
Morning.
Good morning, Kimlin Etienne, Comptroller.
Morning.
Good morning, Dalila Patton, Clerk of the VI Supreme Court.
Morning.
Morning, Lawrence Walcott Jr., Chief Marshal, Office of the Virgin Islands Marshal.
Good morning, H. Hannibal O'Brien, Chief Conflict Counsel.
Very well. I think we have two individuals on.
Chicochi,
Chicochi.
Assistant Administrator of Courts.
Let's try that again. Chicochi.
Good morning, Miguel Tricoci, Assistant Administrator of Courts.
Well, thank you. I think we have two individuals virtually as well.
Good morning, John Thompson, Chief Information Technology Officer.
Morning.
Good morning, Daria Scott, Director of Court Services.
Very well. Good morning. At this time, Chief Justice, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Noble E. Francis Jr., Chair, and members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, other members of the 36th Legislature present, members of the Judiciary, staff, and others present in the audience. I am Rhys S. Hodge, Chief Justice of the Virgin Islands. As head of the judicial branch of the Virgin Islands, I thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee to present and support the Fiscal Year 2027 budget request. In support of today's presentation, I am privileged to have present with me the Honorable Jessica Gallivan, Presiding Judge of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, Regina Peterson, Administrator of Courts, Paulette Rapsat Simmons, Chief Financial Officer, Koya Ottley, Human Resources Director, and Natalie Thomas Pickering, Procurement Director. Appearing in St. Croix are the Honorable Maria M. Cabret, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, Honorable Harold W.L. Willox, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, Attorney Dalila Patton, Clerk of the Superior Court, Michael Tricoci, Assistant Administrator of Courts, Lawrence Walcott, Chief Marshal, Tamara Charles, Clerk of the Superior Court, Kimlin Etienne, Comptroller, Attorney Tanisha Bailey Roca, Chief Disciplinary Counsel, and Attorney H. Hannibal O'Brien, Chief Conflict Counsel, on behalf of the Office of Conflict Counsel. Other members of our leadership team include Mr. John Thompson, Chief Information Technology Officer, and Ms. Daria Scott, Court Services Director, who will participate remotely. Under Virgin Islands law, the judicial branch submits its fiscal year budget requests separately from the executive branch. Our law mandates this, as do the laws of the overwhelming majority of other states and territories, out of respect for the separation of powers, recognizing that the judicial branch is a separate co-equal branch of government. Title 24, Sections 4C2 and 31D4A of the Virgin Islands Code requires that the Chief Justice, assisted by the Administrator of Courts, create the judicial branch proposed budget and submit it to the President of the Legislature with a copy to the Governor on or before May 30th, the same day the Governor must submit the executive budget. As required by law, the judicial branch submitted its fiscal year 2027 budget requests directly to the legislature by the May 30th statutory deadline, as has been done every year during my tenure as Chief Justice. The intent behind the statutory separate submission requirement was to treat the Chief Justice's proposed budget for the judicial branch the same as the governor's proposed budget for the executive branch. The Chief Justice's proposed budget would serve as the baseline and be the one scrutinized by the legislature and this committee. Notably, Title II, Section 253 of the Virgin Islands Code ultimately places the onus on the legislature to set a balanced budget. The letter and spirit of Title IV, Sections 4C2 and 31D4A, and related laws is for the governor to have no formal role in the process for setting the judicial branch budget, besides exercising the right to sign or veto the bill ultimately passed by the legislature that sets the judicial branch budget. Nevertheless, the executive branch includes an arbitrary placeholder budget ceiling amount for the judicial branch in the executive branch budget the governor submits to the legislature. Unfortunately for the judiciary, the arbitrary ceiling amount is always much lower than the budget requested by the judicial branch and usually ends up being the amount appropriated to the judiciary. The graph below illustrates, for the last 10 years, the variance between the judicial branch's budget request, the recommended budget ceiling for the judicial branch included in the proposed executive budget, and the legislature's actual appropriation. This graph not only shows the variance between the actual judicial branch budget request and the recommendation of the governor, it also shows a lack of significant variance between the governor's recommended budget for the judicial branch and what the legislature ultimately appropriates. In fact, those budget numbers for the last 2 fiscal years were completely identical. Moreover, for 5 consecutive years between 2027 and 2021, the judicial branch received the exact same appropriation of $35,246,781 each fiscal year, despite submitting budget requests as high as $46,609,252, and while the general fund amount increased from $800,000 in fiscal year 2016 to $924,198,794 in fiscal year 2022, a 31.5% increase. This 5-year This 5-year period began in the immediate aftermath of administrative unification and includes both the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria, as well as the worst times of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is not reasonable to conclude that the judicial branch only required the exact same appropriation, down to the very dollar, in each of those 5 significant years, when the general fund amount increased significantly every year, and while every category of court and judicial branch operations increased annually. The judicial branch and its dedicated leadership team put a significant effort into constructing the judicial branch's budget requests. We come ready each year not just to present our requested budget, but to defend it, because this budget hearing represents the first and often only time for the judicial branch to advocate for its funding. and it is the legislature, as the body wielding the power of the purse, that must ensure that the judicial branch receives the funding needed to meet its constitutional mandate, not more and certainly not less. We welcome oversight from this body because our budgetary requests are sound and rooted in neutral, well-established principles that will withstand scrutiny. The neutral principles that guide the judicial branch budget submissions come from the principles of judicial administration, adopted over the years and refined and adopted by the National Center for State Courts in 2012. One of the most important principles is Principle 18, which provides that, quote, judicial branch budget requests should be considered by legislative bodies as submitted by the judicial branch. This principle is already codified in the Virgin Islands Code in Title 4, Section 4C2, but the principles make clear that this power of direct submission to the legislature comes with the corresponding responsibility to make budget requests based solely upon demonstrated need and to adopt performance standards and measures. The fiscal year 2027 budget submission to the legislature and the governor also includes the annual report for fiscal year 2025 and the written state of the judiciary. These documents are available on the court's website at www.vicourts.org. Therefore, I will summarize the key metrics and not belabor this committee with court operation details already contained in the annual report. In this year's State of the Judiciary, I describe the state of the judiciary as transitioning due to the simultaneous and unprecedented change taking place with the turnover in branch leadership, judicial officers, and senior staff, and continuing funding uncertainty. I noted that the next generation of judicial branch leaders will need to preserve what has been built, complete what remains unfinished, and ensure that the judicial branch is funded adequately to meet the needs of the people it exists to serve. Court case performance. Despite the chronic underfunding and other challenges, including the substandard conditions of our facilities and high employee turnover, the court's performance in major case types remains strong. In fiscal year 2025, 1,190 new cases were filed in the Civil Division of the Superior Court, and 1,955 cases were disposed of, for a 131% clearance rate and an overall reduction of 8% in the pending civil caseload. Similarly, 690 new criminal matters were filed in the Criminal Division of the Superior Court, and 1,014 cases were resolved, for a case clearance rate of 147%, reducing the pending criminal caseload by 48%. As of May 31st, 302 new criminal cases have been filed and 542 criminal cases have been resolved, for a 37% reduction in the pending criminal caseload when compared to fiscal year 2025. And 689 new civil matters have been filed and 640 disposed, for a 93% case clearance. While the Family Division of the Superior Court experienced a 7% increase in the pending caseload of the cases of the close of fiscal year 2025, this increase is attributable primarily to the increase in the number of filings in the St. Thomas St. John district. 582 new cases were filed, 436 in St. Thomas St. John and 146 in St. Croix. And 536 matters were resolved, 353 in St. Thomas St. John, and 175 in St. Croix, for a case clearance across both districts of 92%. While the District of St. Croix experienced a 14% reduction in pending caseload, the pending caseload in the St. Thomas St. John district increased by 15%. The highest ratio of filings to dispositions in the St. Thomas St. John district occurred in primarily three areas: juvenile delinquency, guardianship, and involuntary commitments. Specifically, new juvenile delinquency filings increased by 77%, with an unprecedented 106 new juvenile matters filed, 91 in St. Thomas and St. John, and 15 in St. Croix, and 53 juvenile cases were resolved, 30 in St. Thomas and St. John, and 15 in St. Croix. 64 new guardianships were filed, 42 in St. Thomas and St. John, and 22 in St. Croix, and 43 guardianships cases were resolved, 28 in St. Thomas and St. John, and 15 in St. Croix. 24 involuntary commitment cases were filed, 11 in St. Thomas and St. John, and 13 in St. Croix, and 17 involuntary commitments were resolved, 4 in St. Thomas and St. John, and 13 in St. Croix. As of May 31st, 239 new family division cases have been filed, and 319 cases were closed, for a case clearance rate of 133% and a 9% reduction in the pending caseload. As I mentioned in this year's State of the Judiciary, contained in the annual report, significant increases in new cases filed impact dispositions in already large pending caseloads. In fiscal year 2025, filings in the Magistrate Division of the Superior Court increased by 35% when compared to last year. Excluding marriage licenses and traffic citations, 2,572 new cases were filed, and 1,980 cases were terminated, for a clearance rate of 77%. It is important to note, however, that small claims filings increased by 37%, from 452 in fiscal year 2024 to 618 in fiscal year 2025. Eviction filings increased from 301 in fiscal year 24 to 699 in fiscal year 2025. Also in fiscal year 2025, the number of new probate cases filed increased by 63%, from 293 in fiscal year 24 to 479 new cases. Despite this increase in the Magistrate Division, the Magistrate Division nonetheless achieved a 90% case clearance rate, successfully closing 432 probate cases. The pending probate caseload did, however, increase by 6% by the close of fiscal year 2025. Notably, as of May 31st, 2026, 185 new probate cases have been filed, while 268 were closed, for a case clearance rate of 144% and a 13% reduction in the pending probate caseload. We fully anticipate the positive caseload reduction trend to continue through fiscal year 2026 year's end and beyond, as new judges and magistrate judges settle into their positions. And to ensure this, we have implemented significant additional case management processing improvements to include the adoption of a case disposition time standards and a case continuance policy, both which took effect on July 1st of 2026. Regarding appeals and other matters in the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands, in fiscal year 2025, 222 new appeals were filed, 187 civil and 7 criminal, and 28 in the original jurisdiction cases. And 89 appeals were resolved, 34 civil, 7 criminal, and 48 matters proceeding under the court's original jurisdiction. As of May 31st, there have been 111 new filings in the Supreme Court, 12 new civil appeals, 3 new criminal appeals, and 96 original jurisdiction matters. 93 have been closed, 14 civil appeals, 1 criminal appeal, and 78 original proceedings, for an overall clearance rate of 84%. Additionally, in fiscal year 2025, the Office of Bar Admissions processed 259 new applications for bar admission and completed 270 bar admission application cases, for a resulting 11% reduction in the application pending admission. With regard to disciplinary matters, a total of 35 new grievances were filed in fiscal year 2025. 29 complaints against attorneys, 5 complaints against judicial officers, and 1 case of unauthorized practice of law. As of May 31st, 26 disciplinary cases have been closed, 23 attorney misconduct complaints, and 3 judicial misconduct complaints. Fiscal year 2027 budget requests. As previously indicated, a budgetary process that favors just the funding recommendations from the executive branch in the submission of a balanced budget is a significantly flawed approach that essentially prioritized the needs of the executive branch entities over the needs of the judiciary, or even the legislature for that matter. This is why, as I deliver this, my last budget statement and testimony as head of the judicial branch, I must continue to advocate for a neutral funding principle for courts, which is predicated and commensurate with the state of the economy. This is achievable by a set percentage of the overall budget for the territory, and I have consistently recommended at least 5% of the general fund amount, so that the judicial branch would receive a guaranteed proportional share of funding, both when the economy is strong and equally so when it is weak. With a fiscal year 2027 proposed general fund budget amount of $958.2 million, 5% would result in a $47,910,000 budget ceiling for the judicial branch. The principal threat to the independence of the judiciary remains gross underfunding and funding uncertainty. For fiscal year 2027, the judiciary requests the sum of $48,591,590 to fund its operations, along with a separate request for $144,743 for the Judicial Council, the entity which partially funds the staffing for the district court law libraries, and a corrected request for funding in the amount of $1,527,872 for the Office of Conflict Counsel. Since the Office of Conflict Counsel was established and pursuant to Title V, Virgin Islands Code, Section 3536, its operational budget, as presented to the judiciary by the Chief Conflict Counsel, is separately included with the submission for the judicial branch, without impacting the appropriation for the judicial branch. The fiscal year 2027 budget requests for the judicial branch in the amount of $48,591,590 includes $25,468,953 for salaries, $11,827,806 for fringe benefits, $5,926,485 for other services and charges, $2,292,346 in projected capital expenditures, $1,926,000 for utilities, and $650,000 for supplies. The request to fund the judicial branch is conservative and reflects the minimum funding level needed to sustain efficient operations in fiscal year 2027. In this submission, the judicial branch initially identified 64 positions as to be filled. However, based on internal promotions, new hires, and backfill separation to date, the number to be filled positions in fiscal year 2027 is adjusted to 59, a number which we continue to reconcile against ongoing recruitment and hiring efforts through fiscal year end. Consequently, our submission shows both the requested 50% proration for vacancies and includes a column representing the full annual cost of carrying those positions with fringe, especially with regard to positions which may be filled before the end of the current fiscal year or even early in the next fiscal year. The vacancies include 22 positions in the Office of the Virgin Islands Marshal, 10 in St. Croix and 11 in St. Thomas and St. John. 11 vacancies in the Office of Probation, including 10 new positions, 5 in St. Thomas and 5 in St. Croix. As part of the consolidation of the Pretrial Intervention Office and the Office of Probation and establishment of an effective pretrial services office. 9 vacancies in the Superior Court Clerk's Office, 12 vacancies within divisions in administration, and 5 vacancies within the Supreme Court, including 2 vacancies within the Office of Disciplinary Counsel. Personnel expenses. For the projected personnel expenses, the judicial branch requests $37,296,759, which includes the 4% compensation scale adjustment requested in fiscal year 2026, totaling $922,982, but not funded, and the 59 positions identified as critical vacancies to be filled in fiscal year 2027 at a 50% prorated cost of $2,953,446 with fringe. However, it is important to note that the full impact of carrying these positions once filled by fiscal year 2028 will increase to $5.5 million for personnel and fringe. As of May 31st, 2026, there were 309 filled positions, 174 in St. Thomas and St. John, and 135 in St. Croix. The judiciary continues to experience relatively high employee turnover, a significant threat to continuity of operations remains the number of employees that are eligible for retirement, and with that, the loss of institutional knowledge. 35 judicial branch employees are eligible to retire in 2026. 23 are eligible for retirement in 2027, and 43 are eligible for retirement in 2028. Additionally, in the current employment market and the fiscal constraints to offering competitive salaries, the predictive tenure of court employees hired since 2021 is just 4 years. By the close of fiscal year 2025, 48 employees had separated from the judiciary. And thus far in fiscal year 2026, 35 employees have separated. 28 new employees have been hired, and 18 employees have been promoted. The judiciary currently has 25 positions advertised, with 6 conditional offers extended to candidates awaiting the start of the next police academy in the St. Thomas St. John district. Judiciary completed a market review study of its compensation and classification system with experts from the National Center for State Courts in the first quarter of 2024. That study determined that the branch's compensation structure needed an initial 4% market adjustment. While we included that 4% adjustment in the budget request for fiscal years 2025 and 2026, and again in the fiscal year 2026 supplemental budget request, which was not funded, the fact remains that by the time the implementation becomes reality, the market disparity will be even greater than 4%. Yet still, the governor's fiscal year 2027 executive budget includes funding projections to cover his April 20th, 2026 executive order implementing a new non-union pay plan and adjusting the salaries of non-union classified employees in the executive branch effective October 1 of 2026, and providing consecutive 5% step increases in 2027 and 2028 and beyond. This projection is included in the very same budget that recommends that the funding to the judicial branch remain unchanged at $40,258,400, a budgetary ceiling that I have informed this body for the past 2 budgetary cycles has been insufficient to implement the judiciary's 4% market adjustment from 2024. The legislature disfavored standard 5% increases for the judicial branch employees in prior years and recommended that the branch conduct a compensation study. Not only did we invest limited government funds to conduct a compensation study, but our employees embraced it and actively participated in the position reviews. Our inability to implement the promised adjustments continue to be a source of grave disappointment and low morale. The market adjustment is overdue as the final step in adoption of the judiciary's compensation plan. But in light of the executive branch's plan for annual 5% increases, judicial branch employees deserve an additional 5% adjustment as well in fiscal year 2027 to maintain our workforce and begin to mitigate the compression caused by Act number 8995. Additionally, with the confirmation of the Honorable Denise M. Francois to serve as the 5th Justice of the Supreme Court, the fiscal year 2027 budget requests also include all costs associated with this expansion. However, and as experienced in 2024 with the nomination and confirmation of Justice Harold W.L. Wilcox, the judiciary had repeatedly informed the legislature in our annual budget requests and hearings that funding for the 2 additional chambers was never included in prior requests. These costs were always represented as a line item requiring legislative action to provide funding upon nomination by the governor and confirmation by the legislature. No additional funds were provided in fiscal year 2024, and after absorbing the additional costs for the expansion of the 4th chamber in 2024, we are once again challenged with absorbing the cost of the fifth Justice of the Supreme Court effective May 28, 2026, to the detriment of other critical expenses. To date, the legislature has taken no action on our request for supplemental funding submitted on March 19, 2026. To be clear, neither the nominations of the additional justices to sit in the Supreme Court nor the expeditious confirmation by the legislature have ever been an issue. On the contrary, the judiciary welcomes and applauds the additions. The issue remains the financial impact of the unfunded personnel obligations within an already underfunded judicial system. The prorated cost to absorb staffing for the fifth chamber for the remainder of this fiscal year, 2026, is conservatively projected at $362,814. Capital funding. Principle 22 of the Principles of Judicial Administration referred to earlier provides that, quote, responsible funding entities should ensure that courts have facilities that are safe, secure, and accessible, and which are designed, built, and maintained according to adopted courthouse facility guidelines, unquote. The 5 years of fixed appropriations and other chronic underfunding have consistently resulted in deferred maintenance and postponed infrastructure equipment upgrades. For fiscal year 2027, the judiciary has requested $2,292,346 in capital outlays, including $1,064,000 in equipment purchases and upgrades, and $1,218,346 in building improvements, of which $550,000 is projected furniture and fixtures for the expansion offices at the R.H. Amflet Leader Justice Complex. Approximately $400,000 in HVAC repairs and replacements at various court facilities, $150,000 to replace the pump manifold in the Alexander A. Farley Justice Complex basement, which serves the entire complex, including the Bureau of Corrections and the Virgin Islands Police Department, and approximately $100,000 in additional roof repairs at the Judge Vaughn A. Hodge Superior Courthouse. Underfunding in the current fiscal year and delayed funding releases ultimately resulted in a 69-day work stoppage on the phase two roof replacement and office expansion project at the Leader Justice Complex. At last year's budget hearing, I informed this body that the judiciary had encumbered $4.3 million of an $8.4 million project and had expended $1.6 million by that point in July 2025. The fiscal year 2026 request included $4.1 million necessary to complete phase two. However, we did not receive sufficient funding within the reduced appropriation of $40,258,400 to absorb the cost of completing this project. Consequently, we submitted a supplemental budget request in the amount of $5.2 million, wherein the original $4.1 million was adjusted to $2.8 million based on reductions in scope and the prioritized payment of several open invoices, totaling $1,761,801.54. I'm happy to report that we successfully negotiated resumption of work effective June 29th. However, the balance of the requested funding is still needed to fulfill our contractual obligations together with the cost of delay. While the judiciary has received all outstanding allotments and operational draws, which were due through June 30th, 2026, the timeliness of the fourth quarter funding release and corresponding operational draw funds, any further action pending FEMA reimbursement requests, and the legislature's action on the judicial supplemental request for funding for fiscal year 2026 will determine whether or not we will be able to complete this project or ultimately be forced to terminate the unfinished project. As of May 31st, outstanding obligations of the judicial branch totaled $2,928,974.04. Judicial Council. With regard to the budget requests for the Judicial Council, since our fiscal year 2023 budget presentation, we continue to inform this committee of a shortfall in the appropriation to the Judicial Council, which originated from the erroneous application of a 10% reduction in fiscal year 2020. This reduction against an appropriation which covers only the salaries of two law librarians resulted in a reduced ceiling of funding base for fiscal year 2021 at $103,285. In fiscal year 2022, the legislature increased the funding by 7% to $110,515. But that increase did not absorb the implemented increase in GRS and health insurance. Every year since, there has been an operating deficit for the Judicial Council. We therefore request once again that the legislature fund the full requested budget for fiscal year 2027 for the Judicial Council in the sum of $144,743. The Office of Conflict Counsel. The Office of Conflict Counsel was established as an alternate public defender's office to reduce case delays associated with meeting the government of the Virgin Islands' constitutional obligation to provide effective assistance of counsel to all indigent defendants as required by the Sixth Amendment to the United States Constitution. Consistent with the mandates of Act 8960, Chief Conflict Counsel H. Hannibal O'Brien, with the assistance of the Administrator of Courts, prepared the fiscal year 2027 budget request in the amount of $1,527,872 to fully fund the operations of the Office of Conflict Counsel in fiscal year 2025. To date, the judiciary has expended nearly $3 million in opera grant funding to establish the office, the OCC, with a final period of expenditure ending December 31st, 2026. Chief Conflict Counsel H. Hannibal O'Brien will deliver a brief statement in support of the fiscal year 2027 OCC budget. In closing, I reiterate the judicial branch's budget request of $48,591,590, which includes funding for the fifth justice to the Supreme Court, plus the request for the Judicial Council of $144,743 to fund the salaries for the law librarians and $1,527,872 for the Office of Conflict Counsel. I request that this committee and the full legislature give all three requests your thoughtful and favorable consideration. Thank you for providing us the opportunity to testify in support of the judicial branch's budget request. And before closing, I once again take this opportunity to thank all of our dedicated, hardworking, and exceptional employees who continue to meet and exceed the mandates of their jobs in service to the judicial branch and to the people of the Virgin Islands. I especially want to recognize and congratulate our 2 employees of the year, Mrs. Deidre Charles Cole, Human Capital Generalist in the St. Croix District, and Mr. Derek Peets, Territorial Court Reporting Supervisor, whose duty station is the St. Thomas St. John District. Ms. Charles Cole is a dedicated human resource professional who consistently delivers results while supporting colleagues and internal customers across both the St. Croix and St. Thomas and St. John districts. Mr. Pete is a seasoned court professional with 36 years of continuous dedicated service to the judiciary, who has championed innovation by spearheading the successful integration of courtroom technology and qualified electronic reporters with our traditional court stenographers. We celebrate them both and commend their continued service to the judiciary. I, as well as members of our leadership team and the Chief Conflict Counsel, remain available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice Hodge, for your comprehensive testimony there. And I too want to join you in commending your employees of the year, Ms. Deja Charles Cole, as well as Derek Peets, for rising above and beyond their public service to be recognized as employees of the year. Congratulations to them. We're full support of that. You know, as a 2-time Senate President myself, I really join you in I support your testimony in respect to that the judiciary as well as the legislative branch of government need to make a determination on these measures, and it's something that I've discussed with my team and colleagues, and it's something that I think that we continue to need to push the needle on, and I'm hoping that there'll be further discussion during our budget markup at this time around as well, and we'll see how that aligns, but I am in total support of that. Before we proceed, I want to recognize the presence of committee members, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, as well as Senator Kurt Viele, who has joined us since you began your testimony, as well as non-committee member, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Peace. Before we begin, I wanted to get some actuals from you, and as of what date for your personnel, fringe, supplies, other services and charges, utilities, and capital project. We'll give that to Ms. Rapatak. You need to bring down your keyboard a little bit so that we could be able to see your face. Or sit up higher.
Paulette Rapsat Simmons, Chief Financial Officer. As of 5/31, total personal services, $14,327,772. Other personal services.
That includes fringe? Or
No,
you have
that's
fringe
just-
separate?
that's-
Okay, let's do
that's
fringe
salary.
first, please.
Okay, for fringe benefits, $6,303,820.
That's 820?
That's correct. Other personal services, including senior sitting, attorney compensation, and experts, etc., $250,098.
Supplies?
Supplies, $309,188.
Utilities?
Utilities, 1,181,780.
You pay your own utilities. You're not part of the single payers, correct?
We pay our own utilities.
And are you up to date with Whopper and those payments?
We are.
Capital projects?
Capital projects, 3,468,334.
Let's get that number again, please. 3 million.
3,468,334.
Outstanding vendors payment?
2.9 million, but I'll give you the
What's the age on those? What's the AP on that?
one moment. If I may bounce to my comptroller on the island of St. Croix. Since I closed my laptop, she may be able to provide those details.
Who's that question going to?
Kimlin Etienne, comptroller.
Comptroller, Ms. Etienne.
Good morning, Kimlin Etienne, Comptroller. Outstanding obligations as of May 31st, 2026, $2,928,974.08.
And what's the age? What's the oldest on that?
Current invoices, $868,328.63. Invoices over 30 days, $391,850 and 19 cents. Invoices over 60 days, $1,577,423 and 14 cents. Invoices over 90 days, $91,372 and 12 cents.
Chief Justice, what's causing the delay in these payments? I know it's a rhetorical question, but I have to put it on record.
We just don't have the money.
How are we keeping the vendors informed about these pending payments?
Yes.
Basically, we are communicating with our vendors periodically if there are delays. We are trying to keep our recurring payments as current as possible. So with regard to those, we are managing.
How is the outstanding payments to your vendors impacting your operation?
I'll defer to the Administrator of Courts.
Regina Peterson, Administrator of Courts. It's been difficult. It's required a lot of conversations, two-way conversations. They all have, even my personal cell phone number. And it's kind of like we've been managing the invoices or the payments and prioritizing them as we can. We've been, of course, robbing Peter to pay Paul, borrowing against encumbrances in some instances, and actually financing some of our larger expenditures so that we can pay our recurring. We have big, annual obligations, and those, especially in the insurance category, and those are some of the ones that are going to cost us more in the long run, but we simply didn't have the money to pay them one time because we need to spread the funds around to other obligations. And so we've incurred financing charges for those larger obligations.
How much of this payment is actually in the territory payments?
Our vendors, I
yes.
would say, for the annuals, all of the insurance is local. I mean, we insure with Theodore Tunick. All of our major policies are with Tunick.
So most of this vendor payment is for insurance, you're saying?
No, not
It's a mix.
It's a mix.
It's a mix.
Because my question is, how many of the vendors' payment is actually local? That's prevented money from circulating in our economy. I mean, you mentioned 2.9. How much of that is actually local vendors?
If I may ask the Comptroller to review the sheet and respond to that question.
Setien?
I would say the majority of, maybe 90% of our vendors are local.
Yeah. As I expected, obviously. Yeah. All right. What about vacancies? I think you're accounting for how much vacancies in FY26 thus far. I know that you mentioned you're 59.
Yeah.
Going into 27. What's your vacancy at this point? I counted like 62. Is that correct?
Ask Ms. Ottley, the Human Resource Director.
Good morning. Koya Ottley, Human Resources Director. So currently we have 62 vacancies. However, due to austerity measures and not having the funding to be able to pay some of our expenses, what we have resorted to doing is just backfilling those positions that have been filled this fiscal year.
Do you anticipate any vacancy savings as a result of these 62 vacancies?
We do not anticipate any vacancy savings.
Let's talk a little bit about revenue collections. Where are you with your revenue collections for this fiscal year so far?
Ms. Charles?
Tamar Charles, Clerk of the Superior Court. So on revenue collections, the amount for as of May 31st is deposited into the general fund. That is 1,714,845. We have collections that are for an account that we pay out, things such as bail and judgments that we collect, and that amount is 2,202,226 with 76 cents.
Very well. Bank account balances.
So are you asking, sir, to spell out all the bank account balances?
You can just give me a
Because they're
total
in-
if you have it. Approximate total.
There's a list in the post-audit report. Ten through 11, but they're not total.
I'm sorry?
There's not a overall total because there are a number of different purposes for these accounts. So
Okay, so the ones in the post audit is correct?
yes,
It's
that's
correct and up
correct.
to date, yeah. So I wanted the benefit for the public because obviously they're not privy to this, but that's fine. We'll. At this time, I'll open up to my colleagues for questioning. I will go in a 5-minute round. And this is the order we'll be going in this morning. We have Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Hubert Frederick, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Kurt VLA, and Senator Carla J. Joseph. At this time, Senator Marvin Blyden, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Chief Justice Rhys, and all your supporting management staff there with you and the other judges. And thank you so much for that most comprehensive testimony. I do concur with the chair in respect to your ask. You made a very compelling argument in respect to why you're asking for the numbers you stated in your testimony. But before I go to the testimony, let me go to the post-audit report and let me ask a couple questions from the report. In respect to the bank account, and the post-audit shows $611,000, and it stated that you reconciled the account in May. How often do you reconcile that account?
You're speaking to a specific account?
No, in
general.
In general.
Yes. The goal is always monthly, barring any unforeseen circumstances where we have at times difficulty with obtaining statements intermittently or anything related to system glitches or stuff that may interrupt the normal flow. The goal is always monthly.
Okay, very well.
If we have any challenges with staffing, it may be delayed, but we try to get caught up by the quarter.
Okay, very well. And would you say, in terms of your obligations, you stated that most of them are local, but would you say the majority is for maintenance and repairs in respect to those vendors and payments, the large amounts?
Some of the large amounts are for, I'm sorry, I need to get to that sheet.
We have certain tabs. Yeah, certain tabs. So yeah, we have a tab for technology that kind of tells you what our technology expenses are. Of course, we are high technology courts, but with technology comes also expenses in terms of maintaining those systems. So for all of our case management systems, our financial management systems, and everything in between, I think currently our expenditures are about 1.7 million. That will probably grow to over 2 million as some of them that are listed on the professional services schedule transition to maintenance, so they're no longer a part of an implementation, so they won't be on the professional services, but will transition to the technology maintenance. So we have about 2 million in, you could say, in technology maintenance.
Okay.
Others is building maintenance.
Okay, very well. Let me ask in respect to...
Senator, if I may add,
Sure.
The 1.7 million that's listed on the outstanding is for J. Benton. So that is a large portion
That's what I saw.
of that amount.
That's
So
why
I
I
just
asked that
wanted to
question.
clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask you in respect to on page 6, the federal grants. You have $10.6 million in federal grants. And I see a U.S. Department of Health and Human Services grant. And the grant balance remained the same, $522,000, and it remained the same. What the reason for that? Is that accurate?
That's not accurate.
Okay, what the accurate balance? Because I was kind of shocked when I saw that number.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to resolve that question well in our discussions with post-audit. So the 10 million really represents the grant awards, and some of these grants have been awarded as far back as 2020. So
okay.
it's a rolling, that's just the total award. In between 2025 and current, you could say right now our available balance on those grants is at about 3.9 million. That's what we're still administering of these grants that we've had over time. The large bulk of this, of course, is the ARPA grant, which is what Chief testified to, helped us establish the Office of Conflict Counsel. And the other big numbers that we show are the FEMA grants, which are still our disaster recovery projects.
Okay, thank you for that information. Let me ask before my time is up. Let me go to your testimony now.
30 seconds.
I know in your testimony you spoke about 62 vacancies. The 2 vacancies you have, position you have for probate. What's going on in that space? Because based on your probate cases, and I appreciate what you have done in terms of your number of cases that you have actually addressed. That's very good. But there's certain areas that we really need to keen in on, especially the probate area with what's going on in the territory with probate cases. Ms. Ottley, what's going on with those 2 positions for probate, after the probate?
And you're referring to the probate staff attorney and the probate?
Both, correct.
Okay, so with the probate staff attorney position, we haven't been able to fill that position as yet. And the other probate officer position that we do have, we're currently recruiting to fill that position that we hope to fill, or we should be able to fill before the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, very well. I'm happy to hear that. And before if I may conclude, Mr. Chair, I want to also say congratulations to Ms. Deidre Charles and Mr. Peets. How is it going with court reporting at the courts? Since you mentioned him and he was the Employee of the Year. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, he is the supervisor territorial-wide. As you know, he's been there for 36 years. And as everywhere, we have court reporter shortages. We have installed in every courtroom both video and audio recording and with those, we established digital court reporters that integrated with the stenographic reporters, and so far it has helped. I don't think that we will ever have to cancel a case because we can't find a reporter, because we have the ability to record it.
And in closing, Mr. Chair, and my second one I want to address and talk about exactly what we are seeing in terms of the unprecedented juvenile matters, family matters, and housing matters in terms of eviction. And the second one I want to talk about that. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you for your responses.
Very well, thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Actually, that's exactly where I wanted to go with in terms of the disparity that we're seeing between the districts in terms of the huge volume of cases. How do you reconcile that, or what's happening in that space that you're seeing that huge disparity? Chief Justice?
Well, I would ask the presiding judge, as a family court judge, although she is in St. Croix, she could probably address it. I was shocked, and that's why I actually emphasized it in my testimony, because something is going on there.
Yeah.
I would say, good morning, first of all.
What?
I would say that we can only speculate at this point. We haven't done any assessments. We haven't evaluated. We know for years I've been talking about, in particular, the difference in the number of cases, both in probate and in juvenile court. But I think you have to look at it maybe more, at least in terms of the juvenile cases, maybe look at it from an operational standpoint within the Virgin Islands Police Department, and maybe speak with the juvenile officers. But it's pure speculation at this point as to why there is such a huge disparity between the cases on St. Thomas and the cases on St. Croix in those two fundamental areas.
Okay. And again, for the public's interest, when we look at the numbers, we've seen that in the St. Thomas and John district, there's 91 juvenile cases versus 15 cases in the St. Croix district. Hence the question of the disparity.
I think it bears an assessment. I can't attribute it to anything in particular, but it is something that should be analyzed and investigated.
Who you think ultimately should be responsible for that assessment, or looking at it, the Virgin Islands Police Department, Department of Justice, the courts? Where do you think that assessment rests?
It rests outside of the judicial branch.
Yeah.
You know, we don't generate cases. Our role is different. Once the cases are filed with us, we are responsible for timely adjudicating them and bringing them to conclusion. But in terms of generating them, I don't see that as within our responsibility.
Yeah, all right. When was your last audit?
We have not had independent audits of the judiciary. As a member of the central payroll system, over 70% of our expenditures go through the ERP, and we are actively part of that audit population in terms of providing the information for the unified audit for the government of the Virgin Islands.
And I think we saw where a recent report indicated that the audits of 2024 have been completed and they're working on 2025. So you'll be part of that audit.
That is correct.
Very well. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Chief Judge, Rhys, Hodge, and also Presiding Judge, Jessica Gallivan, and all of the other staff of the court. Welcome to the Earle B. Ottley Chambers, and a special good morning to all the viewers listening and tuned in. I listened attentively to your presentation, and I think you're in fact correct. The budget ultimately kind of matched what the governor had recommended, and a chart on page 4 really depicts that. So we'll have to make sure that you're fully funded. It's $48,591,590 plus The Judicial Council is 144,743 plus the law libraries and the Office of the Council, Conflict Counsel 1527. I want to ask you a couple questions. The electronic case filing, the e-filing. I know some courts have replaced the paper filing with electronic filing, and it gives you a faster processing and reduced paper and storage costs. And also it gives you 24/7 access to records, and hopefully it improves record management. Can you give me, a little synopsis on how that has going, and has it reduced some of your costs?
I think I will defer to the clerk of the Superior Court, who was actually our project lead on the implementation of e-filing across the trial court and Supreme. Ms. Charles?
Morning again, Tamara Charles, Clerk of the Superior Court. So we do have an electronic case management system where the attorneys are mandated to file by electronic means. That has been successful. I think the attorneys appreciate the fact that they could file electronically and not have to manually or physically come to the court. We make adjustments in our e-filing system periodically. We just made a adjustment where we are now auto-accepting filings, so there's no need for the filer to wait for a clerk to accept their filing, and that is something that happens on the district court level. So we often look at the district court system and see how we could match and kind of compare. So I think it's been a success so far with electronic case filing, as well as our ability to offer information to the public through our public portal. That was something that was unheard of years ago, and we have made some progress where a person that wants to see what's happening at the court can do so through our public portal.
Thank you. And in the second round too, I want to get into the juvenile delinquency filing increased by 77%. But first, I want to say congratulations to the Employees of the Year, Miss Deja Charles, and also Derek Peets. Congratulations, Employees of the Year. Chief Justice, you made that announcement. I didn't know before that you had planned to step down, so I did a quick research of you. So you were approved unanimously by the 26th legislature on October 27, 2006. So that means that you're soon going to make 20 years. Awesome. You're spectacular. You've done a wonderful job. But I looked at Title 4, Chapter 2 regarding the succession, because you're the only Chief Justice the Virgin Islands has ever known, ever had, and you're the best ever, Some folks say I look like you, but I don't. Well, sir, Papa. I don't think I'm as good looking as him, But let me ask you, I looked at the Title 4, Chapter 2, and it says that as far as the succession,
30
the
seconds.
governor would appoint a temporary replacement, and then the 5 judges, which you have a full complement on the Supreme Court, will then make a selection. So give me a little bit more about your succession plan, because it's very important. We've never experienced this before in the history of the Virgin Islands, where we will now go into the succession planning for a Chief Justice of the Virgin Islands.
Well, very well. You notice in my testimony as well that I mentioned one of the things that I mentioned in the State of the Judiciary was the rapid change in the leadership. And this is because both Justice Cabret, Justice Swan, and myself will be retiring at the end of this year after having served, as you say, 20 years on this court. But before that, I served 6 years on the Superior Court, and Justice Swan and Justice Cabret served 18 years plus. So they have, we've all gone beyond 20 years a long time ago. The process that you were mentioning was when it started. After that, the justices select a chief justice. And the law provides that 60 days before the term of the chief justice expires, the justices will meet and select a new chief justice. So in October sometime, there'll be a meeting and a new chief justice will be selected. And that you have then 6 months to, get up to speed, and that will happen in a few months.
Well, thank you, and congratulations. You've done an awesome career of work for the people of the Virgin Islands, and blessings in your new future endeavors. And Mr. Chair, thank you so much for your leniency.
Oh, thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. So I guess you could patrol down there and see whenever you see the white smoke, you know that decision has been made. At this time, real quickly, how was morale? How was morale at the courts, at the judiciary branch?
Well, a lot depends. Our employees, I think, work very well. But the fact that for the last 3 fiscal years, we've asked for just a 4% to bring our plan up to things so we can implement it and then proceed. And the reason that I include that salary in the supplemental, although I was told that I shouldn't include any salary increases, is because I made a promise to the employees in December at our annual awards presentations and luncheon that I would continue to fight for that increase. And as I stated in the testimony, it is a source of concern and low morale. And we are asking the employees to do more, and there have not been an increase, and I think the last one was in 23 or something like that. So, it's just it's difficult, but I must say on all, the employees continue to work, but I'm sure it's not as it should be.
Very well. You see my central staff employees, how they're smiling, right? What I did was within the legislature, I allowed for a 3% automatic increase on their behalf. And as a matter of fact, I added a meritorious component to it where they could earn up to 6% based on their evaluation. If they exceed standard, they could work up to 6%. But automatically they earn 3%, and you see them smiling every so often. But that smile only lasts a short time. They want to see the increases, so I could imagine that is something that we certainly have to consider, because it's critical that you continue to take care of our employees, and that's the way that they shine. And that brings me to the question: is you spoke about this rapid turnover of personnel. What is that attributed to? And I'm sure salary is part of it, but what else outside of salaries?
I think basically, those employees get better offers. Sometimes you tell us that. And then one occasion we didn't want that employee to leave, and we increased the salary a little bit. We increased our technology folks but that's not, ideal to just go spot, promotions. So we're trying to do the best really, but it's tough.
And switching gears a little bit, what's happening with the capital project on St. Croix? I know that you talk about having a delta with J. Benton construction right now. What is the current status of the construction?
Well, okay, I'll let...
Actually, I'm going to allow Mr. Tricoci, my assistant administrator of courts, because he's the on-hand site manager of the project, to respond.
And by the way, I had an opportunity to do a walkthrough there, and I see the tremendous amount of work that's gone into that building. I remember being there as a young cop back in the days, and I know that we have not done a lot of repairs to it over the years, and we had seen the deterioration there.
And I must say that the progress that you're seeing is actually the judiciary growing within its existing footprint, because no new courthouses have been built in 40 years.
Yes. The Chicoche?
Good morning. Miguel Tricoci, Assistant Administrator of Courts. The project has restarted this past Monday. We talked about having a pause, but we restarted Monday, and we're looking at roughly 60 days to complete the project. The bulk of the work has been completing, and right now we're just fine-tuning IT, electrical, HVAC, so we can get the court back up to its normal operating process. As you know, the construction has changed our entrance and has provided some challenges, but we're happy to say we're back on track now to complete in roughly 60 days.
Excellent. All right, thank you for that update. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Hubert Fredericks. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good morning, colleagues, testifiers, listening and viewing audience, the office of Hubert Frederick, and our great staff at Central Staff at the Legislature. A pleasant good morning, Chief Justice Hodge. How you doing, sir?
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today. In your testimony, page 20, you spoke about the Chief Conflict Counsel, H. Hannibal O'Brien, will deliver a brief statement in support of the FY 2027 OCC budget. When was that going to be done?
Well, I think it will be up to the chair. I'm not really sure of the process. In the past, as with the Judicial Council, I have delivered, and persons from that office was here to answer questions. Attorney O'Brien has submitted, I think, a statement. So I don't know, Mr. Chair, when you wanted to do that. Thanks for reminding us.
Okay, no problem. Let's go into some other issues here. This year in particular, I could see the challenges of the court. Your numbers are looking very well. I see everybody's working hard to reduce their case loads. The biggest concern I have is your assumption that maybe we should go based on a 5% of budget allocation for the judicial branch. I guess the same for the legislative branch as well. That's something we really should look into, because the cost of just arbitrarily putting a flat number on these two separate branches of government, it's pretty confining. And we at the legislature, we can't even cover our expenses. We can't get our basic needs handled. Like, for example, we have a busted generator, and we didn't have any money in our budgets to cover that, so we had to make a special appropriation. You know, so I understand the challenge that the court have, and maybe that's something we in the Budget and Appropriation branch committee should have a discussion about. You know, going to a flat percentage of the budget. That's something to really consider. Why 5% though, Chief Justice? Why 5%? Why not 6%? Why not 7%? Why did you say 5%?
I believe that the ideal figure would be 5.5%. But I know that, as I said, 5% this year would be 47 million. We are asking for 48. So at least it is a starting point. The reason that I started this is in Puerto Rico, in speaking with the Chief Justice in Puerto Rico, at one point when the economy was terrible, and I said, you don't seem to be concerned about, and he said, well, we have an understanding that the judiciary gets 4.5%, and of course, of their 30, 40 billion, whatever their budget is, it works out for them. And based on what we have been projecting every year, the 5% would be between 5 to 5.5% will be in the ballpark.
I think that's very reasonable. You know, just looking at the numbers, I'm looking to see how you guys are fighting to keep your costs down. I would not be in opposition to that consideration at all. So count me in as a strong supporter of going to a flat rate appropriations for the separate branches of government to see if that might help solve some of these issues. Because all you're going to do is come back to us and ask us for more money, and we're going to have to try to dig it up and give it to you.
30
anyway.
seconds.
So might as well give you what you need to run your branch. In reference to the balance, the $2.9 million that we were talking about, does that include any of the fifth chamber balance or anything to do with the...
The outstanding Regina Peterson Administrative Courts, that 2.9 million is outstanding vendor payments. That has nothing to do with
Time.
the operational side of the judiciary.
Just exclusive, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to ask questions, and thanks for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick, for your line of questions. Chief Justice, is it your desire to have Office of Conflict Counsel to present? It's not something that have been done before, but we'll allow it if that's your desire.
Well, this is the first time that it's ever being presented to the legislature.
Yeah.
And eventually we expect a separate appropriation to them. It's not billed to the judiciary.
Yeah.
And a statement has been presented, but my view is that I've presented it within my budget, and maybe if you have questions, you can then ask him. But I didn't see a need for a separate statement.
Very well. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Chief Justice, thank you for your service. Thank you to the courts, your branch. Job well done. Thank you to all. You know, for all the years you've been coming here, I don't know my questions they're going to ask. Employees, wage increases, because the morale is down. Now, based on the numbers that were given out for personnel and fringe, I'm strictly budget. Was the cost of wage increases, 5% wage increases for 309 personnel?
Senator, the increase that was incorporated as a projection in the FY27 budget is 4%, and that amount in total for the Judicial Branch Administrative Office, Superior and Supreme Courts, including fringe, would total approximately $900,000. Well, I have 843 specifically for those amounts. With regard to a projection on the 5%, based on the trending the increment for FY27, I have computed an approximate amount of $1,054,922. $952,000.
That's even more modest than what I had. I had $2 million cap. So we could add $2 million to address personal and fringe, then you're not going to be happy. Because the Chief Justice knows I've been telling him for years. I mean, I appreciate you taking the time to come down here. But I won't come in. I want to send somebody. Because if the legislature ain't going to have one, and the governor ain't going to come down, then I will run in the third branch ain't going to come down. You don't need to answer. That's on me. That's on me. I don't want to put you in no trouble, sir. Like I said, thank you for your service. But definitely, based on personal and fringe, if we add the $2 million, we could cover that 4%.
Plus the 5%.
Plus, the 5 is what I calculated it at. Now, okay, so colleagues, that's all I asking for the judicial branch, get them up. Because I'm saying, based on me running the numbers, based on the actuals that you gave, and I'm going to tell you how I run the numbers. The actuals came to $25,840,992. You divide that by 8, what you get, because of the 8 months, then you multiply it by 12. You get a certain number. The money that you have, the 40 million plus, covers your acts. That's why I say to add $2 million based on. Now in the 27 budget, you're adding in the Office of Conflict Counsel, which comes to $1.5 million. That's an additional act in 26 only. It wasn't. So I look at 27 that we're in now with the actuals cover, and we're going to add in for the 27. So the first thing I was looking at the personal friend. I ain't even add your Office of Conflict Counsel yet. So that's another addition. But so I'm just telling you how I look at it with the numbers. Yeah. And I'm just running through it fast because I only have 5 minutes. Yeah. So now
1 minute.
Who have received wage increases in 26? Judges, any judges?
Nobody.
No one.
These raises were only for non-judicial employees.
Okay, so with the implementation of 35,000 minimum salary, how many employees were affected with that, and what's the cost of that?
Ms. Ottley.
Good morning again, Koya Ottley, Human Resources. We had 26 employees that were impacted with the 35,000 minimum
30 seconds.
wage increase, and that was at a cost of $132,004.
132K? Okay, and were they paid?
Yes, Senator, they were.
All of them?
All.
Anyone owed retro? Any retro owed them? Any?
I will allow Ms. Rapsat to answer, but I do not believe so.
We will have to check and get back with you. I'm not certain that there's any retro pending for any of those
Time.
employees.
Okay, so I just wanted to make...
It was implemented at the start of the fiscal year, so I don't anticipate there's any retro.
Okay, so I wrap up, Mr. Chair. So at minimum, those 26 employees covered with the increase to 35 in the 27 budget. They are accounted for in the 27 budget?
They are, but no compression has been addressed.
When you say compression, what do you mean?
Well, when you raise the minimum, you have other people on the scale that now they are right up against. So we haven't done anything within the compensation plan to address compression.
See, I already know that. That's why I asked. But we're going to have a second round. But again, my thing is, we come in here for budget. I want to hear numbers. What does the compression cost your branch of government? If you don't have them answers for me, then we ain't talking. At least for me. I want to know the compression also going forward because it's mandatory, it's needed to cover everything. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Craig Viola, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. A good presentation, Judge Hodge. As usual, I think you have a number of the members already jumping up and saying that you deserve additional funding. We must keep in mind as a legislature that it's one pot of money. It's not separate pots. And we got to deal with the projections. We got to deal with the tax collection that don't fall under the legislature. And if we don't increase collections and the pot remains the same, then wherever you increase, you have to decrease someplace else. So if all of your expenditures are coming to 900 million and you decide to give a specific entity 5 million more and you're still coming in at 900 million, then you got to cut 5 million in other areas. I do agree with the compression argument. We need to have compression across government because we increase the minimum salary to $35,000. So the same thing is taking place right now in Department of Education, Human Services, and that is the job of the unions to be able to give us that particular figure. The 5% seems like something that can be considered, but again, we got to see exactly what is the fiscal condition of this government. But the 5% will put you at 47 million, Judge Hodge.
Right.
And you're requesting 48,591,000. So you're projecting a bit more than the 5% that you recommend.
Yes.
Okay. And it's up to this body to make the determination as to whether or not, after we completed funding education and hospitals and everything else, as to exactly how we're going to divvy up the money. Because as we all know, hospitals are in a dire mess, and don't know how we're going to get ourselves out of that one. In reference to the $4 million increase for employees, or increase in personnel costs, you're saying 900,000 of that is for wage increases of the 4%?
The total 4%, yes.
Okay, but that does not include the compression that you spoke about?
No, it does not.
And the estimate for the compression that you spoke about is what, about the same thing? The next 900,000?
We don't yet have that figure, sir.
Are you working on that figure? Your employees are unionized or non-unionized?
None.
Non-unionized.
Non-union?
Yeah, non-unionized.
So you have given a directive to work on that compression scale as to what that is going to cost?
Well, we haven't even gotten the 4%. From our little budget, we had to absorb those employees to bring them up to the 35. We got no appropriation for that, so we all in the same pot, and you keep adding more and more, and that's basically. But we know that it is something that has to be done, but we haven't really been able to implement our compensation because we haven't been able to start with the recommended 4% market increase.
What was the cost of bringing the employees up to 35,000? The financial? What was the cost?
Go ahead.
1 minute.
Koya Ottley, $132,004.
Minuscule. I know that's what it was. So when you said you have to absorb, I'm like, the court never really had a bunch of employees under 24,000, so I know it wasn't a large amount compared to education and human services and all those others. So that 35,000, I would like to see as to how it really affects that compression argument, because most of the employees were already making above 35,000.
30
So
seconds.
you just need to move from that juncture. It's not that the 35,000 caused severe disruption in the pay structure for the court. I do know that personnel is an issue because I received about 4 phone calls yesterday in reference to pay as to whether or not the court is going to receive an increase. But likewise, that concern is throughout government. Every department is calling with the same concern. So
Time.
Can I conclude, Mr. Chair?
You may proceed, Senator.
So with the 900,000 for the 4%, then the 3.1 million is for new and vacant positions?
Upset.
Senator, the 3.1 you're referring to is just one second.
You have a $4 million increase in personnel. Correct?
Just one second.
Your personnel for this fiscal year versus your projection for next
Yes.
fiscal year?
I'm looking at the total of the vacancies. Just one second.
I'm seeing here
3.4 million.
in the post-audit report, 21,959,000 for this fiscal year, and the request for fiscal year 27 is 25,968,000. So that's a 4 million.
The vacancies.
So the 3.1 is for how many vacancies?
59, I believe.
It's been adjusted down to 59.
Yeah, 59.
At submission, it was
At
62.
submission, it was 62, but we've had some, since the submission, we've had some positions that were filled.
Okay, are any of those positions new positions?
No, I think they're just.
Korea Ottley, Senator, no new position.
Are any of those positions unfilled but included in this present fiscal year?
If you could repeat the question again for me, Senator?
Are any of those vacant positions unfilled but were included in FY26 budget?
Yes, Senator.
How many of those positions?
That would include, give me 1 second.
Senator, primarily the judicial officer chambers are the ones that are included as filled, even though they may be vacant at this point, because those positions need to be available for the judges to recruit and replace their law clerks, etc.
Yeah, but I'm trying to come up with an amount for the 3.1 million. If the position is included in this year's budget, then it's already taken account for. You have an additional $3.1 million in addition to what was in your FY26 budget. So I'm trying to get a breakdown as to exactly what is a what constitutes that $3.1 million in position. We know 900,000 of the 4 is to Rhys. The 3.1 is what? Well, those monies not included in this budget, exactly what is going to be done with that 3.1 million? Are you going to exhaust your personnel monies for this fiscal year?
We expect to, Senator, because we're projecting up to $31 million in personnel. And
you can't have 31 million in personnel when you said that your current personnel is 14,327,722. So 31 million would be more than double that, and the number you gave was up until what, the end of June? Or the end of May?
End of May, but we also have two almost full accrual periods at the end of the fiscal year that we have accounted for. So our projection based on the existing as well as some of the increases for the 5th Justice Chamber projects almost 31 plus through the end of the fiscal year with accruals.
Okay, I'd like to see that. I can't see the number mathematically because you're at 14 million in 8 months, and you're saying that you're going to accumulate 16 million in 4 months. That's literally impossible.
But
thank you, Mr.
Well,
Chief.
I was talking including fringe. Though.
Fringe, yeah.
Including fringe?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, Mr. Chair, the projected amount.
So the actual, Senator, you have the 14,327,772 is the personnel. The fringe is 6,303,820.
I have that.
So that's a little bit over 20 million there thus far up until May.
Right, so 20 million in 8 months, right?
Yes.
And 4 months left.
4 months left. 4 months remain. So another 10 million or so, I guess we'll account for. That's where you get up to the 31.
Because if you have 8 million in 8 months and you add 10 more, then it's like you're adding on, okay, that would be 4 additional. Okay, might work out.
Yes.
Thank you so much. That worked out. It probably would work. Okay.
Thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone, and to, of course, our listening and viewing audience, and to the judicial branch. I want to take a quote from Alexander Hamilton. Everybody should know this gentleman. He was Crucian born. And he said that, or know about him, he said, and I quote, that the judicial branch has no influence over the sword or the purse. Now, I learned that, or relearned it, when the judiciary came to testify as part of the oversight for the Committee on Judiciary Rules and Judiciary, which I chair, and I believe that was unprecedented. And I want to thank them for appearing, because we want to have you talk and discuss the matters that concern you and your operation, not just for the budget, but throughout the year. And I'm also, by virtue of being the chairwoman of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, I'm a participant and a member in the Judicial Council, and I haven't missed a meeting yet. I am there all the time, as well as the vice chair, who is the vice president of this body, the Honorable Kenneth Gittins. Both of us are represented. And we have heard the plea from the judiciary, and we get licks because we are not funding you to the level that you need to operate. And I agree, we are here fighting. I know the vice chair, the vice president of this body has appropriated monies from fines to go directly to the judiciary. And I don't know if you reported on it in here. And if you haven't, we would definitely like to know how that piece of legislature, I don't know if he's here, I don't want to steal his question. No, he's not yet. So I don't want to, because he's going to ask it. But since he's not here yet, I'll do it on his behalf. I know he wouldn't mind, he's a Moravian like me. So if you would be so kind, Administrator, to indicate how this act is helping the judiciary to meet your needs. Have you been able to capitalize an act with increasing the fees, certain fees that goes now directly to the judicial branch?
Regina Peterson, but I'm going to allow the clerk of the court, who actually tracks those collections and has the reports. I think thus far what we have done is codify it in the system, and we can actually provide you with the numbers to date. So, Ms. Charles?
Amara Charles, Clerk of Superior Court. Are you speaking specifically about the traffic?
The traffic fines, yes. That's what
the traffic fines, yes.
And as of the act that was passed last year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that collections as of last year, 1 second.
Mr. Chairman, could you hold my time?
Please hold us under this time.
Thank you so kindly.
As of August, when we began doing the collections and the distributions, the amount is $891,626. And that's as of May 31st.
891,000.
626.
626. So it's making a little bit of a dent.
Well, that's the total traffic collections, not the breakdown for the funding, additional funding for Rising Stars and administration. So we're just giving you the impact of the total increase in traffic fines.
Okay, but this increase is working, and that is of May. So hopefully we will get to the million mark. Let's hope, if we have diligent cooperation from those who are enforcing the laws, and that's the executive
30
branch.
seconds.
I want to ask a question relative to the Office of Disciplinary Counsel. I know you said that you, in your remarks, you have 35 new grievances, and this is very vital, because what it spells is, even though the judicial branch does not have influence over the sword or the purse, what your major power is that you have public trust, Mr. Chairman. So public trust is vital, and your ability to discipline lawyers and those who are going through those issues, and clients who, for whatever reason, have allegations against lawyers. So tell us, where are we looking? Because I know in the Judicial Council, I had mentioned it, and of course about getting a list and when the time they're going to be meeting. So I wanted to find out what is the status of the total cases before the Judicial Council. If you could put that on the record. I know you put on page 9 a brief overview, Chief Justice, but I wanted to get where are we as far as the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, and where are we with clearing out the number of pending cases. And I want to appreciate the work and efforts that's being done there. And I noted also you have some additional positions to fill, and I am going to be championing those additional positions to be filled in that office so you could get rid of the backlog.
Okay. I believe disciplinary counsel is in St. Croix, and I would ask her to respond to that.
Good day. Yes, this is Attorney Bailey Roca, Chief Disciplinary Counsel for the Office of Disciplinary Counsel.
Yes, a pleasant good. Oh, go forward, Attorney.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Senator Joseph. I spoke too quickly.
No. That's okay. But I wanted to just ask, how are we as far as clearing? How many cases you still have pending, the number you have pending? And also, I would like to know when I'm going to get my lovely schedule.
You will get your lovely schedule right now, Senator. I had sent a message to our chair, Simone Francis, and she indicated that she had reached out to the members of the board to try to coordinate, and they're looking at a schedule of a proposed meeting date of the second Tuesday of every month for the PRCs and boards to meet.
Okay, that sounds very good. So how many pending cases you have before you, Attorney?
We have, as of June 31st, we have 173 pending attorney misconduct cases. We have 4 pending UPL cases, and we have...
Slow down for me. Remember, Attorney, I am not an attorney, and I don't know what these acronyms mean, UPL. So break it down for us, and break it down for me and for our listening audience as well. Thank you.
The unauthorized practice of law, that's for individuals who attempt to skirt the admissions rules to practice properly in the Virgin Islands. And that's called, the acronym is UPL, but it stands for the unauthorized practice of law.
Thank
and
you.
of those complaints, we have 4 pending as of June 31st.
Okay.
And we have 15 judicial complaints that have been filed and are pending.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So go ahead. You were going to conclude? You were going to finish up?
Yes, I was just going to also provide you that the ODC does more than just discipline. We also do public outreach. We also have to provide disciplinary histories. We also give non-compliance for the attorney registration statements. We also oversee the appointment of receiverships. We also work with the IOLTA boards or the trust account boards. So there's a lot that goes into the work that the ODC does in terms of regulation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that wealth of information. Mr. Chairman, I have one more alibi, if you would allow.
Please make it quick, Senator.
I try to do my very best.
Please make it quick, Senator.
I would like to ask, when has the judicial branch been audited? When have you had a single audit performed of the judicial branch? Your financials as well as your operation?
That question was asked earlier, and I mentioned that given that we are part of the enterprise resource planning system and over 70% of our expenditures go through the ERP, we are part of this single audit and the government's financial audit, and we provide that information. We're part of those forums, and that's so independently we have not, but we're being part of that population because the majority of our expenditures are within the ERP.
Okay, operationally?
We have not.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that's maybe something that you may want to look at as far as the operations. I just did a Google. They are also audited. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your time and for your leniency, more importantly.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Viale, you had a point of information?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you so much. I just wanted to put on the record, I do agree with the 30 million figure that was said. When I look at the numbers, it is going to come up to 30 million. But I wanted to ask the question, the Office of Conflict Resolution, Chief Justice, that was established using ARPA grant funding, correct?
Yes, but then the legislature passed an act that actually separately funded it. It appropriated $500,000 to get it started, and every year it is supposed to submit its budget, and this is the first budget that's being submitted. But
Okay,
thus
but
far, all of the expenses has been paid from the ARPA funding.
Okay, and in your testimony you said that the ARPA funding expenditure period ends on 12/31/2026?
That's correct.
So you need a legislature funding for 3/4 of the year?
That's correct.
Correct.
Is the $1,527,000 the cost to run it for a full year?
No, Senator, that's the prorated amount.
So that's the cost to run it for 75% of the year?
Correct.
Okay, so the actual cost is like $2 million?
Yeah.
Yes.
Would be.
Yes?
Yes,
Or
that
no?
would be. That would be. Sorry.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Vielle. Before we go on for a second round, I just wanted to get you, Mr. Hannibal O'Brien, just give a quick, overview or some of the challenges, if any, that you're experiencing with the Office of Conflict Counsel.
Good morning.
Morning.
Protocol having been previously established, the Office of Conflict Counsel was established in response to repeated frustrations of judges over the challenges and repeated case delays due to the lack of volunteer panel attorney members and private attorneys to serve on the court-appointed counsel for indigent criminal defendants and parties in juvenile and family cases. Accordingly, in December 2023, the Supreme Court promulgated amendments to Rule 210, establishing OCC as an independent agency within the Judicial Branch Administrative Office to assist in providing quality representation to indigent defendants. The OCC is governed by the Standing Committee on Indigent Appointments. OCC was later legislatively established by Act Number 8960. OCC practices in both the criminal and family divisions of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands and before the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands. All of our clients are appointed to OCC by the Supreme Court or the Superior Court pursuant to the VI Supreme Court Rules 210 and 210.1. Supreme Court of the...
Yeah, Mr. O'Brien, we just wanted for you to give just an overview in terms of any challenges or, give us a status report on the... We have your testimony. Some of that was included in the Chief Justice testimony as well. Just to give me the opportunity to give an overview at this time.
Well, still, okay. At present, the OCC is staffed with 3 attorneys, Chief Conflict Counsel in St. Croix, 2 Assistant Conflict Counsels in St. Thomas, and 2 administrative persons, 1 on each island. But the sum of $1,562,610 is requested to fully fund the operations of the Office of Conflict Counsel in fiscal year 2027. $372,047 is requested to fund 2 assistant conflict counsels, 2 investigators, and a paralegal. That's inclusive of fringe. $100,000 is requested to cover other personnel services to include witness fees, experts, other appointed counsel. $152,000 for office and computer equipment and vehicles in each district. $304,233 in other services charges to fund travel, transportation, training, and implementation of practice management software and cloud storage. At present, OCC desperately needs a firm organizing computer programs such as Defender by Coppel or eDefender by Journal Technologies. This would sort OCC's cases as well as automate case tracking and eliminate the need for travel with a physical file. All OCC cases would be at one's fingertips regardless of location. Such a program would generate reminders, dates, deadlines, and set up templates for reoccurring court correspondence. In addition, our number one challenge is in transportation. As you know, that our office has to do investigation, and we have to rely on asking my employees to use their personal vehicles to do such investigation, to deliver subpoenas, to go to unsavory areas, and in their family vehicles that I have a hesitancy to ask them to do because of the fact that it brings up the potential liability if something was to happen that they're not covered for. And other challenges such as our equipment needs. Right now, in Croy office, we don't have peripheral devices. We're operating off of laptops, no keyboards, mouse, monitors, etc. And I could go on. What we're asking for is to be minimally functional. And the limitations of time, I'll stop there.
Very well, thank you. Thank you, Attorney O'Brien, for your oversight and overview of the Office of Conflict Counsel. Chief Justice, we don't have a vehicle that you could assign to that area?
Not really. We are short as it is.
I see the post office say you guys have like 160 something vehicles. We can't find one to give them?
We don't have enough for the marshals.
Let's work on that. We could find one vehicle to give them so they don't have to use their own personal vehicles to get out there. Just one.
We don't have enough for our marshals. Right now, they're sharing amongst themselves. When marshals are in court, other marshals use their vehicles, so it's not... we have a lot of old vehicles, and but those things cost more to become operational and to maintain than giving it.
All right, let's have a conversation with property and procurement. Some entities so we could try to find them a vehicle. I think it's only reasonable. If not, we'll have to budget a vehicle, a line item budget, so that they can get a vehicle. It's only fair that they have a vehicle to be able to move around to do the work. At this time, we have completed this round. I'll allow for any rapid fire, one question, so that we have Department of Justice in the wait, and they're up next. Any burning questions from my colleagues? Start off with you, Senator Blyden. Any? No? Senator Fonseca, any burning questions?
Yes. With the fund balances, the one account. Let me just get to that page. Mr. Chair, can you go to the other senator while I find the page?
Senator Heber Frederick, any burning question?
Yes, Mr. Chair. In lieu of all the bank statements that currently exist, is there a monthly reconciliation that's provided?
Yes, they are.
The accounts are reconciled. The goal is always monthly, as I said previously, barring any unforeseen circumstances with problems with getting, statements on time, which we have on occasion had to do, or any staffing shortages that might delay it. But we always try to play catch up by the end of the quarter, or if there were any system glitches or anything that prevented us from being able to do the normal reconciliation.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Fonseca, you recognize your burning question?
Yes. On page 10, the operating expense account, the judicial branch operating expense account, savings account with a balance of 4,412,171, and also on page 11, the Superior Court CMS case related trust fund account. Can you give me the details of those two accounts?
The case management trust fund account is the account that is used to collect the funds associated with cases. It's a trust fund. That's not funds that are discretionary that can be used for other purposes. It's associated with case processing. The operating account is the judicial branch operating account. The savings is really a sweep account. The checking account is a zero balance account, and as items come through to be paid, those funds are managed through the bank's systems to move it into the checking and cover the amounts that are required on any given day, so that there's an ongoing potential to earn as much interest as possible on the balance. But that's our operating account where our allotments go, and we pay for the bills because our payroll, yes, and the interest goes back to the central government.
Okay, and in addition to those, do you have any other CDs, mutual funds, portfolio, and what are the balances of those?
No, we do not.
Not investments.
Not
investment
investments.
accounts. What we would have would be, for example, if funds are paid into the court, those are, and we're ordered to hold those funds in an interest-bearing instrument, then we open a CD for that case. And so we do have CDs for cases that are pending resolution.
Okay, and the interest on those accounts, how is that accounted for to the legislature? If you have those investments,
We don't have
those
investments.
savings accounts with interest, how is that reported? The one account, the one with the 8 million, shows that it was a savings account.
That is the trust account that we just spoke about. That's not our money. If there's interest on a CD, it's associated with that specific case. So those funds are not coming to the court. They would be due to whoever that party is on that case.
So the interest on that 8 million goes to who? Goes
General
to
fund.
The general fund?
Yes.
Deposit? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much. Senator Blyden, you recognized for your burning question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. In the testimony, you spoke to your ask of $2.3 million in capital outlays, including $1 million in equipment purchases and upgrades, and $1.2 million in building improvements, of which $550,000 is projected for furniture and fixtures for offices, right? But let me ask you also spoke of a $400,000 request for HVAC repairs and replacement at various court facilities. For those HVAC replacements, do you have a routine maintenance contract in place to assure that those HVAC continue to work on an optimum basis? And do you have a contract in place right now for HVAC systems? Is that part of the cost?
Okay. Ms. Pickering, if you know that.
Well, Regina Peterson, on newer units, yes, those units coming in have a maintenance period, and we have, generally speaking, the implementation vendor maintaining those units. They're on call to maintain those units. The problem we have is that we don't have that many newer units. We've got antiquated HVAC. I've got over $200,000 in infrastructure piping repair going on right now. And that's just the pipes that are rusted, that are leaking, the old valves. That is a phase one for us. And then at some point in the future, we'll have to come down and tell you that what our current vendors are saying is now it's time to replace those chill water systems. If my memory serves me correctly, the last time we replaced a train unit, the unit itself was over $200,000 and something.
So please, if you can, through the chair, submit a listing of those units.
Sure.
And what the cost is. Okay?
We will.
Thank you so much for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. I see I recognize Senator Kenneth L. Gittins' presence. At this time, Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your burning question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I got them divided into three. For the wage increases, through the chair, I'd like you to send in the total cost with the 8 wage increases for the judges, the marshals, and the admin court. If the judges, if they don't, but do it in that order so you could see the breakdown. The 59 vacancies, they're funded at how much percent?
50%.
50%, all 59. Okay, and then in closing, the post-audit report on page 2 showed that you received your full 100% of $40,258,400 from OMB stated that?
Regina Peterson, that is incorrect. We did have a call, or I did have a call yesterday evening with the director of OMB over the discrepancies that they weren't able to reconcile, because they have not officially released Q4. So we've only been funded through the third quarter. Whatever that reconciliation issue that they had at the time that we were working with post-audit and on the phone with OMB, it looks as if it's 100% release, but as of June 30th, we have not seen a Q4 release for the judiciary.
Okay,
so we're funded through 3 quarters.
So what is the total of what you're funding for 3 quarters? Give me that total then, please.
Is it 30 million? Let me get that for you.
Sure. Well, not to hold up the 10. You could answer in the chair's time. You could
Sure,
keep moving,
no
Mr.
problem.
Chair. So you could get that for me before the 10. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well, thank you. Senator College Joseph, you're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question relative to my bill that I spearheaded, and with the help of my colleagues, and we voted for it, and the governor vetoed it, Bill number 36-0112, which would have helped the judicial branch to meet its goals as far as the capital improvements. I haven't given up on it. I just want the judicial branch to know that. I'm going to bring it again. I'm very, very decisive and meticulous. I don't give up. I'm going to try again. So I'm hopeful with that increase would bring additional funds to the judiciary. And my next question is surrounding the court cases. I just did the math, and I'm going to follow up. It's with the detainees and moving those cases forward. Chief Justice, I know you and your team have done extensive work in changing the rules, because they have a lot of continuances with a lot of the cases, and they are increasing the cost of the government with the detainees. I got report from the Bureau of Corrections that there are 119 detainees, and the Bureau of Corrections say it costs us $320 a day to pay for one detainees. If you and your team could work with the Department of Justice to reduce this amount of detainees and have them adjudicated, it would be a great help to us. So that's my only question, and I just need your yes. Can you help us if Department of Justice will be willing to do the same? 119.
Definitely. We were told that there were 36 basically nonviolent detainees that could be released. And part of the office that we are creating, which we are asking for those 10 additional employees in probation, is to basically have a pretrial probation services that can really deal with these type of cases. And based on the numbers, those 36 cases alone over a year is almost $3 million. So, I'm definitely interested in seeing as many of those that can be released, have them released, and that the courts work to move on cases. We know there are always problems with those cases, but we certainly will look at them.
Thank you for your commitment, and my vote is yes to give you the money. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph.
Senator Francis, if I may, I do have the number for Senator DeGraff.
You may proceed with it.
So our funding through the fourth quarter, that means that what has been released to the judiciary is $30,193,800. So there's a balance of $10,064,600 on the current appropriation.
Okay, if I just may, Mr. Chair. Okay, so on the balance of what's going to take you to the 40 million that you were allotted in 26, you will come up with 1.5 over, based on what your expenditures are showing. Based on what the numbers I have, I get 1.5 over. So like I said, so when you check for your numbers again for me, and if you do have that, then you can put some toward the vendors. But I got 1.5 over, based on the expenditures that you showed. The numbers that I gave that
You're talking
I have
about
here,
an operational deficit by year end?
yeah, I have where, based on the actuals that you gave us, it's going to come to 25,840,000. The number. I don't think you didn't put in other services and charges. Okay, but 25.8. When you calculate that, you're going to get it 38,761 is the number I got, which will leave 1.5 over.
But you also have to recognize that not all expenditures are level. There are things that may be not just projected based on that baseline. So
Right, that's why I say you have the 1.5 over, will address those.
I'm not quite following. We
Yeah, the other services and charges is very concerning in terms
Right.
of the amount.
Yeah.
So you may find that in that
So
section.
yeah, so once you get that to us, like I said, I'm just going with the
I have
numbers.
that information
All right.
as of 531. It just wasn't one of the things
Sure.
that was
Give it to us,
requested.
please. Thank you.
But at 531, other services and charges total was 3,244,762.
3,244,000.
764. Or
And
244,762.
Right.
Okay,
And
that's the number
and
we
for the
didn't have.
all other, there's
Yeah.
59,537. So the total for our expenditures through 531 would be 29,155,241.
No, that made a difference. Like I said, I'm just going off the numbers for the budget hearing. Those numbers made a difference. I didn't have them. I have them now. I could see it. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Very well, thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Gittins. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to all. The first off, let me just ask quickly to the chief. When last did the lower tier judiciary staff receive an increase?
I believe it's 2023, because we've been asking for this 4%, 24, 25, and 26.
2023?
Correct.
All right, and I'm not sure, but I'm almost sure that the chairman will update you on your supplementary requests. I'm going to cut down my questions because I had some of the answers from our Judiciary Council meeting the other day. But let me just go quickly to the offices of Conflict Counsel and Disciplinary Counsel. Does your 2027 fiscal year budget include funding to acquire vehicles for these offices?
H. Hannibal O'Brien.
Hold
Chief.
on, that's to the chief.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, to me? Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to know
Yeah,
if your
it does not.
budget includes funding for these offices. For transportation, that is.
Yes, and the OCC budget, there is monies for a vehicle.
Specifically for these two offices?
Well, ODC doesn't have vehicles. They're not on the road, so to speak.
So they don't move about to conduct investigations, inquiries, nothing?
Not to the extent, and as you know, the ODC budget is really within the court's budget. They don't have a separate budget. There's an amount for $2,500 that's listed for them, but all their expenses are paid through the court.
We'll continue that conversation. let me move to probate. Do you have a full-time probate staff attorney on board in either district?
No, and there is a vacancy, and we're trying to fund the staff attorney, just one staff attorney.
You're trying to fund it?
No, to fill it. I think Ms. Ottley testified as to that earlier.
So can she tell me briefly, quickly?
Ottley?
Good morning, Koya Ottley, Human Resources. We do have a vacancy for a probate staff attorney in the budget. So that is a position that we have to be filled.
How long has that been vacant?
It has been vacant for quite some time.
How is the recruitment going for that?
So what I'll say, Senator, is that while it is showing up as a vacant position to be filled, because we haven't received the funding to fill our positions, what we have decided to do to continue our operations is just to fill those positions that have been previously filled. So that one we want to fill, but we presently do not have the funding right now to fill that position of staff attorney for the probate division.
So this definitely affects the movement of these cases, correct?
If I may, Senator Regina Peterson, we added the staff attorney for probate, I believe, within the last budget cycle as a tool to try to assist, for all intents and purposes, the magistrate division. But historically, magistrate judges have handled probate with their judicial law clerks. So this would have been an addition, or is an addition, to assist with probate, but it was not something that existed previously.
Okay, I was just hoping that you just tell me yes. I'm just trying to make sure that we understand that this is a need. The chief's testimony actually notes that probate filings have increased by 63%. Let me move to one other thing before the 5 minutes. Your testimony, Chief, also indicates that there's currently about 22 vacancies within the Marshal's division, representing one of the largest staffing shortages in the judiciary. How has the shortage affected courthouse security, the protection of judicial officers, and especially the execution of orders of the courts?
I would ask Marshal
30
Walcott
seconds.
to address that, since that's directly his office.
Lawrence Walcott, Jr., Chief Marshal. It has given us considerable challenges, Senator. But again, to the hard work and the dedication of not only our marshals and our court security, we have been getting it done, but there are considerable challenges.
Any of your security
Time.
assignments currently going uncovered at this time?
Currently, no.
Good. And lastly, you noted that about the chief, that is, noted that there's 6 conditional offers that have been extended to candidates awaiting the next police academy. How many marshal candidates do you realistically expect to graduate, and what is your projected timeline for bringing the Marshal Division back to full staffing?
The 6 that were mentioned, those are Marshal Office candidates for the St. Thomas District. We currently do not have a start date for the academy in that district. The academy in the Setorie district has recently started, and we have 2 marshal cadets in that district.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had some another question to about the probation office and pretrial services, but I'll contact them offline. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. That rounds out the questioning. I wanted to ask, though, before we conclude, in respect to behavioral health, have we been able to make any inroads? I know of the challenges that the court have experienced as it pertains to behavioral health, suspects, detainees, arrestees. What is the current status on that situation? Presiding Judge, do you have an update?
Well, I will speak for the family division. The behavioral health challenges come from the department's seeming inability to meet the demands of identifying people who need services. I mean, we're constantly in a situation where the departments are unable, perhaps because of funding, to address those needs. We don't have, as you're aware, mental health services available in the territory to meet this general population. Yes. And frequently the departments say they need time to identify funding, to process the agreements through the Property and Procurement Division, to get security, enforcement escorts to assist in the transport of these individuals to off-island facilities. And perhaps most frustrating for the family division is when you identify someone that has reached a baseline, is no longer in need of treatment, the delays in bringing them back to the territory, which to me is absurd. We've had cases where it's taken departments up to 4 months to return someone who a medical professional has said are no longer in need of services at that juncture. And if you imagine the daily rate for someone to spend in a facility off island when they don't need to be there, not to mention the violation of their civil rights, I just think it's something that needs to be urgently addressed. But it's all outside of the court. We continue to process our cases. We continue to work diligently with the Department of Health and the Department of Human Services. And I think there have been some inroads. Funding is critical.
Thank you. Thank you for that update.
Oh,
Yes, go ahead, Ms.
if I may, Senator Regina Peterson, we generally adopt a resolution when we implement increases, and I just wanted to correct the record that the last increase was for fiscal year 2024.
2024, very well.
Yes, effective 10/1/2023.
All right, I'll let you do a closing statement at this time. I just want to let you know that the supplemental is caught in a more comprehensive loop. With OMB, we'll be sending down something for central government as well. And at that time, we'll consider all of the supplemental there. Chief Justice.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the committee for entertaining us. I just simply want to ask that the legislature actually consider formulating a process so that not every year the Chief Justice and the staff has to come here and ask for a budget only to get an inadequate amount that's basically the governor's recommendation. As I indicated, this will be my last presentation to this body, and at least with respect to the budget, and on behalf of my colleagues as well, Justice Swan and Justice Cabret, who will also be retiring this year. I think it has been a pleasure working with this body, and we ask that once and for all, I know every year you say, it is one pot and you have to move it around, but if our pot was the same and it keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller, at some point you have to bite the bullet and find where else to get money from. And I think before you create a rainy day fund, you should fund the current day. And there are a lot of places that I think you can find money to at least get the court on a fixed basis. And then going forward, you can increase or decrease, but at least we have that base to work with. And again, I thank you all. I thank the staff, all the staff at the court, and everyone over the years for their continued support.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. It has been a pleasure hearing from you on an annual basis. I think I've been able to see this for all my time here at the legislature, my 12 years that you have come down, to present on the behalf of the judiciary. I truly appreciate you doing here. I'm not going to ask you what keeps you up at night because you're about to get well rested in terms of your retirement. You leaving us back here to worry about what keeps us up at night. But it's really been a pleasure. You have continued to defend the budget and the need to increase the judiciary's budget, and I think it's only fair that some due consideration be given. It has been given before, and it's always a challenge. Finances continue to be a challenge, and as you have heard, hospitals everywhere else, continue to make the same pitch, and but in reality, I think that we need to start at some point, and I truly believe earmarking a percentage is reasonable, and it's something that we should consider moving forward. Thank you very much to you and your staff. I do see some inroads. I see some of the cases going down. The backlog is being peeled away. I'm not getting the calls and complaints of the past. So I'm happy to see that, and I know that we have staffed up somewhat in the courts, and now we need to make sure that the infrastructure keeps up with the assignment of additional judges and everything there. So thank you to the judiciary for all the work that you continue to do on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess for 5 minutes.
V to the world, Tree Island, one heart, St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, we ready start on.
The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is back on record and out of recess at this time. Madam Clerk, please call up the second item on today's agenda.
Block 2, VA Department of Justice, invited testifier, Honorable Gordon C. Rhea, Esquire, Attorney General. This concludes the reading of Block 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have Attorney General Rhea in the testifiers table. We'll go to him for introductions as well as the rest of his staff. Good afternoon, AG.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I'll just give you a name, assignment for the record, and then we'll get to the rest of your staff.
Right. Gordon Ray, Attorney General.
Okay. Let's go on this end.
Barrett Stridiron, I'm the IT Director for the Department of
The
Justice.
mic is not on. Try that again.
Barrett Stridiron, I'm the IT Director for the Department of Justice.
All right.
Good morning, Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning, Claudia Georges, Operations Manager, St. Thomas.
Good morning, Tracy Callwood, Director of Human Resources.
Good morning, Catherine Jens DeLugo, 4D Director, Paternity and Child Support.
Good morning, Homer Ennis, Director of Special Investigations.
Good morning, Shani Penny Amory, Territorial Florida Program Territorial Manager.
All right. St. Croix.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, William Appleton, Criminal Division Chief, St. Croix.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good morning, David. Good morning, Senators. William Appleton, Criminal Division Chief, St. Croix Division.
Yes, good morning, R. Oliver David, Director of the Division of Gaming Enforcement.
Garcia Jr., MIS Manager.
Very well. Chief.
Good morning, sir. Timothy Perry, Criminal Chief, St. Thomas, St. John District.
Well, I think we have someone virtually as well.
Yes, good morning, Senator Pamela Tepper, Solicitor General.
Aye. Anyone else?
Morning.
Good.
Morning.
You may proceed with your test.
I'm expecting Ian Clement,
use this other
my
mic.
chief deputy, who will be sitting
Use the other
next
mic.
to me. Okay. I was just testing that phone for you. Ian Clement, my chief deputy, should be here soon. He's stuck in a court hearing, but
problem.
expects to be here soon.
Very well.
He will be sitting here to my left.
All right. You may proceed with your testimony this time, AG.
Thank you, sir. And good morning, Chairperson Novelli Francis Jr., Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance members, other senators, legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Attorney General Gordon Ray. It's a pleasure to appear before you to justify Governor Albert Bryant's proposed budget for the Virgin Islands Department of Justice's 2027 fiscal cycle. DOJ's primary goal is to protect the Virgin Islands citizens and to advance their interests and well-being. During this past year, we've taken major steps toward achieving that goal. Last month, the team from the National Association of Attorney Generals spent a week on St. Croix and St. Thomas giving our prosecutors, investigators, and support staff intense training to ensure that they meet national standards. Also last month, Journal Technologies, a company that designs and installs case management systems for departments of justice across the nation, spent a week with our staff gathering information for the customization of our new case management system, a project they expect to finish before November of this year. In addition, we're in the final stages of implementing a notification system used across the country called Vine Link, V-I-N-E Link, which will keep victims and witnesses informed of developments in their cases and alert them when a defendant is about to be released from custody. We've also increased our meetings in cooperation with VIPD and implemented procedures to ensure that our Special Investigations Division works hand in hand with prosecutors and the police, preparing homicides and other major cases for trial. Last but not least, we are well ahead of schedule in constructing the St. Croix morgue, which should open in the next 2 months and hopefully next month or in August. We remain seriously challenged by critical vacancies. Our criminal divisions on each island each require at least 3 additional prosecutors. And the civil division, the Solicitor General's division, and several other specialized units continue to operate below optimal staffing levels. Support staff vacancies also affect operations across the department. Despite these challenges, our attorneys and support staff remain committed to public service. Additional personnel, however, would strengthen our ability to reduce case backlogs, respond more quickly to emerging legal matters, expand victim services, and ensure that the people of the Virgin Islands receive the timely and effective legal representation that they deserve. The governor's recommended budget will help us continue recruiting and retaining qualified professionals while building the workforce necessary to meet the growing demands faced by the department. The FY 2027 recommended allocation for personnel services and fringe benefits will cover salaries and associated fringe costs for 168 positions, including 20 vacant positions, of which 109.02 are filled positions and 14.72 are vacant positions in the general fund. DOJ's personnel services are also supported by federal grant and program funds. The FY 2027 federal fund recommended allocation for personnel services and fringe benefits will support salaries and associated fringe benefits costs for 44.26 FTEs, comprised of 38.98 filled positions and 5.28 vacancies. One of those vacancies is currently filled and 4.28 are in the process of being filled. I'll now share with this committee the governor's proposed budget breakdown of $18,786,275. From the general fund, the breakdown is as follows. Personnel services, $10,812,304. Fringe benefits, $4,445,418. Supplies, $291,101. Other services, $2,943,252. Utilities, $294,200. Capital outlay, none. so that the total general fund amount is $18,786,275. Another $7,283,536 of the department's budget is projected to be funded by federal grants. Thus, the department's proposed budget, including federal funds, is $26,069,811. The FY 2027 general fund appropriations have increased by $272,516, or 1.4%, from the FY 2026 general fund appropriation of $18,544,462. This budget presents significant challenges for the department to fulfill its constitutional and organic responsibilities, but we will try. This represents the governor's recommendation for funding the department over the next fiscal year. I'll now briefly describe some of our needs, accomplishments, and justification for the figures presented. Our civil division represents the executive branch, elected and appointed officials, and all departments, boards, and commissions in legal and quasi-legal matters. It operates in a demanding, fast-paced environment, providing counsel and litigating complex civil cases that shape public policy on a territorial and national scale. At the start of fiscal year 2026, the Civil Division managed 315 civil cases, ranging from negligent actions to massive multi-party suits. It successfully closed 72 of those cases and today is litigating 243 cases, including 26 new matters filed this year. These include fighting to protect our youth from the dangers of social media, defending our environment against deceptive marketing, and challenging PBM business practices that inflate local medication costs. Simultaneously, we advise the Board of Elections and assist VIPD and the Bureau of Corrections in achieving substantial compliance with their longstanding consent decrees. This massive workload is carried by a remarkably dedicated yet small team of 3 attorneys on St. Thomas and 3 on St. Croix who go the extra mile to meet tight deadlines, negotiating fair dispositions, and appear in courtrooms across the territory. The division has only 1 administrative professional on each island. Adding an administrative assistant on each island is critical. To operate at its absolute peak, the division needs additional funding for expert analysis, electronic data systems, mediations, and general litigation expenses. Our Paternity and Child Support Division, known as PCSD for its initials, currently operates with 2 administrative hearing officers, 5 attorneys, and 45 support staff. It manages 5,695 active child support cases, including 2,779 cases on St. Croix and 2,916 cases on St. Thomas St. John. PCSD recently acquired 2 grant specialists to ensure that federal and local funding remain sufficient to support program operations, that outstanding vendor payments are processed in a timely manner, and that available funds are properly drawn down and accounted for. The division currently plans to onboard 3 new employees who are critical to maintaining service continuity, meet operational demands, and ensure compliance with federally mandated state plan requirements. To locate individuals entitled to receive undistributed child support funds, the division utilizes databases and information sharing partnerships with agencies including the FBI, the Department of Defense, Social Security Administration, National Directory of New Hires, U.S. Postal Service, National Crime Information Center, and other authorized agencies. The division anticipates increased collections through expanded utilization of its financial institution data match program. PCSD is also trying to lease office space on St. John to improve access for St. John residents and eliminate their need to travel to St. Thomas to receive assistance. The division successfully completed its fiscal year 2024 data reliability audit and its Internal Revenue Service safeguard review to ensure continued compliance with federal security and information protection requirements. Federal funding remains PCSD's primary source of financial support, accounting for 66% of its operating expenditures. Consequently, PCSD must meet federal performance and compliance standards to maintain eligibility for federal funding. In accordance with federal cost-sharing requirements, the division must first expend its required 34% local matching funds before drawing down the federal share. An important component of PCSD's operations is the Child Support Territorial Automated Reporting System, known as C-STARS after its initials, the division's case management system since 2000. When PCSD recently completed the first phase of a system modernization effort, funding constraints have prevented implementation of the critical second phase. Securing the resources needed to complete this modernization remains a top priority, as C-STARS is essential to the division's ability to deliver services effectively, maintain compliance, and fulfill its statutory mission. Our Solicitor General Division represents the government in appeals and bond matters, prepares legal opinions, reviews contracts for legal sufficiency, and advises boards and commissions. The division also represents all government agencies before the Public Employees Relations Board, or PERB, for Sections 530 and 531 actions. Although the division formerly had as many as 12 attorneys, today it has only 4, including the Solicitor General and 3 support staff. Advising the many boards and commissions is a challenge. For example, Department of Health alone has some 10 boards requiring legal advice. The Solicitor General's advisory responsibilities extend to all the executive departments as well. On average, the division reviews 250 to 300 contracts annually for legal sufficiency. From October 1st through May 31st, 2026, the division received 123 contracts, all of which it reviewed and sent to either the governor or the commissioner of property and procurement for signature. The division tries to complete all contract reviews within 3 to 5 days, which it generally accomplishes despite its shortage of attorney. During this period, the division received 35 appeals, 17 PERB cases, and a constant influx of habeas corpus petitions from persons incarcerated in prison, all of which require long hours of preparation and research. Working under these demanding conditions is challenging, but the division is committed to doing its best with its limited resources and extremely dedicated staff. Any additional resources this body can help us get would be welcomed. The Criminal Division of Justice Department prosecutes local crimes while enhancing community safety and bringing justice to victims. Its attorneys appear in the Virgin Islands' Superior, Magistrate, and Family Courts, which is 14 courtrooms in all, representing the people in all criminal, traffic, and family court matters. The division also handles expungements and extraditions and provides substantial support to the VIPD. In St. Thomas St. John Criminal Division, there are 8 attorneys, including the criminal chief for that division, Timothy Perry, 4 support staff, and 2 victim advocates. Unfortunately, this is 3 attorneys and 3 support staff short of the full complement, which has caused some delays in processing cases. The division also needs an additional victim advocate. Over the past year, the St. Thomas St. John Criminal Division opened 300 new cases and resolved 406 cases. Of the new cases, 189 involved crimes of violence, 82 involved domestic violence, 10 involved sex crimes, 9 involved homicides, and 44 involved illegal firearms. During this period, the family unit opened 61 new cases and resolved 31 cases. The division has also improved its response to sexual violence. Its victim advocates received grant-supported training in identifying sex trafficking and supporting victims, and its prosecutors received week-long sexual assault training hosted by the Hoover, Alabama Police Department. St. Croix's Criminal Division is staffed by 7 attorneys, including Criminal Chief William A. Happleton, Jr., and White-Collar Crime and Public Corruption Unit Director Patricia Lynn Pryor, and is supported by 4 administrative staff members and 1 victim advocate. Since October 2025, the St. Croix Division has charged 263 new criminal cases and successfully disposed of over 300 cases through trials, plea agreements, dismissals, and other resolutions. This reduced the division's caseload by 162 cases, leaving 303 active criminal cases pending. New cases included 16 homicides, 63 crimes of violence, 68 domestic violence cases, 4 sex crime cases, and 31 illegal firearms cases. These are among the most serious offenses prosecuted by the department and require extensive attorney preparation, law enforcement coordination, victim support, and court appearances. During this period, the division secured 3 significant homicide dispositions, including a life sentence, 30-year sentence, and a 25-year sentence. The St. Croix prosecutors attended 3,936 court hearings during the reporting period. Continued investment in prosecutorial training, investigative support, victim services, training, and technological remains critical. Additional resources would enhance the division's ability to further reduce case backlogs, improve case processing times, strengthen the prosecution of violent and white-collar crimes, and ensure that victims receive the support and counseling they need. DOJ's White-Collar Crime and Public Corruption Unit investigates and prosecutes complex financial crimes, public corruption offenses, and other matters involving the misuse of public trust and resources. These cases often require extensive investigation, detailed financial analysis, review of voluminous records, and coordination with local and federal law enforcement partners. Currently, this unit operates with only one employee, the director, and cooperates with VIPD's Economic Crimes Unit, many federal law enforcement agencies, other DOJ divisions, and the Regional Organized Crime Information Center, known as ROCIC. During the reporting period, the unit maintained an active caseload of significant and complex matters. It currently has 44 open cases across both districts and has successfully closed 25 cases through prosecution, plea agreements, or other methods. Restitution to victims remains a priority. One of the unit's most significant accomplishments during this reporting period was its collaboration with the Medical Fraud Control Unit, our MFCU, or MFUCU, as it's called, and other local and federal law enforcement agencies in a major Medicaid fraud investigation that resulted in charges against 11 defendants. An additional case of elder exploitation was also recently brought following an investigation by MFUCU, in which a caretaker with a power of attorney allegedly fraudulently obtained over $130,000 from an 82-year-old resident suffering from dementia. Other convictions involving exploitation of older adults have resulted in restitution exceeding $325,000. As financial crimes grow in sophistication, the need for the specialized prosecutorial resources becomes increasingly important. Continued investment in training, forensic accounting, resources, digital evidence management, and investigative tools is critical. One of my goals in the remaining months of this administration is to advance and improve the white-collar public corruption unit. The Medicaid Fraud Control Unit, or MFUCU, which I've called it, investigates and prosecutes Medicaid provider fraud and patient abuse and neglect and human services, abuse and neglect in healthcare facilities and other care settings. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Office of Inspector General, OIG, oversees and annually recertifies and approves federal funding for MFUCU. The unit is funded 100% by a grant from the OIG. Since its establishment, MFUCU has identified and combated fraud schemes that divert scarce healthcare resources from eligible beneficiaries. To date, MFUCU has initiated 14 arrests involving Medicaid fraud and 1 arrest involving the neglect and financial exploitation of a vulnerable person. MFUCU currently maintains 9 active investigations involving allegations of Medicaid fraud, false claims, unlicensed practice, abuse, neglect, and financial exploitation, and other violations impacting the Virgin Islands Medicaid program. MFUCU evaluates complaints from service providers, government agencies, and other law enforcement agencies, and the public. Referrals have remained steady, with 15 received in fiscal year 2024, 10 in fiscal year 2025, and to date, 4 in fiscal year 2026. Current investigations involve potential losses and recoveries exceeding $2.5 million. MFUCU works closely with several federal agencies and territorial agencies. MFUCU also conducts outreach and educational initiatives designed to increase awareness of Medicaid fraud, abuse, neglect, and financial exploitation of elderly and vulnerable adults and reporting obligations. To effectively carry out its mission and address the growing complexities of healthcare fraud investigations, MFUCU requires additional personnel, including 2 investigators, a registered nurse, a forensic accountant, a data analyst, and a grant administrator. Continued staffing shortage place additional burdens on existing personnel and may impact MFUCU's capacity to pursue emerging fraud schemes and protect vulnerable Medicaid beneficiaries. Legislative support for additional staffing and operational resources will strengthen MFUCU's ability to combat fraud, recover public funds, protect vulnerable residents, and ensure the integrity of the VI Medicaid program. During the current fiscal year, our Division of Gaming Enforcement, or DGE, filed 4 complaints against casino licensees for violating the Virgin Islands casino laws, rules, and regulations. 2 complaints were settled. 1 was dismissed by DGE, and the other is pending. DGE received 6 patron complaints for investigation. 4 investigations were completed, and DGE's reports were transmitted to the Casino Control Commission for further action. During the reference period, DGE opened 111 due diligence investigation files, completed the investigations of 34 applicants, and transmitted its findings to the VICCC for licensure determinations. During that period, DGE closed 40 investigation files for employees who resigned or were terminated, and currently DGE has approximately 375 open investigation files. During the reference period, DGE responded to approximately 58 requests for technical assistance from the DV Carina Bay and Caravel casinos. We wish to thank the members of the 36th Legislature, especially Finance Chairman Novell Francis and Senator Clifford Joseph, for spearheading an amendment to the Casino Resort and Control Act to reallocate the Casino Revenue Fund to provide 10% of the revenue to the Department of Justice to hire additional employees for the Division of Gaming Enforcement. The bill was signed into law by the governor on November 10th of 2025, and DOJ received its first quarterly allotment of $50,422 on April 1st, 2026. DGE's director is working closely with DOJ's CFO and HR director to hire an administrative assistant and an investigator, additions that will prove invaluable to DGE's efficient functioning. During the current fiscal year, the Special Investigations Division, SID, completed numerous investigations and discharged its criminal, administrative, and witness protection duties. SID opened 43 cases, closed 40 cases, and served 193 subpoenas. SID is staffed on St. Thomas by 3 special agents, an administrative specialist, and the director, and on St. Croix by an assistant director. Although staffing shortages remain critical, SID continues to meet its obligations. It hopes to operate at full efficiency with the optimal number of 5 agents per district, supplemented by an investigative analyst in each district to research and analyze data and spreadsheets, record search results, and aid agents in preparing investigative reports. This year, SID's agents participated in several training programs that provided in-depth looks at national standards and practices in law enforcement and their application in the territory. SID's agents also coordinate with DOJ's Criminal Division to assist in investigating and preparing cases for trial. This year, SID participated in several community events. SID, alongside the Office of the Medical Examiner, took part in the annual Virgin Islands Police Department trunk or treat activities, which enabled the agents to interact with the community. SID also participated in career day activities at several schools, gave a presentation to the VIPD's Police Cadet Program, and participated in the Peace Officers Memorial Day Motorcade, Parade, and Memorial Services, paying tribute and honor to those officers who gave the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. The primary duty of our Medical Examiner's Office, MEO for Medical Examiner's Office, is to determine the accurate cause and manner of death through thorough investigations of deaths occurring under unnatural, sudden, suspicious, or unattended circumstances. This includes, but is not limited to, homicides, suicides, accidents, and unexpected deaths. The office conducts medico-legal death investigations, performs autopsies and external examinations, collects toxicology and other necessary specimens, obtains relevant medical records, identifies decedents, and provides support and guidance to grieving families. The Medical Examiner's Office also prepares detailed case reports and documentation for investigative and legal proceedings. At present, the St. Thomas-St. John District is staffed with 1 contracted medical examiner, 1 medical examiner operations manager, 1 forensic technician, and 2 medical legal death investigators. The St. Croix District currently has 2 medical death investigators. In the St. John District, 1 contracted member is assigned to support operations. Staff are on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to respond to death scenes, conduct investigations, and retrieve decedents that fall under their jurisdiction. The Medical Examiner's Office needs additional staff and specialized training to strengthen operations in both districts. It also requires dedicated medical examiner response vehicles, investigative personnel, and essential investigative, forensic, mortuary, and office supplies. The St. John district still lacks a cooler or morgue facility, so decedents are transported to St. Thomas via St. John Rescue for temporary holding and further examination. A modular morgue unit is presently being installed on St. Croix and is expected to be completed by August. Currently, all autopsies are performed in the St. Thomas district. The territory has only one contracted medical examiner. He's currently on sick leave, but a former medical examiner has agreed to return temporarily to help maintain continuity of service. To direct this challenge, the office has taken several proactive measures, including interview prospective new hires and working with other agencies to improve the contracting and payment process. We are also charged with enforcing the Sex Offender Registration and Notification Act, which is known as SORNA after its initials, and the Virgin Islands Sex Offender Registration and Community Protection Act. DOJ's SORNA staff registers and tracks sexual offenders within the territory, including all visiting sexual offenders, which involves regular site visits to ensure offenders resolve at their reported address and comply with their registration requirements. During this past year, the division maintained substantial implementation of federal SORNA standards, reestablished the SORNA board after more than 2 decades, strengthened partnerships with local and federal law enforcement agencies, and ensured continual offender accountability through the territory. It registered 128 local sex offenders and 160 visiting sex offenders, issued 3 failure to register warrants that resulted in arrests, and completed compliance address verification for 67% of the registered offenders. The division has several pressing needs. It requires an agent for the St. Thomas and St. John districts so that offenders can be located within 24 hours of failing to register and apprehended within 24 hours of a warrant being issued for that failure. It also needs secure suites on St. Thomas and St. Croix, separate from other DOJ facilities where sex offenders could report and register. Funding is also a major issue. Although the division applied for a federal SORNA grant, no funding has been awarded. As a result, not only has the division operated without federal SORNA grant funding during the past year, but no funds are available for the upcoming fiscal year. Without funding, the division's ability to continue providing effective offender registration, monitoring, enforcement, and public safety services will be significantly impacted. DOJ's Human Resources Division, HR, staffed by 3 dedicated employees, ensures timely recruitment, promotes retention, and strives to ensure a smooth transition for those joining or leaving DOJ. Onboarding outpaced separations in FY26. We've hired 12 individuals, promoted 2 employees, and processed 6 separations. We celebrated with retirees on their successful completion of careers in government service. 1 was elevated to the bench, and others sought new work experiences. Of HR's 12 new hires, 6 are exempt, 6 are unionized, and 1 is a classified non-union employee. Of those who separated from DOJ, 1 was in the St. Thomas St. John district, and 5 were in the St. Croix district. We currently have 4 outstanding offers to attorneys to fill vacant positions in both districts. HR actively promotes training at DOJ. In addition to the in-person trainings with NAG, which is NAAG, the federal operations, there have been subsidized opportunities for DOJ staff outside the territory, such as the Chief Deputies Conference, the NAAG Leadership Conference, and support staff training. This year, DOJ is participating in the Department of Labor's LIFT program, hosting summer interns with enhanced work and learning experiences in both districts. These students are currently pursuing higher education and legal careers and are a strong representation of the quality future employees we look forward to having in public service. And I once again praise our 2 honorees who were celebrated at Division of Personnel ceremonies in each district, St. Croix honoree Giselle Quinones and St. Thomas St. John honoree Tanika Mason for their superb work and commitment to DOJ. Senators, that concludes my prepared remarks. As you can see, we're doing all that it's possibly we can do to do more with less and to satisfy our organic and constitutional duties to the citizens of the Virgin Islands. My staff and I welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, AG, for your testimony there. I also want to extend congratulations to Ms. Giselle Quinones as well as Santia Mason for being recognized as Employees of the Year.
Thank you.
It's always good when we can see our government employees going above and beyond their call of service to perform their duties. So congratulations to both of them. I wanted to get some actuals before I open up the floor to my colleagues for a round of questions. And the actuals up to what date? You give me those, but I wanted to get the personnel actuals, fringe supplies, other charges, other services and charges, utilities, and capital outlay.
Okay. And I would turn this answer over to my Chief Financial Officer, Kai Christopher.
Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer for Personal Services. I'll break them down by classified. 2 million, and it's as of July 8, 2026. $2,160,505.74. Unclassified, $2,384,723.93. Lump sum payments, $102,508.38. Fees and compensation, NOC, $46,051.81. Holiday pay, $435,661.72. All other personnel leave balances, $715,684.71, which bring total of personnel services $5,845,136.29. Under the category of fringe benefits, you have employer contribution
Let's
retirement.
get the total. Just give us the total of it.
So the total is $2,445,297.32. Under supplies, $166,776.39. Under other services and charges, $1,774,664.87. As you know, the utilities for single payer, it was moved and transferred to single payer, which brings the total expenses of $10,231,874.87.
10 million.
$10,231,874.87.
And no capital improvement?
No, Senator.
Any revenues?
No, Senator.
You don't collect no revenues coming to Department of Justice, correct?
No, that's correct, Senator.
Vacancies? How many vacancies you have?
My HR director can answer that one in detail.
Tracy Callwood, Director of Human Resources. We have 20 vacancies.
20. How many of those are attorney generals, assistant attorney generals, or attorneys?
Six.
6 of the 20? AG, what would you deem as your greatest accomplishments for this fiscal year thus far?
Well, there have been several that I'm very proud of. And I can list them not necessarily in the order of greatness, but one that meant a lot to me, obviously, is getting the work going with the help of my IT director here, Barrett Stridiron, getting a case management system, an electronic one, into place. This is going to make a big difference in the ability to pick up processing time and have information we need available at all times, and will really put us on a modern footing. I've also tried quite a bit to increase training, and the work we were doing with the National Association of Attorney Generals, I think, is bearing some great fruit and quite helpful. I'm very glad that some of the projects that have been lingering for years are now coming near completion. The St. Croix morgue is obviously near the top of the list. We expect that to be done, as I mentioned, within the next month. That's been one heck of a job.
I heard you say that's ahead of schedule. I don't know if that's ahead of schedule.
Yes, that's ahead of schedule. I think
ahead of schedule? That's long overdue.
That's
you
what?
think? Long overdue.
Oh, it's been very long overdue. I'm not debating that at all.
Okay.
I'm saying when we finally were able to get approval from all the government departments involved and get a...
When are you opening the doors?
When we're opening the doors,
Yeah.
again, I'm told that it's quite possible they could open doors in August, or September would be the latest.
Okay. Go ahead.
And let's see, those are big ones. Another big thing that been really pushing is to increase the teamwork with the VIPD. As you know, we can't work without VIPD. They're the ones that make the arrests. They bring us the cases. They bring in the evidence. And if there are breakdowns or faults there, then we're stuck. And so I've been meeting constantly and continually with Mario Brooks, police commissioner, who's become a very good friend. And we've been setting up monthly meetings between our prosecutors and the police themselves so that we can actually iron out difficulties and differences. And I think that's made a huge difference to feel the compatibility between the two departments.
Great. And the resolution to the firearms, I would imagine.
The resolution to firearms was very big. Yes, the firearms issue has been big in the territory. That bill has been needed to be modernized for the last decade or so, and has not been. And I'm very happy with where we've pulled it. We brought it to a place where the registration, well, the bill meets all of the constitutional Second Amendment requirements. It has made the actual ability to register, if you're qualified to do so, a simpler task. And it also keeps weapons out of important areas to the public, such as schools, government buildings, and other places. So I'm comfortable that it's a fair balance of constitutional rights and help to gun owners and help to the community.
Okay. I forgot to ask about outstanding vendors payment. Where are we with those?
If I could have my CFO give you the details on that. There are several that are, well, payment has been a slow matter, and I'm not trying to say bad things about my fellow agencies and departments, but we very often put in invoices, say, for our medical examiners, et cetera, and don't receive payment for months and months. And that's led, obviously, to a lot of problems. And I'm not blaming anybody. I know we have a detailed system, but it's a problem.
Okay. What is the amount owed at this time?
And this time we have $65,231.62.
Anything over 90 days?
$11,272.15.
A small amounts. What's the bottleneck in getting those payments out?
Just basically the transition of the new system going into from property and procurement, which is a learning curve.
That's the GDI buy?
Yes.
All right. Been hearing a lot about that. At this time, I'll open up to a round of questions. And we'll recognize Senator Marvin Blyden. Recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the Department of Justice, AG Rhea, and your supporting team there. Again, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Let me go to the post-audit report before I go to the testimony. On page 7 of the post-auditor's report, let me just clarify in respect to the top of the page. On the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit, under crime prevention and prosecution, apparently nothing have been spent. That they have 100% variance. What are the reason for that?
What is it?
100% variance. Nothing have been utilized from that category. Also, for $802,000 under the crime prevention prosecution total. 100% variance. Why? What's the reason for that?
The monies was originally in the crime prevention account, but they were recently transferred over to the criminal activity account where they belonged.
Also, was that just a transfer? That's the reason for the discrepancy?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, very well. I'll go to page 10 of the post-alter report also, on the Witness Protection Program. How much do we utilize that program? Because much have not been expended from that program. There's 67,000 out of 100,000 left. What's the reason for that? No one is placed in a program, or what's going on in that space?
Senator, some of the protectees have been that were out, that was long in the program, have been weaned off, and the original amount for that was allotted is 70,000, not 100,000.
Which is even more alarming. Are there anyone coming forward to be in a program? And do you believe there need to be more funds allotted to the program?
No, Senator, but as far as more people coming along, I'll refer that question to our SID director.
Please, succinctly.
Omar Ennis, Director of Special Investigations. The Witness Protection Program at this current state does not have anyone in the program. It's not a matter of people not coming forward. The program has specific criteria that people have to meet before they enroll into the program. And at this time, we don't have anybody, and they have not been meeting the criteria.
Okay, very well. Also on page 10, the Child Support Enforcement Grant. The grant award was $2.8 million. Amount dispersed as of March was 1.7. And now we have a balance of $1 million. Let me ask a question, because in the testimony, Attorney Ray spoke to the division 5,695 active child support cases, including 2,779 on St. Croix and 2,916 on St. Thomas. I just wanted to state for the record that, the males need to take care of the children. There should not be that much cases in such a small place as the Virgin
30
Islands.
seconds.
And I know there are many other parents that don't go to child support because they take care of the children, but this is unacceptable in my opinion. It's too much. That's too large of an amount. I mean, I was shocked to see those numbers. Parents, the male need to take care of the children. That's the bottom line. But in respect to the grant, what does that grant do, and how does it assist in that respect in assuring that individuals take care of the children?
I'd ask
Time.
my director, Catherine Lugo, to respond if she may.
Good morning, Senator. Thank you for that question. Catherine DeLugo, Child Support. So the purpose of the grant is actually everything that child support does. It pays for our system. It pays for our collaboration with the Federal Parent Locator Service. It pays salaries, the 66% of our salaries. So did you have a specific, maybe a specific question regarding expenditures, or it basically pays for everything? The other thing I wanted to say, Senator, is that 5,000 is a huge reduction from what it has been in the past when we were carrying 9,000 and 10,000 cases.
Wow.
So there is a shift happening,
Okay.
but I agree with what you said.
Okay, and in closing, Mr. Chair, the single audit that you guys went through. Let me ask a question, because you spoke to internal controls and operating at levels to ensure compliance with the compliance requirement, right? So I'm not going to go through the whole report, but the recommendation was that DHS and DOJ reevaluate their policies and procedures to ensure proper retention, monitoring, and review of the required reports by appropriate officials who have ensured that information submitted is completed, accurate, consistent, and submitted within the required time frame. Who is that official for the DOJ that will actually report to the federal government? Who do you have to assign for that, based on a recommendation?
Based on a recommendation as far as the internal controls with the drawdown processes, that would be myself, the Chief Financial Officer, and this particular grant is the Mofuku grant, so it would be the Director of Medicaid Fraud, which is Director Julita DeLeo.
And for sure, we're going to assure that we comply with the recommendations.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you so much for your responses. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for your leniency.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. I want to recognize the presence of committee member, Senator Maurice James. Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for joining. And AG, part of the Epstein Fund had earmarked some funding for the purpose of purchasing, renovating, building your DOJ home. What's the status of that?
I know the decision was made not to go ahead and build the home because the amounts that were allocated were far below what it would cost to do the building, and we didn't know where to get the other funding from. Exactly what the status of that funding is at this point, I'd let my CFO respond.
The start of the funding, the money is still there because it was specifically earmarked for the build out of the, lack of a better word, the Toro building.
So that's the $25 million?
Yes, Senator.
It's still sitting in, is it in interest-bearing account under your purview or not? Where is
It's
it?
under the purview of the Department of Finance.
Department of Finance? All right. And the funding is still there?
Yes, Senator.
Very well. Senator Ray Fonseca, recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and pleasant good afternoon to Gordon Wade, Attorney General, and all of the staff. Welcome to the Earle B. Ottley Chambers. Okay, I got some questions. We're going to do like some quick rounds because I got so much question I know I can't get finished. But quickly, I want to start the morgue in the Myra Keaton in St. John. What's the condition of that morgue?
Let me inquire for a moment. Is my head of the medical examiner's office available? She's not. Okay. I know she had a medical issue, so.
Okay,
sorry.
you can respond.
Okay,
back.
but I can respond very
Okay,
briefly.
yes.
I know that that's where all of the work is being done. And last time she and I talked about this, which was in the last week or so, she said everything on St. Thomas is working fine. It's in good shape.
Okay,
Right.
so just the St. John Inn then, Myra Keaton Clinic, St. John.
Oh, St. John. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
St. John, yeah.
No, that I don't know about. No, I don't know the details. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I thought-
through
I
the
thought-
chair, if you could give a update status.
Yes.
Okay, I want to go quick. Which one? Okay, the felony cases 189. You had 44 illegal firearms cases. Is that? Just give me a reader. Is the illegal firearms more this year or less than last year?
Okay. I could have my criminal chief respond to that.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Timothy Perry, Criminal Chief, St. Thomas, St. John District. It's fairly consistent. That's about 4 illegal firearms a month. It's 44 in the St. Thomas District, and I believe it's consistent with the numbers being picked up on St. Croix. Most of these guns are coming from traffic stops.
Okay, good. So I have a bill to release all of the Epstein files, all of the beneficiaries in the Virgin Islands specifically. So I have that bill. It's going to be coming through to the committee. I'd like to have all of the persons that receive Epstein funds be released so that it could be full disclosure in the public. Okay, real quickly now, you said you need an agent for the sex offenders. You have 128 local sex offenders, 160 visitings. You need an agent. So is that a vacancy now in your budget, that agent, sex offender agent?
If I can refer that to the head of SORNA.
And then also, give me, because once they come here or once they're here, they're supposed to register all the time. So tell me how you track them.
Hi, good morning. Shani Penny Amory, Territorial Manager for the SORNA Division. In terms of if there is a vacancy currently for the SORNA agents, I will have to have
1 minute.
either the director from HR address if there is. I can't see for surety, I'm sorry.
Okay, let me go to white collar crime. There's just one employee in that division, the white collar crime.
Yes.
Okay, so what are you doing to hire that? Because you've done well. You know, the 11. Everybody saw that in the news. The 11 Medicaid fraud and the elder exploitation of that 82-year-old. That's good work.
Right.
30 minutes.
What are you doing 30 minutes?
Sorry,
Oh,
30
thank you,
seconds,
Mr.
I'm
Chair.
sorry.
Okay. I thought the chair was being real generous. Okay, maybe I'll finish all my questions. Okay, so what are you doing to beef up the white-collar crime?
Two or three things. First, we do need more money there because we need to, our idea would be to hire a lot of our own, a new agent, new financial person, all of that to be able to focus only on the white collar. So what we do a lot, our Special Investigation Division has been doing a lot with this, and we're highly coordinated with the Economics Crime Division of the Police Department, which has been excellent. But what I'm planning on doing is trying to shift some of our funding so we can get some more people of our own to do that kind of work and be concentrated solely on it. Right now, we just don't have the money to do it. And I'd also really need to get another attorney freed up who could work in that division as well, because it's a lot of work, and those kind of offenses can get extremely complex, as you might imagine.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I could wrap up real quickly. So, if say there's a drug bust recovery of cash, you're involved with it. What happens to that cash? What's the accounting? Does the VI government retain it? The feds go with it? What happens to that?
I could refer that to my criminal chief.
Good afternoon again. So there are asset forfeiture rules in the code book. I'm sorry, thank you very much. There are asset forfeiture rules in the code book related to drug cases. So the civil division files, and then some of that money, it's dedicated specifically where it goes.
So if you get money, how is that reported? How does the legislature get to know how much money you've recovered from a drug bust? And you could answer on the chair's time. I'd like to say congratulations to Employees of the Year, Giselle Quinones, and also Staniqua Mason. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. You want to complete your response?
Very briefly, I would just say the majority of large drug cases are handled by the federal government. So the U.S. Attorney's Office is the one handling the asset forfeiture. So that money, unless local officers were involved in the arrest, probably that money is sticking with the feds.
And there's opportunity for a cost share that occurs as well, and then that money will be deposited through Department of Finance to the respective agency, whether it goes to the Virgin Islands Police Department, Department of Justice, and their work on the case. There's a cost share. The court determines how the money is divvied up, and then that will go to the Department of Finance. All right. Mr. Clement, attorney, go ahead, CFO.
Just to answer Senator Fonseca's question about the condition of the Marquetan morgue, they said a cooler is being purchased to replace the old one, and payment was already sent off, and they're just awaiting for the cooler to be delivered to the territory.
Very well, thank you. I'll ask Attorney Clement if he had an update on that, but that's fine. So you don't have any additional information to provide, do you, Attorney Clement?
No, I do not.
Okay, great. Senator Hebert Frederick, recognized for your 4 minutes.
Mr. Chair, pleasure. Good morning, testers, listening and viewing audience, my office, central staff. Attorney General Rhea, how you doing today?
Well, I'm doing pretty well. I don't like the Sahara.
Thank you for bringing the team.
Yeah, I don't like the Sahara dust that much, but other than that, doing pretty well.
You're asking for money, so that's a good thing. The last time you were before us, you had a severe vacancy issue, and it looked like you've made progress on that. Congratulations. What are you doing to improve your recruitment, given the fact that I know you just lost another key attorney, but
yes,
it seemed like overall your numbers were improving.
Right, numbers are better. As you know, we have a new HR manager, Tracy Callwood, and she's made that obviously a top priority, which is to let's advertise wherever we can, try to find people. And I can say every month or so we have a series of interviews of potential clients or hirees. The problem, as I see it, is that I really want to hire as many people from the Virgin Islands as we can, who are familiar with local ways, local culture, and with the island itself. And so many of the applicants that we're getting are from Alaska and places like that. I mean, I can understand why they'd want to come here, but I'd like to get more local hiring, and that's a big thing. Problem is availability of potential applicants, particularly on the lawyer side. So many of our local population goes to law school, obviously in the States, because we don't have a law school here, makes the contacts and stay there. And so that's, for me, has been the bigger side of the frustration.
So are these attorneys usually bar certified, or they're in the process of?
Some of them.
Because I know you could hire people without passing the bar.
True. Well, not quite, but close. They either have to be bar certified, members of the Virgin Islands Bar, or specially admitted through a process that the bar has for people who are attorneys from other places. They have to obviously be interviewed.
Reciprocity?
Yeah,
Okay.
it works sort of like that, yes. And so that's obviously an important issue. But anyone we take is someone who has been barred somewhere, and then if we have to, we go through this special admission process.
So I notice you're improving on your technological side. You're spending money modernizing the agency, improving, I guess, the way we could access information and analyze data. But how is that not helping with your head count?
1 minute.
How's that not helping with my head count? Meaning?
Yeah, in those areas that not on the attorney side, those areas where there's staff and we've got the technology to help us, why is it not being reflected? Why would we still need to fill as many non-attorney positions if we have technology to assist us?
Well, the technology, that system is probably not going to be finished or in place until around November, is the most recent estimate.
30 seconds.
That we got from Journal Technologies. But even though we get a system that is much more efficient, we still have, as you've seen, a massive number of projects, of defendants, of cases, et cetera. And that support staff are just critical to that. They can gather the information much quicker now, but then they have to get it into a way that the attorney can use it, et cetera. So there's a lot that's human-driven rather than computer-driven.
Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap up.
You may wrap up, Senator. Sure.
Thank you very much. In reference to the morgue on St. Croix, I see progress is coming along nicely. How long before we could see usage of that facility?
Well, they tell me that it's may well be operational sometime in August, or perhaps it will be September. Someone who may be able to answer that with more detail is going to be my Chief Deputy, Ian Clement, who's been handling the day-to-day interactions with the contractor.
Yes, we, Chief Deputy Attorney General Ian Clement, we are probably about a month ahead schedule on that. Probably will finish construction mid-August, maybe late August, and we're going to have everything certified. So we're looking at late August, maybe the first week of September, probably.
Thank you very much for the time. Thank you for your responses. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Senator Fredericks. I do recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Clifford Joseph, who's there. What is the certification process for the morgue, Attorney Clement?
We have to make sure all the lines are correct. You're dealing with fluids and things like that, and so evacuation of everything is up to standards.
So is there a local certification or there is some national certification that's required?
I believe this through DPNR to make sure that everything is correct. All the piping and everything is correct.
Very well. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. AG, to you and your team, thank you very much for a job well done in serving the people of the community. I am very happy to have you guys do what you do. You mentioned your total actuals came to $10,231,874.
Yes, 10,231,870. That's correct, Senator.
Okay. What's the total amount of the allotment you've received thus far
Date.
from OMB?
I will get that.
Okay, so that's one. How many GS employees do you have?
I refer that to
That's
Director
two.
Carter.
Okay, and anyone receive any wage agreements? Any wage increases other than a 35,000 increase?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna deal with the wages first. When were those wages received? Are they owed any retro?
No retro owed.
Or you can speak a little better into the mic.
I'm sorry, no retro is owed.
Okay, how many persons receive wage increases?
A total of 22.
22. Okay, no retro. Okay, and GS employees, how many?
$20.
20 GS?
Yes.
Is it budgeted for them in the 27 budget for their increases?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, good. Is there any possible increase possibly for the insurance? Do you have any markup for any insurance in the fringe section?
Not that I know, but I know it would be adjusted based off of what personnel sends down to OMB, the budget
Okay.
office.
You have 20 vacancies at what percent?
I will get back to you. For that one.
Okay. Based on your calculations of 10,231,874 in actuals that you received, you can only spend 13,600 plus to the end of the year, and you have 18,000 allotted for you. Now your vendors, you should be able to wipe them out clear one time.
1 minute.
If that would be enough to wipe them out, clear, Senator?
Well, you can only spend 13.6. You got 18.7. So you should be able to get your vendors out. Your 2027 acts is 437, 159,000. Excuse me, more in personnel services, 569 more in fringe. You're asking for 11,243 less in supplies. You're asking for 964,000 less in other services and charges. And you're reflecting 294,000 in utilities, which that money goes direct to a single payer. So we can add it to your 18,007.
Correct.
Okay, so how come you're asking for less in supplies, other services and charges?
That simply is because, Senator, we had to come back to the ceiling.
Time.
I didn't understand.
We had to come back to the budget ceiling that was appropriated for us.
Yeah, but you have enough money to cover all the things you want to cover based on the testimonies and based on having a difference of 13,600,000 is all you're going to spend versus having the 18.
That's how I know that's how it appears to be, but as right now, because like I say, with the new system, that's where the expenditures are at this present moment. But it could necessarily shift and go up.
Okay, and that's what I say. So just include, wrapping up, Mr. Chair, your total allotment date, what was the last and how much?
Last allotment date I know was, because they do monthly allotments, the last allotment date was June 30th.
June 30.
I know it is about 78%, but I still have to get the exact number. I'll get that back to you, sir.
Okay, and then that's going to tell me the final story. Okay, and just in closing, in regards to the wages, the 22, how many employees were moved from the 35,000, if any, and what was the cost?
It was about 4 employees.
4?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
6 employees.
6 employees. What was the cost, and are they owed any retro?
No. None of them are old retro. The last one that was old retro was being processed this week. So at this moment, no.
It's being processed this week, so they
Meaning-
get paid next period?
Yes, please.
Okay, so that's one person?
That's one person.
Okay, so one person owed. And then the cost for the 6, you could get me through the chair and I'll follow up. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Vieira. Senator DeGraff, Senator Kurt Vieira, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up on those questions just asked by the previous senator, what's your projected personal cost for fiscal year 26? Based on how much you've presently expended.
Senator, you're talking about a projected cost for 2027, Senator?
No, 26.
Oh, 26.
You gave some actuals, and the actuals you gave was 5,845,136 for personnel, and that was as of July 8th, correct?
Correct. Yes, Senator.
Okay, so that's 9 months. And what's your projected cost?
I could see for the next 3 months. I'll have to. I don't want to give an estimate. I'd rather give you a correct answer. Let me get time to get the answer to you, Senator.
So you realize you're going to be way under what was allocated?
Yes, Senator. That's because of most of that is done because of the, like I said, the vacant positions, because we have a high turnover. So a lot of people left. So some of the, especially in personnel, some of the costs, the personnel costs that would normally be there are not there now.
Okay. Because looking at the numbers, you're going to be spending about $7.8 million for personnel this fiscal year. And you were allocated $10,609,000. So you're going to have close to a $3 million savings in reference to personnel. So I think, Mr. Chair, with all of these departments that we have these savings, we need to reprogram those monies to take care of all of those standing vendor payments so they don't carry over into the next fiscal year, as I'm seeing quite a bit of savings. And despite that, Mr. AG, you're requesting an increase in your personnel services. Do you believe that you're going to have sufficient position that we need to allocate $400,000 more when you're only spending about $8 million this year?
Well, I rely on my CFO and my HR to advise me on those points.
If I may, Senator, the reason for that increase, that 395, which you say almost 400,000 increase, is because in next fiscal year, which is 27, we plan to hire 2 medical examiners, which approximately each of them are 200,000 each.
Right. So, but you have flexibility right now in your budget of $2 million.
Yes, because we don't.
Let me move on from that, because I don't want, in reference to exactly what you're saying. I know, Mr. AG, you said you plan to try to open the morgue by September. Do you have a medical examiner identified for St. Croix? We have the building going up. Are we going to have staff besides the technicians? We have a medical examiner where you're going to be able to actually
30 seconds.
complete the autopsies on St. Croix?
Chief Deputy Ian Clements, we do not have a medical examiner identified specifically, but we do have someone filling in on contract, and we have located several candidates, and we're continuing.
Hold up. The person filling in on contract is filling in for the person who's on leave on St. Thomas?
On St. Thomas, but she had previously been slated to be the St. Croix medical examiner.
Time.
Are you advertising the position?
We are, and we are also interviewing.
Okay, and last question, Mr. Chair. Mr. David, in reference to the division of gaming.
Yes, Senator.
Right now, your oversight is casino gaming.
That is correct.
should your oversight be all gaming devices? Instead of it being segregated just to casino, should it be casino, VLTs, since it's been ruled that VLTs, video lottery terminals, are similar to slot machines? Should the scope of the office change to all gaming?
Well, Senator, that would be a personal opinion of mine.
I want your personal opinion. That's what I'm
Yes,
saying.
my personal opinion, yes, there would be consistency if all machines would be.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Sorry.
So say that again. Yes, because of what? For?
There would be consistency with regard to the testing and regulation of all gaming machines, because they are very similar at this point in time. But that is my personal opinion, because they have been back and forth over the years with regard to whether the VLTs and casinos are the same. But at this point in time, there are some differences, but overall, I think there'll be consistency with the test.
Right now, the Division of Gaming Enforcement, you make sure that all of the slot machines are tested, consistent. Any issues come to you?
With regard to the machines on St. Croix, that is correct.
With regard to the machines on St. Croix?
That is correct.
To your knowledge, if there are issues with the VLT machines on St. Thomas, is there any government regulatory entity that can field that complaint?
But to my knowledge, the VLTs on St. Thomas, they are operating on the contract with the Virgin Islands Lottery. So I think the Virgin Islands Lottery would be the one to make a determination with regard to any issues regarding the VLTs.
Okay, thank you so much for pointing out on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the Department of Justice and your hardworking team, and to our listening and viewing audience as well. I want to first begin my line of questioning time to say major kudos to the 2 employees of the year for the Department of Justice, and that they are Ms. Giselle Quinones, hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly. Giselle Quinones, and she's from the St. Croix district, and also Ms. Staniqua Mason from the St. Thomas and St. John district. We all know if there's no justice, you can't have some peace. And I try to look at being a peaceable person. I want to first begin my questioning every time you come before us, and the paternity and child support specifically because of the act my colleagues and I passed in the 35th legislature, which raised the minimum default payment for child support from $250 to $1,000, Act number 8830. I want to ask you, what dent is that making with the non-custodial parent? And I want to make it clear, the non-custodial parent isn't a gender issue. We have females who are non-custodial parent, and we have males who are non-custodial parent. And so we just label all of them as non-custodial because they take a dent on our economy here in the Virgin Islands by the custodial parent having to then go to have public assistance, okay, by them not paying their fair share. So if Ms. DeLugo, Jeffers, your name change?
Jensen DeLugo.
Jensen DeLugo, if you could just comment on that for us. How has that act made a dent in those non-custodial parents coming in and paying for their children's child support?
Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for the question. Jensen DeLugo, Paternity and Child Support. I'm glad you asked that question because what I see happening is a deterrent effect. We have only issued 2 that I recall off the top of my head, $2,000 default orders, one in St. Croix District, one in St. Thomas District, that I can tell you off the top of my head. So that tells me that there's a deterrent effect to that law, which we greatly appreciate. And you are also correct about NCPs. A non-custodial parent is male or female. And yes, it does put a strain on the system because those custodial parents then go to Human Services, apply for temporary assistance for needy families. However, the good part about that is that once they establish a case and they have all the requirements as far as information, that case
30 seconds.
automatically generates a child support case.
Right. Now, I want to go to my other question, and this is, of course, with these 119 detainees, which is costing us $320 per day based on what the Bureau of Corrections indicated. How are we looking to reduce this? Because you have some individuals who are nonviolent and they are still being detained. Mr. Chairman, if I can be allowed. So how are we looking? Because that's costing us $320 a day for these 119 detainees. And some of them, based on the report I got from the Bureau of Corrections, some of them have been incarcerated for about 30 days and at times some for 5 years. So we're paying $320 per day for some of these persons who are detainees and have not been adjudicated Attorney General. What are we doing?
Yeah. First, I agree that is a real problem, and backlog on cases is a massive problem. As you know, trial dates are set by courts, not by us, but we work in conjunction with the courts, and with Department of Corrections also. I meet frequently with Commissioner Testimark, and it's a matter of real concern. Each case is different, and the reason that different people are in jail being held for trial for a long time varies. I agree with you. People should not sit in jail for years waiting just simply to go to trial. That is bad. And again, it depends on what is going on and what is the reason for the delay.
Well, we are providing the support to the courts. We're providing the supports to you.
Yep.
And we just need these cases to start to move. I'm happy that the judicial branch has put in a new ruling relative to the amount of continuances so you don't have those backlogs as much and to hold people foot to the fire. I only have one more burning question, and that's regarding...
Question without the preamble, Senator.
One burning question, and that is, where are we on the Civil Rights Commission? There used to be a Civil Rights Commission. I don't see anything in here, and year after year, I mean, what are we doing? Because that would be where you file the cases regarding sexual harassment and any other case that doesn't involve the employer. So is that something that can be done? It used to have a Civil Rights Commission within DOJ.
I wasn't here during that time. I don't know much about it, but perhaps my chief deputy can give you some information.
Well, as you noted,
Please give your name.
Chief Deputy Attorney General Ian Clement. As you noted, it is right now defunct.
I cannot hear you, Attorney Clement.
As of right now, as you've noted, it is defunct. The members of that commission would have to be nominated and identified and nominated by the governor. So, until we have adequate people to man those positions, we can't really have it function.
So I know, thank you. I'm glad you put it on the record because we have some aspirants here for governor and lieutenant governor. So I'm hoping that they would put it as part of their agenda to get this done. I will keep my hope alive. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not running for governor or lieutenant governor. But I would not say that to any one of you anyway. Let me just put that on the record. Some things are better left unsaid. I do want to say that good afternoon, the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. Everyone in and outside the room. I want to start Attorney General Gordon Rhea by thanking you. You're one of the agencies that I have had the opportunity this year to really collaborate and work on meaningful legislation. And I appreciated the work that was done and that I was able to engage and involve myself with the gun bill. And I think that we have done the best that we can do as legislators and as agencies and departments that are tasked with making sure that the laws are constitutionally sufficient. I just would also love to have that type of energy that we had displayed during the debates on the gun bill be extended to the constitutional rights of Virgin Islanders to vote, to be part and recognized as full American citizens, that we would be eligible for supplemental security. And we would have the right to vote. I'm more interested in that our rights as Virgin Islanders also be recognized and that we are not treated as citizens like everyone else in the United States. So I will say that that's where my energy will be focused on. I want to point out and ask you, A.G. Rhea, about one of the concerns that I have had while sitting here in the legislature, because as everyone knows, I am not a candidate in this election, but I'm still a working senator that's responsible to the public. And one of the concerns that I have had is when the Department of Property and Procurement appears in front of us
1 minute
to present leases to the legislature. Your section on Solicitor General speaks to reviewing contracts for legal sufficiency. And my concern is that it seems as if your involvement is after the lease is negotiated.
30 seconds.
And did they say how many? 30 seconds? Okay. I'll try to get my thought out. Don't you think that you're maybe not, I'm just trying to figure out, there should be some requirement that when these lease agreements for the Virgin Islands government have a commercial real estate attorney present or involved. Mr. Chair, may I wrap up?
You may wrap up, Senator,
Or
of course.
continue.
Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Because an attorney in the private sector, when these types of commercial real estate leases are negotiated, attorneys are present. Whenever these different entities that are negotiating lease agreements with the Virgin Islands government appear in front of us as a Senate, you see their private attorneys sitting at the table with them, but there is no attorney sitting at the table with the Department of Property and Procurement. And an attorney would be able, this is my plug for attorneys, okay, just saying that. An attorney is able to identify the complex legal jargon, the pitfalls in the language, and negotiate better on the part of the government. So I'm just asking, do you not think that the Department of Justice should play a more robust role, more than simply reviewing contracts for legal sufficiency? That is my question.
Thank you. I know that my Solicitor General is on with us today. May she respond to you? She's the one who handles those kinds of issues.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator. First of all, there is an attorney who is present, and that is the attorney for property and procurement. It's my understanding that they are
Attorney Tepper, one
intimately
second.
involved.
Can you put your name on the record before speaking, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Pamela Tepper, Solicitor General. It's my understanding that property and procurement is intimately involved in the negotiation process from beginning to the point where it reaches our office. Our mandate under our statute, under Title III, Section 114, is to review for legal sufficiency only. Those are things that would have to be changed, in the law if we were to get more involved. And if we were to get more involved, then it would mean more attorneys in our office and obviously an expansion of our budget.
Okay, well, I will say this, that the sessions themselves, or the committee and the whole meetings themselves, I can give you a recent example with the Water Island lease. Attorney Dudley, who I respect a lot, and another attorney from his office, I can't remember the name, were present when the lease, the agreement was being presented to us. Yet, as far as I remember, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't remember hearing anything from the attorney. The Assistant Commissioner Richards was the only one who was really speaking and responding. And I just think that as a government, we are at a disadvantage when it comes to the negotiation of all these lease agreements, especially when we are conceding or giving a lot of concessions. I have another question, but if there's a second round, I'll wait for.
You may proceed with your question, Senator. You may proceed.
I can? Okay. Well, actually, this one is about Epstein, since I'm the only one who is doing the Epstein investigation in the Senate. So, Attorney Rhea, you and I had actually started this conversation at an event, and I was not able to finish it. Mm-hmm. But now I saw on page 18, you talk about the sexual offender registry, and that there are 160 visiting sex offenders, which blew my mind. In section 1724 of the registration requirements, it states that a person shall appear in person unless otherwise required in accordance with the policies and procedures of the Department of Justice to register. Does that mean that these 160 visiting sex offenders do not, or you can say to them, you do not have to appear in person? Just send a form in, and that would be sufficient. Can you explain that to me, please?
If I could have my director for the SORNA division explain to you exactly how that happens.
Hi, good afternoon.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Shani Penny Amory, Territorial Manager for the Sex Offender Registry. All visitors are required to appear in person at the Department of Justice when they arrive in the territory. During that time, they provide to us their travel itinerary, their lodging information, the purpose of their visit, and we then provide them with a visitor's form that they then present to the customs officer when they are departing the territory. We work closely with CBP, and if the offenders do not have that paperwork from DOJ, they are pulled to the side and DOJ is contacted immediately. So let us know that the offender was here and failed to appear in person.
So you're saying that everyone, your practice right now is, because the code says unless otherwise required, your practice is in fact you have them appear in person.
That is correct, Senator.
Okay, great. That's important because I saw the last line. Thank you very much for that. The last line that says, without funding the division's ability to continue providing effective offender registration, monitoring, enforcement, and public safety services will be significantly impacted. So we need to remember, Epstein is the gift that just keeps on giving. And we keep seeing reports and we keep seeing news articles, but we need to make sure that in the Virgin Islands, we are doing exactly what you said. We're making them appear in person. So thank you very much for that answer.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. Hopefully that dark cloud would lift from over our head at some point. AG, are you at liberty to indicate whether or not there's any open investigation going on in regards to Epstein?
With regards to Epstein?
Yeah.
Yeah, not that I am aware of. It depends on what kind of open investigation you mean. About people who were involved with Epstein?
Yes,
That sort of
any
thing?
way, shape, or form, anything connected with Epstein at this point.
I'm personally not aware of one, no.
Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the Department of Justice. Good afternoon to the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to whoever can hear my voice. Attorney General, I noticed on page, where was I? 5 of the post-audit report, you mentioned you had 12 hires, and then you have 6 separation, 2 retirement, and 3 resignation, and 1 transfer. So we back to square one, I guess.
I'm not quite sure what you mean by square one.
You hire 12 and 12 is out.
Okay. If I could have my HR director address that.
Tracy Callwood, Director of Human Resources. Senator, we've hired 12, 6 departed.
Clear, 6 departed.
Correct.
6 separation.
Right.
You said
But we broke
2,
it.
oh, okay, I see what you mean. You break down the 2 retirement, 3
Correct.
resignation, and 1 transfer.
Correct.
Okay, so 6. So with this new budget, how are we moving as far as getting to hire new folks?
Well, we're interviewing, and we're trying to bring more people on. We have several sort of in the queue. And we are hopeful that we're going to be able to close that gap because some of the vacancies that we have are really important. One of them, obviously, the biggest one in my mind, being a litigator by my long past, is our criminal division, which on each island is really short on prosecutors. We need more.
So needing more prosecutor will be one of the reasons why is that families are still waiting for closure in these cases.
Well, more prosecutors. I think we could process things faster. We have made trying to diminish the backlog one of our top priorities, and I think you see that result last year, and then again this year we've been able to actually reduce the backlog on criminal cases somewhat.
And
Chief,
since everybody keeps talking about this gun bill, isn't it clear that we do have definitions that will help you with the prosecution process in this new bill?
Oh yes, right. That new bill has many things.
1 minute.
Many things that help. The definitions are clear. Discretion, open discretion as to whether or not weapons should be can be licensed or whatever has been removed. There are clear guidelines, and that makes everything move faster and better for everyone. Like I said, for gun owners, for the police, and for the community.
That's why I know you were asked a question close to that earlier, but I
30
didn't hear you
seconds.
mention the definition. I think that's very important.
Yes.
Only other thing is, how has the, well, I don't worry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't worry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Response, Attorney General.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator College Joseph, you recognize for a point of information.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. I just want to say I was one of the 2 senators who voted against Bill number 36-0144, which is now law, because of the Second Amendment issue. I love the Constitution of America. I'm going to tell you, I'm not an attorney, but I love it. And the courts have ruled that portions of that bill is unconstitutional. I have an amendment in to make it a right, as any legislator can do. I also love the Second Amendment, but I also love the 13th Amendment, which freed us as Black people from slavery. And the only people, based on that Constitution, the 13th Amendment, who are considered slaves are criminals. I just want to put that on the record so that we are clear that as far as I'm concerned, and I'm not an attorney, those are some of the critical part. But the court has ruled that many portions of that same act is unconstitutional, including the representation of the silencer, which is considered a part, an arm of the gun, and is supposed to be constitutional. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph.
And I would just respond by saying that I disagree with you on those points, and we can always talk about that. But I respect the differences. And
thank you.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Attorney General, in respect to your KPIs, who monitors your KPIs? Key performance indicators.
Right. I believe my chief deputy is prepared to speak about those.
Attorney Clement?
Sure. With respect to our KPIs, what's working? Our sex offender registry office, our sex offender, Mrs. Chief Deputy Attorney Clement, our sex offender registry, its greatest strength is that the department's performance monthly registrations averaged around 33, exceeding the target of 10. With no outstanding warrants for offenders who failed to register during the period, strong intake combined with effective compliance monitoring. Our victim services contacts with and on behalf of victims reached approximately 1,600.
The question is who ultimately monitors our KPI, your key performance indicators?
That would be done by the supervisor of litigation specialist, Ms. Luke.
Are you satisfied that your KPIs are being adhered to, being achieved, or being carefully monitored?
The KPIs, we have some things that we are achieving. There's some things that we can be improved upon. But at the present, we have a shortage of litigation specialists, and Ms. Luke, who is a supervisor, is stepping in to assist with the criminal division's work, and that has had her attention somewhat split, and so it just kind of plays into our need for additional staff, because once we have the kind of support staff that can monitor and help the criminal division in the proper way, Ms. Luke can completely devote her time to the KPIs.
Yeah. AG, how is the morale at the Department of Justice?
I'd have to say that you see obviously mixed pictures. I'm really proud of the Department of Justice because I'm acutely aware of the vacancies that we do have, the need for more people, and the fact that a lot of my employees there are working basically day and night and under tremendous pressure. And that obviously has an impact. But on the other hand, they're doing it. And it's still moving forward.
So if you had to give it a grade from 0 to 9, what would that be?
Well, again, it would depend on how you would define and grade morale. If people are ready to work extremely hard, but are dedicated and keep doing it, I'd say morale is very good. On the other hand, the fact that people are having to work so hard, so much of the time, is a negative factor.
So how would you grade it? How do you evaluate
I
your
guess
staff?
I guess in the middle, I'd have to say there's. I wish people did not have to work as hard as they do. And if we were looking at, say, morale on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd say that probably overall morale is in the range of 7 or 8. Might be a good way to put it. I'm trying to do this.
We want people working hard.
A lot of people working very
We
hard.
want people to work hard. I mean, they have to be efficient, but we want them to work hard, and we want to help to simplify their work, but we want them to definitely contribute and earn their keeps.
I'm often into the office on the weekend, and there's people working. I'm there. If I go by in the evening, there's people working. A lot of our people are just on call day and night.
Do you have your HR director monitoring morale?
I'm sure
she starts with?
I'm sure she talks with people about that all the time. And
Can I ask her how she would evaluate morale as
Please,
the
right.
HR director?
Please.
Senator, I believe morale may fluctuate, but based on the scale you provided, I agree with the AG.
The 7 to 8?
Yes.
Okay, very well. It's not a trick question. I just want to know how people are
Yeah.
feeling about being working there.
Yeah, I mean, there are frustrations, and there are. There's a lot that goes with it. I've been a trial lawyer for over 50 years, and know what it's like to work that way, and it impacts on your life.
Very well. Director DeLugo, I know that we had a high balance on the paternity and child support payments. Have we been able to make any inroads in paying out any of that amount?
Good morning, Senator. You're referring to the undistributed funds?
Correct.
Undistributed funds fluctuates. We were at 1.3 million. We found some people. We sent some money out, dropped it down to 1.2, and is right back up to 1.309804.72 as of the end of June.
And it's your belief that we have done everything possible to try to reach these people?
Absolutely, Senator. I can tell you that the report indicates exactly what I was talking about all this time. 641,846.35 of that is the result of bad addresses. And those individuals are run through the Federal Parent Locator Service, which is connected to every ABC agency in the United States. And if they don't give us a hit, there's nothing we can do. I also believe, and I brought this up to our federal managers, that some of this bad address issue is now related to deportations because there is no information sharing. We brought that up to our lobby group that goes to Washington to determine the laws to see if we can get DHS to actually just tell us who's not here anymore so we can get them off our records.
All right, I see Senator Gittens is back, so I'll go to him for his 5 minutes at this time. Senator Gittens, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all.
Afternoon.
AG, let's go straight to the white-collar crime and public corruption unit. You stated that currently only have one employee. How serious are we taking public corruption in the territory? You really believe that one person staffing a unit territorial-wide is sufficient?
No, I agree with you completely. It is not sufficient. We need to expand.
And if not, what are we doing to address that?
Well, what I've been doing until we get more funds, et cetera, to bring on people, is to have our white-collar unit work in conjunction with other entities. We work, for instance, we've cooperated very closely with the federal white-collar authorities. And in addition, obviously, we work very closely with the police department, and our SID has been a major force to help us with white-collar. And so that's what I've had to do at this point. I'm looking forward to expanding that division. That's one of the things I really want to do, is get it.
So over the last couple of years, we've had government officials investigated, charged, jailed, based on corruption-related cases. What does this say about our local government's ability to police ourselves? I could only imagine what's happening with local funds. The federal government is coming in and watching their dime. But what are we doing to aggressively watch the local government dime?
Well, all I can tell you is that when issues of corruption are brought to our attention, we move on it. And on a lot of the big cases that you've seen recently.
How is this? How is this? Convince the people of the Virgin Islands that a complaint can be made locally. Where can they make that complaint? And how is it investigated?
Well, again, it depends. If it's a complaint about a person working for the government, which I assume is what you're asking about, they can make that complaint to the head of whatever department that's involved with. Or they could make it to Justice Department, or they could make it to the police.
So I just need you to, and the Department of Justice, to make public corruption in the territory a priority of the Department of Justice. Yeah. That commitment needs to be made. Now, without compromising any ongoing investigations, can you tell this committee today whether your department currently has active investigations involving government officials across the board or contractors accused of fraud, bribery, theft, or other abuses of public funds, public offices?
Yes, I can tell you that there are some investigations of that are progressing.
And at what stage would you say these investigations are at? Do we see a light at the end of the tunnel and not an oncoming train?
I believe there's going to be some filings that will take place in the next couple of weeks. Some of the cases have reached that stage.
I am sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yes, I said I believe that there will be some criminal filings in the next couple of weeks on cases related to government corruption.
And when you say the next couple of weeks, you're talking 2, 3, 4 weeks and not beyond 4 weeks?
I can't tell you an absolute cutoff because before a case can be filed, it has to be in good shape. But I can tell you that there are some that my understanding is are now almost to the end of investigation and that charging is becoming imminent in the next few weeks. I can't tell you if it's going to be 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 4 weeks.
All right, so how many cases would you say are active or was referred to your office?
Are actively being investigated at this stage? I don't know I don't know the absolute number, but it's going to be in the range of, roughly in the range of 8 or 10.
All right, and just finally, Mr. Chair, I think time was called. I'll just ask one more, if I may.
You may, Senator.
Thank you. So the DOJ is implementing the new case management system and the VINE victim notification system you stated, correct? I was hoping that this was done a long time ago. We've been having this conversation, but correct?
Yes, correct. On both scores. It's been a project that's taken a while to get going, but they're going, and I wanted to see them done before the end of my term, and they are going to be done before the end of my term.
So once these systems are actually operational and up and online, what's the performance matrix that you'll use to demonstrate that will show improved efficiency in these cases? For example, reductions in charging delays, improved case tracking, or faster notifications to even victims?
I don't know what tracking system is built into that case management system. Maybe perhaps my information technology expert here.
AG, I'm pretty sure that we paid a lot of money for this, so we should know what we'll get out of this system. Even the Office of the Territorial Public Defender has put theirs in place. Well, I was hoping that the AG's office will have theirs up and running by now.
I think the director of my division there can explain it to you.
Certainly, Senator. Barrett Stridiron, the Department of Justice, IT. Barrett Stridiron, Department of Justice, IT Director. Two items. The Vine system and our case management system are actually two separate entities. There will be some tie-in between the two, but they are two separate items. As far as case tracking and whatnot, that will be handled by the case management system. Victim notification, things of that nature, will be handled by the Vine system.
So, I didn't understand your last part. Could you just tell me that one more time?
Which portion? The Vine system?
Yeah, just restate your response just now.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the case management system is exactly that. It will basically, it's actually going to handle several different things because it's going to do different things for different divisions, different divisions within the department. The Vine system, the notification portion of that, that is a separate system. There will be some tie-in between the two, but they are separate entities.
So let me just ask, is there a matrix system that you will have in place that will be able to show reductions in charge and delays, the notification to victims, and improve case tracking?
In terms of case tracking,
is there a matrix in place, yes or no?
Yes. In terms of case tracking, yes. Once again, the notification, they are two separate items.
Through the chair, can you at least submit to this committee the matrix that will be used for this?
We can do
regarding that. Both the case management system and the Vine victim notification system.
We can do that, yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens. At this time, AG, I'll give you 30 seconds to do a closing statement.
Me. Well, I want to thank you first for giving us an opportunity to sort of talk with you about what's going on within the Justice Department. I've been Attorney General now for 2.5 years, going on 3, and it's been a big event in my life. My goal was to try to do good for the Virgin Islands, which has been in effect my home for the last 45 years, and see what I could do to help. And I admit there have been some frustrations, but I have to say there have also been a lot of delights. And I feel like the Justice Department is making some good advances. I know there are problem areas, but that's the nature of trying to move a large system. And overall, I feel very comfortable and very happy with the direction that the department is taking. And thank you very much for your support and your help. And let's keep up the cooperative effort. I'm with you.
Thank you very much, AG. I see that you're weighted. What keeps you up at night?
Oh my gosh, what keeps me up at night? Well, getting calls all night from involving, oh my gosh, items about cases and all that sorts of things. Or just waking up in the middle of the night and trying to figure out how do we solve this problem. Yeah, it's there all the time. I'm in the same shape you are. It's a 24-hour-a-day business.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you to the Department of Justice for defending your budget request of $18,786,275. And is that enough to be able to carry out the mission and the vision?
Well, it's better than less. We can always use more, as you've heard, but it will allow us to at least continue and push forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. At this time, we'll be closing out this point of personal privilege, Senator College Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I know the AG say he disagree with me, but I am willing to work with you on another bill, and you can disagree, but we could disagree respectfully. The judges have ruled. Thank you so much.
Thank you. HR Director, you had something you wanted to add?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to recognize the presence of Destiny Martin. She is our summer intern from Department of Labor, and she's at Florida State University. She's about to be a senior and wants to pursue law and return to the Virgin Islands to serve. So we just want to recognize her today.
Where's? Oh, all the way in the corner, yeah. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for interning with the Department of Justice, and we look forward to you earning your degree, your Juris Doctorate degree, and coming back and working for the Attorney General's office. And perhaps one day becoming the AG. You know, we got high hopes for you. All right? Welcome. At this time, the committee will stand in recess for 5 minutes, and when we come back, we have the Department of Public Works, soon to be Department of Transportation, right? And the wait. So the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess for 5 minutes.
All right.
The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is back on record and out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the next item on today's agenda.
Block 3, Department of Public Works, invited testifier, Honorable Derek A. Gabriel, Commissioner. This concludes the reading of Block 3, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have Commissioner Gabriel and his staff seated at the testifier's table. We'll go to them for a quick mic check before we begin with the testimony. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Assistant Commissioner.
Good afternoon. Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Deputy Commissioner.
Good afternoon. Carol Overson McGregor, Deputy Commissioner of Transportation.
Good afternoon. Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager, Department of Public Works.
Do we have anyone in St. Croix?
No, everyone that is testifying is before you today in St. Thomas.
No virtual?
No.
You may proceed with your testimony at this time.
Awesome. Thank you. Before I begin, I do want to also acknowledge our staff that is here with us today, just not in the well. So I thank them for coming for their support. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, committee members, other senators in attendance, and members of the listening and viewing public. My name is Derek Gabriel, and I am the Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. Joining me in the well today are Assistant Commissioner Ruben Jennings, Deputy Commissioner of Transportation Carol Overson McGregor, and Jomo McLean, the department's Federal Highway Program Manager. As we convene for this fiscal year 2027 budget hearing, we are not simply presenting a routine financial request for the next 12 months. We are presenting the results of 8 years of deliberate investment, modernization, and transformation across the Virgin Islands. To truly appreciate the magnitude of where the Department of Public Works stands today, we must look back at the stark operational realities we faced when I took the helm in 2021. The department was caught in a cycle of reactive, analog operations. We faced an immediate $1 million shortfall just to keep up with basic brush clearance. Exacerbating these challenges, our public-facing services were heavily constrained by outdated manual processes, requiring citizens to physically visit our offices and navigate a slow paper trail just to apply for standard territorial permits. We recognize that a modern territory cannot run on yesterday's red tape. Our goal was simple: make government services easier to access, faster to deliver, and more transparent for the public. To solve this, our administration office spearheaded a complete technological modernization by deploying iWork, our centralized digital asset and permit management platform. Today, citizens can apply for and track the progress of advertising, excavation, driveway, and burial permits completely online. By automating these workflows, we eliminated administrative bottlenecks, improved processing times, and fundamentally changed how residents interact with the department. We took the same strategic problem-solving approach to our physical infrastructure. We didn't wait for the future. We funded it. That commitment produced results. We successfully closed our latest $152 million Garvey bond issuance, transforming a dormant financial tool into one of the largest infrastructure investments in the department's history. While we recognize that stabilizing a decades-old network is an ongoing mission, this administration has aggressively established the baseline for that recovery, executing approximately $39.3 million in territorial spend on roadside maintenance between fiscal years 2019 to fiscal year 2026 to ensure we never fall back into a cycle of deferred maintenance. Over the last 8 years, DPW has transformed public transportation from infrastructure maintenance to building an integrated territorial transportation system. The administration's commitment to VITRAN, this administration's commitment to VITRAN operations goes far beyond fleet management. We are implementing a complete modernization of our territorial transportation ecosystem. We significantly expanded transit access across our islands with an historic investment of over $6 million to procure 28 brand new transit vehicles, including modern fixed route buses and specialized ADA-compliant paratransit vans. On the water, we officially commissioned our newest 304-passenger ferry, the Spirit of 1733, fundamentally transforming the heavily traveled Route 32M corridor between Red Hook and Cruz Bay, which successfully qualified our territory for increased federal ferry subsidies for the first time in history. Furthermore, we have secured the funding necessary to deliver the territory's first government-owned passenger and roll-on, roll-off ferry service between St. Thomas and St. Croix. Much of this progress was made possible through the department's first federal highway-approved ferry transportation program plan, completed and approved in October 2021. To support this new fleet, we advanced strategic investments in our transit facilities. As detailed in Appendix 1, we are systematically advancing $18.5 million in total active transit infrastructure upgrades, including the construction of the Lorraine Sonny Barnes bus terminal on St. Croix, the Vitran maintenance and operations facility at Annis Hope, and federally funded resiliency overhauls and improvements for our St. Thomas and St. John operating hubs. But we aren't just solving the immediate transit issues. We're actively designing a network for tomorrow. DPW has officially initiated 2 major long-range planning studies: our Transit Plan Update Study and the 2050 Transportation Master Plan Study. These studies are reevaluating our current Vitran routing, analyzing long-term population shifts, and evaluating emerging clean energy technologies. Together, these studies will guide transportation investments for decades to come, ensuring that today's decisions continue serving tomorrow's residents. From the ongoing rehabilitation of the remaining roads in Frederickstead and Ethel McIntosh Memorial Drive on St. Croix, planned road enhancements and improvements in the works, to the multi-million-dollar modernization of our Vitran fleet, we are delivering a connected infrastructure that leaves no Virgin Islander stranded. Senators, as a primary engineering arm of the government of the Virgin Islands, DPW does far more than just maintain infrastructure. Our engineering and CIP divisions oversee the planning, construction, and delivery of critical public infrastructure throughout the territory, serving as project managers, contract administrators, and technical inspectors for hundreds of capital improvement projects. From educational campuses and public facilities to roadway improvements and historic restoration efforts, our teams ensure these investments are delivered safely, efficiently, and responsibly. A centerpiece of this administration's architectural legacy is the intentional, systematic revitalization of historic Charles-Amalie. We recognize that restoring Charles-Amalie required more than repairing individual structures. It demanded a coordinated investment in stormwater management, historic preservation, transportation, and economic development. By coordinating closely across local and federal channels, we have advanced a diverse portfolio of landmarks and public plazas, including the Enid M. Baugh Public Library, the historic 99 Steps, Main Street, and critical town drainage overhauls. While these public structures and historic plazas reshape the territory's landscape, improving the daily commute of our residents and visitors remains one of our highest priorities. Our federal and local engineering teams continue to plan, design, and oversee roadway improvements throughout the territory, managing some of the largest and most complex transportation projects ever undertaken by the department. From residential neighborhood improvement projects such as across the territory, such as Herman Hill, Estate St. George's, Peters Rest, Diamond Ruby, First Avenue, Savan, Anna's Retreat, and Cruz Bay, to federally funded disaster recovery initiatives such as the St. Croix Bridges and Gallows Bay resiliency improvements, our focus remains the same: delivering safer, more resilient infrastructure that serve our communities for generations to come. Senators, we must speak candidly about the shifting macroeconomic factors governing public works in 2026. Globally, the cost of asphalt, concrete materials, and heavy machinery parts continues to climb. Locally, we are also absorbing higher fuel costs and the recent increase in the territorial minimum wage, an important investment in our workforce that also increases the cost of contracted roadside maintenance, beautification, and other essential public services. These external factors require us to carefully balance fiscal responsibility with maintaining the level of service our residents expect and require. Furthermore, we face a unique human capital procurement challenge on St. John, where a persistent shortage of localized candidates forces us to rely on dedicated St. Thomas personnel who commute daily. True sustainability requires local participation, and we are explicitly asking for this committee's partnership to establish enhanced recruitment incentives for St. Jonians. To ignore these wage, workforce, and market realities is to risk falling back into a cycle of deferred maintenance. To sustain the momentum discussed earlier, the Office of Management and Budget has recommended a general fund allotment of $24,303,120 to the Department of Public Works for fiscal year 2027. OMB also recommends $1 million from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund and $1,300,000 from the Anti-Litter and Beautification Fund, of which $300,000 is for the Abandoned Vehicle Program administered by the island administrators, and $5 million from the Transportation Trust Fund. This brings our total recommended local funding threshold to $31,603,120. And then I'll just go through some of the major categories. Under personnel services, we have $7,723,312. Fringe benefits, $4,268,745. Supplies, $780,000. Utilities, $828,000. Capital outlays, $250,000. The Public Transportation Fund, which supports Vitran, $4,992,315, and other services and charges at $5,460,748. I want to be absolutely clear about what these local dollars represent. This budget is not simply about maintaining operations. It is about protecting the progress we have already made. These local funds are the engine that allows us to draw down available federal transportation dollars. Over the course of this administration, that partnership has resulted in more than $200 million invested in local and federal aid roadway improvements across the territory. In addition to that investment, DPW has permanently stabilized 37 storm damage infrastructure sites across all three islands, a $41.3 million investment from the Eastern Federal Lands Highway Division Emergency Relief Funding. These accomplishments stand alongside landmark projects such as the Melvin Evans modernization, which came in at approximately $27.5 million, and the Clifton Hill Connector Road, which came in at approximately $15.1 million. Our engineering and CIP divisions are currently managing a workload of over 300 active projects across the territory, from our core DPW infrastructure improvements to major user agency assignments, such as the $275 million Arthur Richards K-8 school and critical FEMA disaster recovery projects. This unprecedented workload reflects both the scale of the territory's recovery and the department's expanded capacity to successfully deliver complex capital projects. However, I must note that we are stretched extremely thin in this regard, despite our efforts to hire and promote more project managers, engineers, construction managers, and other technical experts. Throughout today's testimony, we've highlighted a broad range of roadway improvements, transit investments, historic restorations, and capital projects. These visible infrastructure improvements do not happen by accident, nor do they happen in a vacuum. Behind every completed project is an administrative team that rarely receives public recognition, yet makes every one of these accomplishments possible. Our dedicated contract specialists, procurement professionals, and compliance accountants successfully manage the extensive federal documentation, procurement requirements, and regulatory oversight necessary to keep these projects moving forward. The Office of Procurement, Contract Management, and Reporting, the OPCMR, within DPW, created under this administration, serves as the administrative gatekeeper of our department's capital project pipeline, but their operational impact goes far beyond processing high volume documentation. Historically, a major systemic bottleneck existed because all of our construction payments had to be routed completely outside of our department to the Department of Property and Procurement for final signature. Recognizing the consistent regulatory efficiency, precision, and high operational caliber of our team, DPW was officially granted full independent signatory authority for construction contract payments. That milestone authority has significantly reduced payment processing times, getting funding into the hands of our local contractors faster. Working hand in hand with procurement is our administration division, the operational command center managing our accounting systems, technological upgrades, and structural compliance. Senators, when you see a newly paved highway, a rebuilt early childhood center, or a modernized transit facility, you are looking at the direct result of the tireless paperwork, contract execution, and financial stewardship behind the scenes. The daily dedication of our administrative staff ensures every construction project across the Virgin Islands is supported by sound procurement, rigorous financial oversight, and absolute regulatory compliance. Chairman Francis and members of the committee and distinguished senators, what I have laid out before you today is not just a collection of projects or a column of figures on a balance sheet. It is a tangible evidence of promises made and promises kept. 8 years ago, this administration set out to rewrite the story of our territory's infrastructure. We refused to accept the status quo of reactive, piecemeal repairs. Instead, we committed to a vision of structural resilience, modernization, and operational accountability. The journey has not been without hurdles. We navigated a global pandemic and an historic number of natural disasters, which created unprecedented supply chain crises, historic inflationary pressures, and the complex bureaucratic maze of multi-million-dollar federal grants. But look at where we stand today. We are leading a Department of Public Works that has built world-class educational campuses, secured a landmark $152 million Garvey issuance, deployed record-breaking capital into local roadway corridors, revolutionized territorial transit with a modern 28-vehicle fleet, built a leading ferry boat program, and completely streamlined its internal procurement operations with independent signatory authority. Together, we have built a foundation that will support the Virgin Islands for decades to come. The fiscal year 2027 budget request before you will allow us to sustain that momentum and complete the work already underway. The progress outlined today demonstrates what disciplined planning, strong partnerships, and responsible stewardship can accomplish. I respectfully ask for your continued partnership so we can protect these investments, strengthen our workforce, and keep DPW on the move. Before I conclude, I want to recognize the men and women of DPW who have tirelessly worked to improve and maintain our territory. Every day, we have the tremendous opportunity to improve the quality of life for every single Virgin Islander, and we do not take that for granted. Your dedication to our mission inspires me to work on your behalf daily. I appreciate your hard work and commitment to service. I'd like to acknowledge a few specific team members who exemplify this commitment, specifically Mr. Jermaine Tyson of St. Thomas and Ms. Yanira Knight of St. Croix, the department's Employees of the Year. Both individuals earned this distinction by going above and beyond daily, and I personally thank them. I'd also like to acknowledge the retirement of a longtime member of our DPW family, Ms. Donna Roberts, who will retire later this month after a remarkable career with Vitran on St. John. Ms. Roberts, I cannot express enough gratitude for your decades of service, and I wish you the best in your retirement. I would be remiss if I conclude without mentioning some things that are in motion, but will require additional funding beyond our FY27 budget request. Over the past years, we have invested in our cemeteries territory-wide. That has been evidenced through additional crypts and columbariums, the new wall for Western Cemetery No. 3, and our efforts to secure additional land for the Frederickstead and St. John cemeteries. Our efforts to digitize cemetery records is also yielding positive results. However, More funding will be needed in this area for expansion, management, and to address deferred maintenance. Over the past weeks, the pedestrian bridge at the intersection of the former Adlita Cancrine School and Western Cemetery number 3 has been a hot button topic in our community as the deterioration is evident. 2 years ago, we received a preliminary estimate of approximately $600,000 for demolition and removal of the pedestrian bridge. While letters raise concerns, they don't effectuate solutions. My team and I have been evaluating all options available to us, but whatever the path forward chosen, it will require local funding. I would also be remiss if I did not address Act 9100. The department was neither consulted during its development nor afforded the opportunity to testify on legislation that directly affects programs we administer every day. That is unfortunate because departments charged with implementation often identify operational, legal, and fiscal consequences that are not readily apparent during the legislative process. Section 8 authorizes the incorporation of more than 30 private roads into the public road system without providing the resources necessary to maintain them. Incorporating a road into the public inventory does not merely change its legal status. It creates an ongoing obligation to inspect, maintain, repair, pave, and respond to public complaints. Those responsibilities carry real cost and have real expectations. I encourage you to consider Governor Bryan's proposal of a public referendum to propose an additional tax with a specific sunset dedicated to road maintenance and repairs. Section 9 substantially alters the department's advertising program by exempting broad categories of signs, including signs for political candidates, while simultaneously directing the department to develop an entirely new regulatory framework for those exemptions. The practical effect is reduced revenue, increased administrative responsibility, and greater uncertainty in enforcement, all without additional resources. This simple yet detrimental piece of special interest legislation has set the groundwork for our roadsides to be littered with unregulated signs, all while we seek ways to enhance the program through Vitran and other avenues. Good public policy is strongest when policymakers and implementing agencies work together before legislation is enacted, not after. This will likely mark my final budget presentation before this committee as a commissioner of the Department of Public Works. As we turn the corner to the final chapter of the Brian Roach administration, I want to thank Governor Bryan and Lieutenant Governor Roach for this appointment. The experience and opportunity to serve has been tremendous. I've worked alongside dedicated professionals, changed the course of infrastructure development and enhancement, restored federal confidence in our programs, and developed a critical pipeline of projects for years to come. As a Virgin Islander, this has been one of the most fulfilling experiences in my life. The lessons learned and relationships built will stay with me for the rest of my life. As I present before you today, I can honestly say we have made a lasting impact on our territory. None of this would have been possible without the unwavering support of my entire family, especially my wife and children, who sacrificed more than most people will ever know. I want to thank my colleagues and coworkers, and as always, the people of our beloved islands for their patience, trust, and understanding. Chairman Francis and members of the committee, on behalf of our executive team and the men and women of the Department of Public Works, thank you once again for the opportunity to present the department's fiscal year 2027 budget. We appreciate your continued partnership and look forward to continuing our work on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. I am now available to answer any questions you may have. And Mr. Chairman, just for the public certification, we do have several appendices that are attached to our presentation that go through several things that the committee asked for, like the project updates for specific projects. We do have our budget breakdown in some of our charts, as well as our grants listing. And then we have a little bit of a picture montage that just captured several of the projects that we executed, as well as a fiscal year 2026 project timeline.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Gabriel. Do you have a slide deck to show the public, or just what you have?
I don't. I mean, I guess you could show it on the screen. I'm not sure if media has a presentation, because there are several. I mean, I would be remiss if I didn't also recognize our Strategic Development Office.
Yeah.
Because I think they did a fantastic job with this year's budget and previous year's budgets as well. They really did an amazing job of capturing all of the different projects and activities that we've had throughout
Yeah,
the year.
Here's some nice, I guess, some good pictures that we've shown the public. I'm not sure. I'll double check with media on the break to see if they have them available.
Yeah. Okay.
But I too want to thank you for your testimony, and in particular, I want to recognize the employees of the year, Mr. Jermaine Tyson, as well as Yanira Knight. And it's always good when we see our employees go above and beyond their public service to be recognized for employees of the year. So
definitely,
congratulations and kudos to them.
I also and if I just may, Mr. Chairman, before we get into the question and answer, I just want to also again recognize the men and women of the department, some of which have been represented here with a few of our managers, a few of our directors as well. Again, these are really, they represent the work and the people that do the work that we accomplish every day. So I just want to thank them for coming and for their support, but also thank them for the work that they do.
Absolutely. We join you with that. Before we get into the questions and answers, I just need some actuals to date, if you could put that.
Sure.
So let's get to those.
Sure.
Personnel, fringe, supplies.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and ask the Assistant Commissioner to respond.
All right, thank you.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Personnel Services, $4,847,419. Fringe benefits, $2,528,082. Supplies, $403,179. Other services, $3,248,265.
Utilities.
Utilities was budgeted at $828,000. That was transferred to the single payer utility fund. Capital projects, $1,987,071.
Outstanding vendors payment.
$1.5 million. That's queued up at finance.
How much of that is over 90 days?
Two major payments, but the balance is within the 30-day time period.
Within a 30-day. And how much of that is actually local vendors compared to off-island vendors?
Oh, they're all local.
All local vendors. Let's talk a little bit about your revenues. How much revenues have you collected thus far this fiscal year?
We have collected a grand total of $757,649.88. And just to add, that way the public knows as well. So compared to fiscal year 22-23, we have already exceeded those yearly amounts just for the 9 months.
Very well. Bounce checks? Do you have any insufficient checks?
No bounce checks. We use the telecheck machine.
Telecheck. Okay, good. So I saw coming and down at the East Airport Road this morning. I've been monitoring it for the last few days, a few weeks anyway. The development of one of my pet peeves for quite some time that I've been really championing and pushing the signage. Welcome to St. Croix. I sitting here, I see on Facebook that they're starting to install that, and it's looking real good. It's a little bit different from the design I sent you, but nonetheless, I'm pleased with the one that I'm seeing developing there.
So I would only add that it was not on purpose that we had it start during the week when we came for our budget, but that's been something that we've been working on for quite a while. I do want to thank you and the other members of this body. Different design, because we did do a design build. So the contractors proposed a design, but I think when it's finished, the people of St. Croix will really love the finished product. It's going to look good.
Well, I don't think you sell yourself enough. I was hoping that you won't come with a slide deck today and show off all of this beautiful work the Department of Public Works been doing. We get to hear about the potholes in the road?
You know, I think what I would say is, I mean, we thought about it. I really wanted to. I know under your stewardship and in previous years, we've really tried to focus on the budget. But I did want to, as this is the final year of the administration, I just wanted to kind of highlight some of what we've accomplished. But also, like I said, I think for what we get, like you said, with the potholes and the different complaints, the men and women of the department really need to understand what we do, right? And the impact that we have. And that's why I really wanted this year to be like I said, like an 8-year yearbook. Next year, I'll make sure to send you some slides you could share. Yeah. But even there's things, if you go through here, Senator Francis, I know you championed also helping us with funding for a sidearm. There's pictures in there of that. That's come on island, so it's been making it's the leading picture of one of the appendices.
All right.
So, you know, I think members of this body should also be proud of the booklet that we put together and the accomplishments, because a lot of it wouldn't have been possible without the funding from this body.
Okay. So let's be clear about the bridge at Conquering School. What are you saying? You say you got $600,000 appropriation to have that removed, but it's insufficient?
No, let me clarify. And thank you for that question. So 2 years ago, we asked Eastern Federal Lands, when they were in the territory doing bridge inspections, if they could do a preliminary assessment of the bridge. They did find that the bridge was still it was still not structurally deficient. It was still good. But again, that was just a preliminary assessment, right? There's more extensive testing that need to go on if we want to prove that there are structural issues and to qualify for federal funding. I'll just put that there. The assessment that they gave us, it came back with a price tag of approximately $600,000 to remove the bridge. Again, keep in mind that was 2 years ago, so that cost has probably changed. But we do not have any appropriated money for it. The reason that we asked Eastern Federal Lands to get involved is so that we could try to qualify for federal funding if any would be available. Right now, if it is something that we're going to take down, it is going to come from the local side. So we do need to figure out where that's going to, figure it out, I guess, with this committee, figure it out. But more importantly, we do have temporary repairs planned. Of course, I know you've heard other departments talk about GVI buy. So we are trying to go through that process, do some informal solicitations and see if we could just get some temporary repairs made so we could remove some of that fascia that's there that continues to deteriorate.
Right. Yeah. Because up to today, I got a text from someone in regards to the fact that those debris is falling in people's vehicles and present some challenges there.
And Mr. Chair, we did go out, I think last year, and we did remove portions that were deteriorating at the time. We had a contractor go out with a bucket truck and remove some portions, but it seems like that's needed again. Like I said, we do have to solicit through GVI buy. But we are also asking, even with those repairs, if there's something that we could do with welding them just to maybe either take off the whole fascia or secure it a little bit more, we're going to do that as well.
Very well. At this time, I'd like to open up for a round of questions to my colleagues. 5 minutes. Senator Marvin Blighty, you recognize you 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon, Commissioner Gabriel and your supporting team there. And thank you so much for your testimony. I'd first like to start by saying congratulations to the Employees of the Year, Mr. Tyson and Ms. Knight, for going above and beyond. Let me make a statement in terms of the bridge. I appreciate what you guys are doing, and I would recommend that we do secure it with welding. Those areas, I think that would make pretty much sense until we decide to demolish it. Let me ask in terms of your territorial transportation ecosystem that will provide access across our islands. And you have procured $6 million to get 28 brand new buses, transit vehicles, fixed route buses, specialized ADA compliant power transit vans, etc. That's great news, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Let me ask you though, in terms of that plan, because as you know, we are continuing to build like Megan's Junction, Loveland, and other senior housing across the territory. Is that part of that plan? And when will we have bus services to Loveland and Megan's Junction and other areas that's way out there, and it's really a hardship, and those individuals who need those services? Briefly, please, can you speak to that?
I'll ask Deputy Commissioner McGregor to respond.
Good afternoon, Senator. Carol Oberson McGregor. We are planning to expand our services to Loveland and Megan's Junction. We are currently conducting a study to look at the areas, look at the route. We've already done some testing on the route. We've brought in new buses as well. So it is our intent to service the area in the near future.
Okay, very well. And also, it was spoken of cemeteries, for instance, the Western Cemetery tree, to secure additional lands in St. John and St. Croix. I know I've been pushing for extra land in Smith because I know the owner wanted to sell it to Public Works for cemetery space, which is very important in this district. What's the status of that?
Yeah, so we've been negotiating. There's a few landowners that we've been negotiating with. One of them was actually the former attorney, I think, that passed away. And so, we're still actively in those discussions, Senator. I don't know, Assistant Commissioner Jennings, I know you've been leading that effort. Is there anything else you want to add?
Yes. So we were in negotiations with two individuals. One of the individuals said that they were looking to put the property on the market, so they kind of step back. The other area, so everybody knows, is not the best. The eastern side is not the best, but if that would have to work with, then that would work as well.
Okay, let's go to the post-audit report. Let's go to page 4 and clarify for me. In the total district public road fund for 25, the actual was $244,000. There was a revised budget of $2.2 million. They're not even recommended for 27 budget. What's the status of that 2.2?
Yes, so this body passed in last year's budget a $1 million appropriation to the district road fund.
Mm-hmm.
So that increased it for last year. This year we did not. We were very conservative. We didn't budget for the tax collections because, of course, it's tax collections. It's 2% of the property tax. So we left it open, just based on, I'm not sure the numbers for the property tax.
How much have we encumbered so far?
We've encumbered the full amount.
Okay, very well. Let's go to page 9. I know you said your amount increased to $757, but I believe this could be way more in terms of, for instance, abandoned vehicle fee, $22,000, advertisement sign, etc., $31,000.
30 seconds.
Burial permit fee, $69,000. And I know you have a system that actually is electronic, which makes it easier and better for individuals. Have you seen an increase as a result of that system?
So I think we've seen an increase in efficiency. There's still, when it comes to cemeteries, there's still people that come into the office because, of course, some people just aren't the most computer literate. So we do, there are different ways that we work with them to try to make sure those permits are still filled out.
Okay, very, very well. And finally, I know my time was called, Mr. Chair, but if you may, a wrap-up question in terms of the federal funds. On page 12, the Cruz Bay and Coral Bay Road Rehab and Charlotte Amali Road Rehab project, both was granted what it was 2019. It expires in September of this year. No funds have been used from both of those funds. What's the reason for that, and what plans do you have in terms of assuring that we do not lose those funds?
Yeah, so I know on the DOI side, I think you're talking about the DOI grants.
Yes.
We have spent some of those funds previously. I think we've done several segments of Centerline Road, which is what we've used that grant to do. I know that later, I think in August, the contractor is supposed to go out there to do the remaining work, which should liquidate the remaining balance on the Cruz Bay and the Coral Bay DOI side. And then Charlotte Amali, if I'm not mistaken, that's for Silky Gata, and that should be done in August as well. So we did General Gata. I think we did that in like May, I think it was, April or May. And then we'll be coming back to do Silky Gata in August as well. So we will liquidate those funds before the expiration date.
And finally, what about the on-the-job training, OJTSS, which was the one in 2025 and expires in October for $20,000. And training is very important. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so I mean, Senator, I'll tell you that it's twofold, right? And I know your time was called, but just if I may, Mr. Chair, I'd like to expound a little bit. So number one, I think a lot of people, as much as we try to advertise the program, a lot of people are not aware of it. And we do try to make sure that the contractors even know that it's something that can be utilized, because and there's even there were, I should say, even dollars that could help with childcare for people that do on-the-job training. Now, fast forward, things have changed on the federal landscape. OJT is part of our civil rights, this whole civil rights program and the DBE program, which has been put in abeyance since the start of the current Trump administration. And so even we just had conversations recently with the Department of Transportation about essentially losing the funds, right? Because the program is on hold, so you can't spend the funds, and it's not like you can repurpose them for another purpose. I think that has been probably one of the biggest blows for us in the federal program, is losing the OJT, losing the DBE, losing the civil rights program as a whole. But I mean, if you look at, like I said, the federal landscape, it really falls in with what's going on that side.
Thank you for your response, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your leniency.
Thank you, Senator Blyden.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Before we go on to the next senator, which will be Senator Fonseca, can we get an update on Polly Joseph Stadium?
Sure. So I think the people of Frederiksted recently saw the lights go on, which was a big milestone for us. So the lights are in. Right now, the contractor is finishing with the locker rooms and the restrooms that are on the first floor. All of the canopies covering the bleachers were in. The next milestone that we're looking at is the installation of the bleachers and the backs. Site work has started, so he started moving the dirt so that the field can actually be a field. And he started to doing the clearing and grubbing as well. There's some utility relocations, which I know we're trying to get scheduled with the appropriate utilities. And so there is a lot of work happening. There is work happening. Is it at the pace that I want to see? No. But I do think now you're starting to see some of those major milestones be completed, and it's starting to become a reality. I know recently, I think the contractor installed the Polly Joseph sign. So I know that was a kind of a buzzworthy item for the community. And then, like I said, the lights was a major milestone for us. That was big. That was huge.
Thank you for that update. What about the St. Croix to St. Thomas ferry?
Yeah. So we just had a project meeting this week with the designer. There are some things that we had to answer. There was a couple of items that, as we got into real design, needed to be fleshed out. I think now, if I'm not mistaken, he is pretty much on a home stretch. He just completed, I would say, the 60% milestone. We gave him some additional guidance, simple things that, I don't want to get into the minutia, but like where the luggage racks would go, how passengers would board and traverse, simple things like that. So I think we are still on task to see that go out to bid before the end of the year. There are some other things that we're looking to do to make it easier on shipbuilders, and to try to expedite the delivery of the ferry as quickly as possible.
Well, thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Fonseca. Rhea Fonseca, you recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioner Derek Gabriel and the whole staff from Public Works.
Good afternoon.
And afternoon. How are you doing today?
Doing well.
Good. I noticed there's been a big increase in paving activity over the last several weeks. And I wanted to ask you if this increase is due to the availability of funding or the completion of procurement, favorable weather, or another factor such as the 152 million Garvey bonds or the 200 million in federal aid. I want you to explain to the community why all of a sudden they're paving the roads.
So I think it's a combination. Well, I'm sorry. Thank you for the question. I think it's a combination of factors. One of them has been the availability of the contractors. And I mentioned previously that even with the airport doing some of their paving, that kind of messed up our scheduling. So we've gotten back the availability of our contractors in this district. I know we've also gotten some prior month allotments, which has allowed us to really push. And then, and the previous senator asked about it, we have a few grants on the DOI side that are coming up for expiration. And so we've tried to prioritize those. We've gotten a few extensions, but we're really trying to get as much road paving done as possible while we have the contractors attention, if you will. And I think the other fact, and it's the truth, right? Some of the funds that this body gave us expire in September. And so we really want to make sure that we don't lose any of those funds, because I think every road, every penny that this dollar appropriates for our department is money well spent on our roads.
So
and
basically, that was in your annual plan, these road pavings.
Yes, that was actually in the schedules that we've submitted. Yes.
Okay, don't let me put words in your mouth.
No, no. You.
Okay, good. But thank you very much. I noticed you repave most of the Bovoni, the Nada. You pave back up by the whole Pastor Hector Lima Church. The whole congregation, sends their thank. They make
Tam,
sure.
just pray for us. Just pray for us.
Yes, blessing. Okay. Another thing, the Belgian road here, right? I think it's 40B Tanborg, right? There's a retaining wall there. It's off plumb. I predict that wall gonna fall the next heavy rain. Take a look at it and see what you could do. Maybe the owner is responsible since it's on their property, I presume. But even if it collapses, it's going to be on the roadway. So take a look at that wall. We don't want it fall. Real quickly, your inventory of backhoes and caterpillars and the heavy equipment trucks, like the 450, 550, how many of those do you have per island?
Ask Mr. Jennings to respond.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner. So we have working, we have two backhoes, St. Croix. We have two big dump trucks on St. Croix as well. We have a roller. We have a grader. We have sweepers on St. Croix. On St. Namas, we have 2 sweepers, St. Namas, St. John. We have 2 walk-in backhoes. We have 2 dump trucks. We have a number of smaller dump trucks as well. So the fleet is up and running. I want to thank we have some amazing mechanics, and I want to thank them. They've been doing an awesome job.
Yeah. Okay. Those sweepers, remember we had spoke, we want those sweepers going the Bovoni Road, going by the landfill, because a lot of dust that accumulate on that road from the landfill, and you want to keep the pollution down. So put them sweepers out on that Bovoni Road, which is now the Benny Benburn Stevens Highway. Yes. Okay, good. Another question, your gutter and culvert cleaning. Since we're in hurricane season, they got the Nada gut, they got that whole big Savant gut. You got some improvement going, the Corwin Terrace gut, et cetera, et cetera. Give us an update on those.
Thank you for the question. So we're making steady progress. So we're still,
30 seconds.
Right now we're cleaning the Limburg Bay gut. We cleaned out by Haynes gut in Friedenhoy. We've cleaned a number of guts. I want to again thank the team. We do have some guts remaining, but we have those on schedule for this month.
If I may, Senator, I just want to add real quick. The Savant gut continues to pose a problem for us because of the waste management issues that are there. We are trying to coordinate with them. I mean, the problems have been detailed very much so. But that one still poses problems for us because we can't put our guys in there with raw sewage.
Yes, and I agree with you, and I agree with you. I'm going to send you a letter on that because the waste management lines have collapsed, and that's it. But I wanted to say congratulations to Employee of the Year, Mr. Jermaine Tyson and Miss Janira Knight. Continue doing that awesome work, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. We got a call from our folks over at Calcahoon asking about a stop or signage for the residents there, a stop sign. Calcahoon, as well as the gut clearing. What's the status on storm drains and gut clearing in that area?
So we did some of it with the Calcahoon Bridge that was completed earlier this year. If you notice, we installed riprap. So we did do some expansions on clearing out of that main area. I know there's a number of guts like in the neighborhood itself that we need to address. I think, Senator, our community has become so used to clearing and cleaning, like looking like grubbing, that they don't understand sometimes. Like you have to let the vegetation sit there to help to absorb some of the water. Yeah. And so it's like it's really is like even like public education that we've been trying to talk to some of the residents, particularly in the district of St. Croix, about. I would also just want to take the opportunity to encourage any resident to use iWork. It does work. You know, if you go on our website and you submit the complaints and your issue, we do respond and try to answer it. But if you let me know where the stop sign is needed, we do have available stop signs in St. Croix.
Very well. Roads. And, you know, we have worked on several roads on St. Croix from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund, Union, Mount Washington, Byron Spot, Tulip and Welcome, Rattan, Belvedere, Work and Rest, Estate Grange, Estate Keene. What is the status of those? 50% of the calls that come into my office is regarding roads.
We're addressing them. I know there. You mentioned a number of areas. Some of them are going to be done later this year. So I know you mentioned Tulip and Welcome. Spring Gut is out for solicitation. Spring Gut? No. Spring Gut should be out for solicitation soon, which will address some of those areas. We did some earlier this year. We did a lot of paving in the Grove and LaGrange neighborhoods. So we're looking to complete. I think we have some FEMA projects that should be ready to go later this year, and that should address a number of them. And then I think we also have some local
Byron Spot. I know that was a big area.
Yeah. So that one we actually just did. So again, thanking this body for the help. We just went out there and did the site visits last week. Mr. McLean, myself, Mr. Farquhar, who's in the audience again. So hopefully within 30 days, that one should be going out to bid too. Yeah. I don't want to put too much out there, but that really is going to make a significant impact. So thank you. And I know some of the roads that are going to be addressed with that project just came over to the public highway system. So we should be able to address them. But again, while if I may, Mr. Chair, I want to just temper people's expectations. We're doing our best. But there are some areas, and you and I have talked about it, when we come back to do the horizontal undergrounding. So we're trying to balance where to do road maintenance and paving versus what just to do defer until those projects come online.
Very well. We have the photos queued up. If you could just walk us through them real quickly before we go to the next senator. Media? If you
this is our project update section. You could go to the next slide. So post-audit and a number of senators did ask for updates here. So I'll just run down. We have the St. Thomas Head Starts. That project is really moving well, 85% complete. And that includes the the Bolongo site, the Limburg base site, as well as the Frenchtown site. And then we also have the St. Croix Head Starts, which includes Anna's Hope, Concordia, and I think it may be one other site. Those projects are coming well, and we anticipate that we should be able to open them later this year, between August and September. Arthur A. Richards, clearly, we just visited that site again last week. That one is in motion. They are still doing some of the final work in the buildings, but a lot of the site work is complete. And so VI Paving, I know they were on site doing the parking lot work. And then we anticipate before the ribbon cutting, also doing some paving in that area. Next slide. Again, this is a lot of the work. This committee has talked about the Science Farm for a while. That project, we're finally glad that we were able to do the final segment. Science Farm, that's the Lieutenant Governor's house in St. Croix, the Science Farm mansion, and that's moving along. That project has a few challenges just because of the historic nature, but it's moving along. And then, of course, the Charles Wesley Turnbull Library, it's in the closeout phase. Next. Charles Seals Fire Station. Really proud of this one, as it will allow us to be able to, again, provide better services to that neighborhood. But also, there's a HMGP component that allows for a safe room, which I think is really going to be incredible. I am so proud of this next project, which is a Western Cemetery project, and how well it came. I do want to give our Lieutenant Governor, Tregenza Roach, a lot of kudos for this one. He's been very involved and in it. He's actually been on a couple site visits with us, but the contractor, Rumina Construction, has done a great job with that one. Peter's Rest, we finished that up. I think it was late last year, early this year. We finished that, and I know a lot of the residents in that neighborhood are really pleased with how that project came out. Next slide. Frederickstead Roads is ongoing. Marco St. Croix is actually working on those right now as we speak. I know he milled, if I'm not mistaken, he milled all the roads, and he should be starting to pave pretty soon. There's also some drainage upgrades there. And again, this other one, Mahogany Road, I will never call it that. I always call it Ethel McIntosh Memorial Drive. Proud of that one too, because when I came on board, that project had been on the books for decades. And so we finally been able to move it, and Marco St. Croix is working on that one. That also includes retaining walls, drainage, and road improvements. Leonardo Trotman Drive, we don't have pictures of it. We are working with the family on some additional engineering that they asked us, but work is beginning. I think the contractor is going to start mobilizing any day now. Next. Midland Road, again, that was done by Marco. That was really good. We did that with local money, and so that project turned out well. That was a heavily traversed road, and we were pleased to be able to get that done just before the agricultural fair in St. Croix. And these are our ER sites. That we detailed that in St. Croix. We delivered about approximately $17 million. So I think that project went well. And then, of course, at the bottom is the St. Thomas component, and that was about $24 million for for about 13 sites. Next. So these are ours also, our DPW temporary facility to allow for the rehabilitation of Anna's Hope. That's going well. We anticipate that project being complete in June of 2027. The contractor is actually on site, and he submitted some RFIs today, so that's going well. Vitron operations facility, man, oh man, boy. Anyway, we'll get that one done this year. We have a new contractor on site, so they have started to do site work, grubbing and clearing. Diamond Ruby roads, I think those are some of the most recent roads that we paved in St. Croix. Again, I do want to give Mr. Farquhar a lot of credit for that one. That turned out well, and I think a lot of the residents in that neighborhood were very pleased as well. Next. 99 Steps. This one was really good. Again, I detailed it earlier. Both that and the Enid Ball Library and this one we talked about really helped us enhance, beautify, and improve and make more resilient the downtown Charlotte Amalie. And then First Avenue. That one was a really big project for us too. First Avenue, if anybody is familiar with it in the St. Thomas district, is one of our more dense neighborhoods. And that project turned out well. We're able to not only do drainage improvements, we also did some utility repairs, driveway adjustments, and then of course we came back and put the road back in asphalt because we do know that that area is going to be impacted by undergrounding in the future. Next. So again, this is another one, the Clifton Hill Connector and the Melvin 7 Highway project. Those are pretty much in closeout at this point. That project went really well, and we were able to add in some safety improvements, particularly the turning lanes on the highway, as well as the street lights. Senator Francis, you remember when street lights used to be the question that everybody used to ask us about? Now the highway is fully lit, and we're really proud of that. Post Office Square revitalization continues. Included in that is the Educators Park component. We were just on site with that one last week as well, and the contractor is really doing a good job. And then, of course, we have our task orders. We've spent, that was what we talked about, Senator Fonseca. So far, we've spent about $7.8 million approximately just on the St. Thomas St. John district with task orders. Next. And this one is it. I want to go through this. Before you switch, these projects that are detailed here we're really proud of, which is a parking lot. Who knew? I mean, it had been 3 decades since the parking lot had been resurfaced, and of course, our new ferry, the Spirit of 1733, and that is servicing the road. I know even for the St. John Festival, a lot of residents remarked on how that has improved the service. Next. And so these are a lot of the projects that we've completed over the years, Senator Francis and members of the committee. Clairview, Eastern Cemetery, the Midland Bridge, Main Street. We're really proud of how Main Street turned out. The Altona Lagoon Bridge, again, Cemetery Wall, St. John Battery, Christiansted Boardwalk, Kings Hill Cemetery parking lot. Next. The Bolongo Head Start. We're really excited for that one, and I think the community is going to be really pleased when they see that project. I do want to give a shout out to our CIP division. They are small, but they are mighty. We do have our CIP administrator here with us as well, Ms. Sharice Penn. Recently, we also did Vitron. We also got our Vitron buses, so that's detailed there. Definitely recognition goes out to Deputy Commissioner McGregor and her team of planners. The Calcahoon Bridge, which we talked about, Estate Herman Hill, Estate Bugby Hole, Alton Adams Drive, and the Bavoni neighborhood roads. So we definitely made a lot of progress. Next. Again, there it is. The street light installation is there. For the public's edification, while DPW is not the entity responsible for street lights, we knew it was something important, so we made sure it was included in that project. The Water Island Watershed project, I do want to give kudos to Mr. Jermaine McLean because that was his project, our first FEMA roads project that we executed under this administration. And that went well. It allowed us to pave, I want to say like 70% of the roads in Water Island. And so there's still a few that need to be addressed. Peter's Rest, again, we talked about that earlier, Frenchman's Bay, and the bridges. Next. Just again, highlighting a lot of the projects that we've done. And you know, Senator, a lot of these projects people don't see, but they have an impact in the neighborhoods. Valley Road was a big one. We were happy to be able to do that. We did a few months ago when we were here, we got a lot of concerns about the Spring Gut Bridge. And so we have went ahead and done that temporary replacement while we wait for the permanent replacement, which is going out to bid, as we mentioned. And then the Charlotte O'Malley Downtown Drainage Project. I can't stress enough how great that project was. We were able to pave, I would say, just almost every road that we had in the limits, we were able to do, but also to really improve the drainage. You don't see that flooding that used to happen by the Department of Labor anymore, which was big for us. A lot of areas that had continued to plague. I will say, just while we're there, I am a little disappointed in some of our corporate partners because we did pave that road between GERS and the cemetery, and now that road is, because of a terrible corporate citizen that's chosen to pump water on the roads. And then the Cruise Bay tennis courts. That was a really impactful project in St. John. Next slide. All right, I think that's it. See, that's a sidearm right there. Operating it in-house, I do want to say I want to give a special shout out to Mr. Lucien Phillips. He's really been great. We had a little bit of a hiccup, and it did end up on St. Thomas, so we used it while I was here. But I don't know who did that in shipping, but it really helped us out a lot for hurricane season. So that's gonna be in transit to St. Croix soon.
All right. Before we go to
shipping error.
Wow. Before we go to Senator DeGraff, you have a point of information from. He's not there. Yes, Senator Blyden, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, well, that was an assist, not a hiccup. It's okay. Listen, in respect to, I got a constituent request along the field, Human Services parking lot, where you guys they cleaned it a while ago, and they actually knocked on the first and putting all kind of cars in. And what's the status? What can be done in that respect?
So
in terms of securing it properly next time, so they don't really do what they're doing.
So there's a couple of things we've tried to do. Between Commissioner George, Commissioner Brooks, and myself, we've tried to address it 2 times in the last 2 years. As you know, Senator Blyden, we usually do it right around Carnival time as well. And it just continues to be a blight. We're going to do some major investments, but they are looking to use that area possibly for staging when they're redoing Nude Hanson and Queen Louise. And so that's what stopped us from putting up fencing to erect it. But I could go back to the table and see if there's anything that we could do temporarily.
Well, to repurpose it to help you build, I don't have a problem with that now.
Right. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Savanero Commissioner, thank you very much. Job well done to you and your team. Public Works, lead them hold their head up, second to none.
Thank you.
A couple of budget issues. Vestigata, entering Vestigata, have a flamboyant tree, going to be down on the ground soon. We're going to cut it so people go get through. In addition to finishing paving Vestigata, we didn't get that done. The GERS road, if you could mention as a corporate citizen, find them, contact the AG office and do something about it. Destruction of government property. Guardrails. We need to do some more guardrails in the territory. Krong Bay Road by Gotliff. Somebody pave a small mountain right before Gotliff Highway in the eastbound lane. That's a small mountain. You driving up there, you don't notice it, you're going to lose control of your vehicle. So that needs to be addressed, please. Paulie Joseph Stadium, do we owe fund monies to the contractor?
No.
We good? Okay, good. And finally, I mentioned in regards to Cancrine Bridge. Like I mentioned before, while they're removing, demolishing Cancrine School, can't they just demolish the bridge one time with some of the fundings that you have? That should be able to walk out with that contractor one time. It's going on now, let them go to the bridge one time. Don't fix nothing, don't waste no time, welding anything, go to the bridge. It should be able to be done. Have that conversation with the contractor. Case closed, like they say, wheel bend, it done. Okay. Now, based on your actuals, you ain't gonna go over 17 million tree.
Go ahead, Mr. Jennings.
Yeah, that's correct.
Correct.
Senator.
Good. We get it clear. Okay. Now vacancies. How many vacancies do you have?
Go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, as of right now, we have 33 vacancies.
33. Okay. That's a lot. At what percent? What percent do you have them at? 100%? 100%?
100%.
Each of them 100%?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So before you go, I just wanted
Sure.
to add, a lot of that is in the Vitron drivers, the mass transit operators that we talked about.
Well, we basically talking about under the general fund anyhow.
Right.
So, yeah. All right. 100%, 33 of them. How many employees do you have?
As of today, we have 198.
General fund only.
No, that's general and local. General and federal.
And federal. Yeah, give me
And
a general fund amount.
Employees?
While you're thinking it, anybody, you have GS employees?
We do. We have two GS employees.
Two GS. You have the funding in 27 budget for them?
Yes, we do.
Okay, good. Okay, so back to how much employees again? Anything yet?
Yeah.
Wage increases. Anybody receive any wage increases in 26? We have to account for not including those 35 under 35. I'll get to that next. But anybody receive any wage increases? Any of the unionized employees? Any of the exempt employees? Anybody receive wage increases?
Yes, yes.
How
Yes
many
and no.
people?
About approximately 20.
20 unionized?
It's a union and exempt.
Okay, how much exempt, how much union? You could break that down for me.
Okay.
Any retro owed to any of them?
No retro.
No retro. So how many employees at up to 35,000 did you have? How many employees do you have and what was the cost?
We did 42 employees were
40.
under the 35.
Okay.
And the cost that was given to us was 386,000.
One minute.
Any retro owed to them?
No, sir.
No retro. Okay, good. Again, employees, total number?
Yeah, I don't have it right now.
Okay.
If you want to go on, we can always respond on the chat.
Okay, yeah. That's what doing a rapid fire. Again, just based on, like I say, you're going to spend no more than 17. Now your acts in 27 is an increase of
30 seconds.
I think over the total is an increase of 15,600,000. You have 5 million plus over your general fund. You have 5 million in miscellaneous. In addition, you have special fund. You have additional 5 million tree. What's the account for the general fund increase of 5 million tree?
So that's so the Vitron subsidy is within that 24.3 million. So that 5.3 is Vitron special fund, but the general fund, the money is transferred from the general fund to the special fund, the 4.992.
Oh, it's on a regular basis, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, no, because I was saying for the general fund in 26 is 23,958. 23 million. So it gone now to 29 for your general fund. That's a general fund.
So that amount includes the transportation trust fund, the 5 million?
Okay, no. The transportation trust fund comes in the miscellaneous.
Yes.
Your miscellaneous has increased to 10,192 from 5. Your miscellaneous has increased 5 million.
Yeah. No, so it's So our general
Well,
fund.
okay, you look at just to wrap up, page 14 of the post-audit report. I'm looking at this year and last year. So you don't have the last year. 14 says, you have it? Your general fund is 5,344,799 increase over the general fund last year. That's one. Then your miscellaneous is 5 million over your miscellaneous from last year. Then your special fund is 5 million over your special fund from last year.
Yeah. So I believe there's an error in there. The double counting the Vitran special fund and the 4.9 that we transfer over as a subsidy.
So what would be a total ask for 27?
The general fund, to include the 5 million and the transportation trust fund, is the 29.3 million.
Right. That's a 5 million plus increase. Now your miscellaneous, what's your ask in miscellaneous for 27?
So the miscellaneous includes the tourism advertising revolving fund. That's 1 million. It includes the anti-litter, which is 1.3 million. So that's really how much the miscellaneous should be.
Okay, your miscellaneous says here 10,192,315.
Yeah, I believe they added the Vitran special fund into the amount.
Okay, so then so the special fund itself was another 5 million increase from last year, is supposed to be a part of that miscellaneous. Because we have your total as 74,327,785 to include 27 million plus in federal monies. Would that be over what you are saying?
No, so once we receive the 24.3, that includes a Vitran subsidy amount.
Okay, so since my time is called, just to wrap up, if I could post at it, just to clarify, because based on the numbers we've seen, I've seen increases of over 15 million, and I don't know if it's doubling what they're saying, some of it. Through the chair, thank you for the time.
We wish. We wish. Take it. Right.
Yeah, we'll get posted to take a look at it and then put the information on the record.
Maybe it was positive wishful thinking on our side, you know.
So in regards to the outstanding vendors payment, I'm seeing there on page 14 as well, and some of those big ticket items are for our road repairs. What are we doing to, especially on the federal side, what are we doing to pay down on some of those? What's the bottleneck happening there with payments?
Yeah. Good question. So those aren't outstanding vendor payments. Those are encumbered funds that we have for projects, monies that have been encumbered. So we don't owe these funds as yet. They've been encumbered.
Okay, so we won't carry those under the category of outstanding vendors payment. They're just going through the process.
Yes.
Okay. Well, but still, what's the bottleneck? I see one here, like for Marco, for Mahogany Road, I guess, from
that's an active project.
2024.
So I could respond to that. And I think some of it is not only the encumbrance, like to Mr. Jennings' point. There are, I know that contractor, let me say it. How can I say it? Because of the extensive nature of that project, the PEs really take a lot of effort to scrutinize and to come to an agreement with. And then there's been a lot of field changes and quantity changes that have really created an administrative challenge with processing those payments. I think now we over that hurdle. I think we kind of getting past it. But again, keep in mind that anything that is funded through the PFA, it actually takes, like, even though it's a shorter process to get payment, it takes an extra week because we have to get those checks through the PFA from the Bank of New York Mellon. I think the Bank of, that's what it is, right? Bank of New York Mellon.
Mellon Bank of New York.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, Jomo, yeah, okay, good.
So we should see some payment or some movement in that in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying. To be very honest with you, between the federal side and the local side, we've really been trying to use every avenue to get money in the contractors' hands. But we should see some of those monies move in within the next week or two.
Okay, very well. Let's go to Senator Vela. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good news to hear that you're going to get some of those monies moving, because that's a substantial amount. That was also looking at that 8 million owed to Marcus and Croy. I mean, it's almost $10 million that he's owed?
No.
Outstanding?
No.
For various projects?
No. So those funds are encumbered. It's a big project. I think it's like 24 million. So we have to encumber the funds in the system.
Okay,
Yeah.
what you're saying, you believe that shortly they're going to get some payments for the work that has already been completed?
Yes, no question.
Okay. I heard you say that in reference to revenues, that the 757,650 was in actuality more than you collected for the entire fiscal year of 25?
Not 25, but 22, fiscal year 23, and it's almost there for 24, but not 25. 25 we collected the most ever, because we did have some excavation permits that were paid. So that was like 1.6 million.
How much you collected in 25?
Total.
And these collections are up to what? Up to June or May?
Up to June. So in 2025 we collected 1.7 million.
Oh, that's a lot. Okay. But you're hoping to hit $1 million this year?
Yes, we're positive.
Okay, in reference to, I know you said you had the snags, the Vitron facility, that every time I pass there, I'm just so upset. But you said it's finally getting back in line, and they're doing some bush clearing, and the completion date, you say, is before December?
Is 1 year. No, go ahead. I'm sorry, I'll ask. Go ahead, Deputy Commissioner McGregor.
They started working at the site, so they cleared and grubbed the site, and the inspection completed date is June 14th of 2027.
Okay, that's still a way off. Okay. Is the patch truck presently working for St. Croix?
Yes, the team did patch today as well.
Okay. And you have a dedicated crew? You have sufficient individuals to be able to be out on the road on a regular basis?
No. That's the short answer, no.
What is the number that you would like? What is the number necessary, both on St. Croix and St. Thomas, for the patch crew, that road crew, to be able to go out on a regular basis? What would that number be, and how much do you currently have now?
Yeah, so currently we use our roads team in St. Croix is very small, and they do a number of different assignments. So we don't have a dedicated patching crew as we speak. But the numbers that we need for a dedicated patching crew
Would you like to have a dedicated patching crew?
Yes, definitely. Yes.
What would the number be?
We need at least 6 individuals on our patching team. So it would be 6 and 6, 12 individuals.
Okay, you presently don't have any, so it would be 12 total, or you have any, and this would complement?
No, this would give us a dedicated team just for patching.
Okay. And what is the base salary for those individuals?
The minimum wage, 35,000.
Okay.
1
and I think that
minute.
might be a good investment for the Virgin Islands if we could have individuals who on a regular basis could go out and patch. I think that $35,000 per person along with fringe would go a long, long way. You spoke about some funds expiring for roads, and you need to have the legislature deal with that. Which roads are you speaking to?
That's right. Yeah, so it really is. I think the only ones that we're really concerned with right now are the Johnny Horn Trail. I think that's in St. John.
30 seconds.
And there was one other one. Oh, the $500,000 for the bathrooms too, right? Yeah, and then the $500,000 for the bathrooms for St. John. I think those are the only 2 that right now we're at risk. I think just based on our schedule that we have, everything else that was appropriated by this body should be done by September 30th.
Okay, can you provide that to us so that we can include a requisite language so those monies can be available for you
Time.
to spend.
Will do. I know. I
do
know
you
members have
a
spoken.
check on the status of-
Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Senator.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying we can submit it to you, but I know we have been in contact with I think one other member of this body, but we can definitely forward it to you as well.
Okay, I mean, at least to the chair, because he's going to be
through the chair.
doing all the enabling bills, and it's something that should be included in the enabling bill for public works, where we just make those funds available.
Yes.
You said you had 33 vacancies, but in the post-audit report, I only saw 12. So the post-audit report is wrong.
Yes.
Paid 5?
Yes.
It is 33 and not 12.
Yes, it is 33.
And the 33, how many are federal, how many are local?
I'll
And what
get
is
that.
the cost of those 33 vacancies?
I'll get you those numbers.
And the vacancies on the local side are funded 100%?
Yes, funded at 100%.
So it is your belief that you're going to have those employees employed by October 1st?
No. I'm actually projecting
your-
projecting our $1.6 million in personnel savings.
In personal savings?
Yes.
Okay. You had the money to hire all 12 individuals for your patch crew. It is 1.6 million. We can discuss how we could make that work one time. We could. Why don't you hire them now? Come to think of it, because you only have 25% of the year left. Why you don't put in those 12 new positions and see if you could get it approved and utilize the vacancy savings to get them on board and then include them in the 27 budget?
Yeah, and a number of those positions are Vitron related. So like the bus drivers, which we definitely need.
Okay, so the
Yeah.
1.6 million in cost savings include federal and general fund?
It's just general fund. But Vitron
Oh, well,
is
then
also
that's
local.
what I'm saying.
No, Vitron is also
So
local.
Vitron is. Okay, so you have some of the Vitron bus drivers that are paid for the local funds?
Actually, most of the employees on Vitron are subsidized locally.
Subsidized at what percentage?
I would say about 80%. 80. On the federal side, they more subsidize the capital projects and the capital equipment.
Okay, we will have a further discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Villa. I think on page 5 where they have that 12 vacancies, it should be 12 and 11 will give us the 33. That's showing there. 11 of which is general fund, and I guess 12 is federal.
Yes, that's correct.
That'll give us the 33. All right. All right. Senator College Joseph, you recognize for your 5 minutes. Use it wisely.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the hardworking men and women from the Department of Public Works. You guys are very vital to our vehicles. Very vital. If I don't get a call from somebody telling me about something going wrong with their vehicle and how we need to fix the roads here in the Virgin Islands, at least twice or 3 times a day, that is very troubling. Even to the road you mentioned, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes.
Relative to the road you mentioned, which is adjacent to GERS and the Western Cemetery number 1, I got calls. I'm driving down there. So we do need to follow up. If you have identified the person or the business that has really messed up our roads, you need to pursue them. You can't leave that unturned. We have hardworking, tax-paying people here who are putting in the funds so you could fix the roads. They have to be held accountable if they're messing up our roads.
We agree.
Okay, good. So let's get it done. Now, I want to ask you a question, and it's relative to your federal funding. I am on page 12 of the post-audit report, and I want to commend post-audit because they did a really great job in highlighting those federal grants that are expiring or have already expired. They bold them or they put them in certain colors. The one that is glaring to me is this improvement to the Clifton Hill Connector Phase 1. Based on the post-audit report, you're going to have an ending balance about $3.1 million. And this money is going to end, the grant expiration date is September 30th, 2026. Do you plan to ask for an extension?
I'll ask Mr. Jomo McLean to respond.
Oh, my schoolmate.
Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager. So those funds are federal aid dollars. So technically they do not expire.
Oh.
But the project is essentially wrapping up right now. So any remaining funds will just go back into our overall transportation fund to be utilized for other projects.
Okay, very good. I'm glad that you explained that. So these funds technically do not expire. That's very good. So I'm happy you really explained that. Now, and that would be the case for all of the other funds that are there as well that have expired, like this Melvin Evans Highway GH2WD that stated it had expired on June 30th, 2026. That would be the same case?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, beautiful. Now, I want to ask you a question that is not related to the budget, because it's not every day we get you guys up here. First of all, I want to make you aware that Act number 9094 named the Bolongo Head Start the Dilsa Capterville Head Start facility. Kindly, when you're making any presentation, please, and I will print a copy of that act. My colleagues and I was a primary sponsor, moved that act. We had a whole bunch of senators sign on to it. So it's now known as a Dilsa Capterville Head Start facility. One. Now, the other thing I wanted to ask, how do we get speed bumps in our residential area? I am telling you, every day, even when I'm at church, I'm having my sisters come up to me and saying, Carla, these cars are speeding in our residential area and we can't get any rest. They drag racing there. Okay, that's what's happening in certain areas. So how do we get speed bumps in those
30
residential
seconds.
areas? Commissioner?
Yeah, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. So we do evaluate them on a case-by-case basis. When we did the Anna's Retreat on Tutu area, we installed a number of speed bumps. And we do, I mean, if you looked at the montage that we did, we installed speed bumps on First Avenue, several areas. So I think it's just for the request to be made, and we'll come out and evaluate it.
And I would like to take you there. And it's not only Tutu, I'm going to tell you, it's up in Friedenhoy too. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to wrap up quick. Yes, it's Friedenhoy too, up by the gut. Right before, if you're heading east, right after you, well, do you know where Kelly Charleswell lived?
No.
The Haynes them?
Oh. I mean, I
The
think so.
Haynes?
No, I think I know what you're talking
You know
about.
what I'm
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah,
They
I
have
think
a
so.
gut right there.
Yeah, that's the same. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
yeah.
that street there, the human beings are using it as a drag racing. It needs to be paved, one, and it needs speed bump
I was
because
just gonna say
they have a lot of children who to be out there. So the request is made. If you need me to put it in writing as well, I will be so happy to do it. But the neighbors are calling me. They're going to call me, and they're saying that people are using that area as a drag strip. They're speeding up and down the road, and they have children. Some of the residents don't have fences or a gate, and so the children are going out and playing. And so they have the cars coming around the bend, and they're speeding. So
And you're speaking of the neighborhood road, right?
neighborhood roads, not highway roads, because I know in certain highway roads you cannot place the speed bump. But this is a neighborhood road. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time and for allowing me to bring this to the attention of the commissioner. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Commissioner, in respect to what we're seeing with the inflation and cost overrun, how are you able to build in the costs on some of these projects moving forward, and how important it is for us to move these projects in a timely fashion?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. The biggest thing for us with controlling costs is to get them out now, which is why, again, you see us like really pushing on the pace of our capital projects. I think the other part, and we try to create a balance between using our task orders and putting things out to bid, because when you do solicit projects, they are, it forces competition. So sometimes we're able to get better unit pricing, meaning better pricing on the overall project. And then the other thing is just really to control change orders when you can. I think a lot of the stuff sometimes I wouldn't say with our projects, but especially with the user agencies, instead of the nice to have, it's just what is necessary. I heard you mentioning it with another agency during the budget season, right? It's making sure that you are having projects that fit the budget, instead of designing the Taj Mahal and then having to go look for additional money.
Yeah, definitely. I also want to commend the Department of Public Works, because I'm seeing both in all three islands really, but in St. Croix, that there's a lot of the side road cuts are being done. And immediately after that, you've seen a cleanup immediately, to pick up the trash associated with those cleanups. So that's really commendable. And the fact that they're going back a little bit further than we have seen in the past, it gives a clear view of what's transpiring there. We're still having some issues with those overgrown trees, and that's where I guess the side arm will come in, because those continue to exist. Even though the road is clear, you still have the tree limbs that's hanging over. So I think that's rounds out. I don't know, any burning questions from my colleagues there?
Man. Like this one. I raise you. No,
Senator Graff, you recognize your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to wrap up, your total allotment, what was the last total allotment you have, and how much? Most recent one?
I'll ask Assistant Commissioner Jennings to respond. He's getting the information for you.
Okay. And do you anticipate any increase for insurance that may be added into your 27 budget?
On the insurance side, go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, but that's not controlled by us. I think OMB set the rate, but it has increased.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, getting you the numbers. So
Okay.
we did receive. The reason why we're behind in expenditures as well is we did receive allotment cuts.
Mm-hmm.
So to date, we've received.
As of what date?
As of June 30th.
Okay.
We've received. I'll get that to you. It's
Okay.
the number you're looking
And
at.
the number of the employees, I don't think you give us that number. The employees and just those dates. All right. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Gabriel, how any additional school bus shanties on the horizon in the near future?
School bus.
Yeah.
So I guess I know Deputy Commissioner McGregor has a project that we put out to bid a couple times to rehabilitate our bus shelters. Right now we have some that are just about complete. We have another set that are about to go out to bid. I think part of the transit plan, and it's funny, right? Because that's also going to help us with the additional bus shelters if we're expanding the routes. Part of the conversation, let me take a step back. I would encourage the members of our public, the members of this body, as well as even my colleagues, that when you get the calls from our transit study contractors, talk to them.
Yes.
Because a lot of it, like the town hall meetings are about to come up, that's what informs the decisions that we make. Because again, when you're dealing with the federal government, it's really data driven, which is why we're really trying to keep up on our studies. And so we're expecting that there will be some expansion, which will need some additional bus shanties. And then in the St. Thomas St. John district, we're actually going through the process with the Department of Property and Procurement. Some of our shelters are actually on private property. And so a number of families, especially in St. John, have reached out actually to convey that property to us. And so, with that expansion and with actually getting the additional properties, we're looking at additional shelters and shanties for school and Vitron.
Very well. I'm interested in one that goes between the Juanita Guardian School and JFK Housing Community. There's a little parcel, sliver of land that's there. But what's happening is those students, especially that's going to either education complex or Central High School, a lot of times they stand outside, and usually they're over by the by Rosie's there. And when it rains, I mean, they have to actually retreat to get some shelter
That's
there.
right in like Estate Richmond area?
Yeah, a little bit down, right before you get to where the old Charles Howard Hospital was.
Yeah, right.
Right. So
We
there's
should
a
talk.
sliver of land right in between there. So
Yeah, let's if we can, let's coordinate and let's have a conversation. I think there may be some appetite for us to talk to a corporate sponsor that might be able to do it.
excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In respect to St. Thomas the parking lot, with the upgrades and the new look, have you seen an uptick in participation and revenue or not?
You want to respond? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, we've seen a substantial increase in the revenues. Yes.
Okay, well, reward the investment, and that's a good thing. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Senator College Joseph, you recognize for your burning question.
Yes, and thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask you, what is your indirect cost?
So I did notice amount in the post audit, but we don't have any indirect costs.
So all of your costs are programmatic.
Yes.
Okay, 100%.
100%, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so kindly.
Very well. Senator Viale, you have a burning question?
Chair.
All right. Very well.
Thank you. I'm good.
Okay.
I can respond.
Sure.
Yeah. To respond to Senator DeGraff, we have been allotted 16,593,664.23 to date. Number of employees total 198. Local funded locally 179. Federally funded 19.
Commissioner, so you're saying that this is the end of the road for you? I see that you keep talking about this 8-year overview plan. What's next for you? What's your succession plan?
I mean, right. I think one of the things that I've always been very real with myself about is this was I knew the job had an expiration date. It comes with the territory, and so it's something I'm very aware of, and that's why you see me. I've always come into the job knowing that it had a mortality at the end of it, and so I do embrace that, to be very honest with you, because I think you need somebody else. I think I have an amazing assistant commissioner. I think he is phenomenal. I got a great deputy commissioner. I have an amazing team, and my goal, my hope is that the next person should come from within. But again, that's why you hear me saying it, because I do embrace that as part of the job. As a former commissioner, you know how it goes.
It's time to go. It's time to go.
Yeah, when it's time to go, it's time to go. It's been fun.
So how would you describe your legacy? What would your legacy be like?
Man. So I think for me, the biggest thing is really that we were able to push a number of projects forward. The assistant commissioner and I were speaking about it recently, and whether it's locally, federally funded, whether it's projects that we have to go out and get money for, I mean, I don't mean to sound egotistical, but I don't think the Virgin Islands has ever seen this kind of spend on construction on roads in such a short space of time. Numbers don't lie. We've spent an insane amount of money. We've worked with the members of this body. We found areas that in St. Croix hadn't been paved for a number of years. I remember when I first came in, we were on the move with Bugby Hole, Holman Hill, St. George's, Lorraine, Strawberry. And it just continues.
Those are all my projects.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Right. And then in this district, the resiliency that we've been able to add with First Avenue, the downtown project, the rehabilitation of downtown Charlotte Amalie, and then the investment in Vitran. One of the things I did with Deputy Commissioner McGregor was I made certain commitments to her, and I'm happy that we, together have really solved a lot of that. Whether it's the ferry, we did the ferry from soup to nuts. We've gotten the new buses. That was a challenge. We finally got them. They're moving on island. And I St. John, we're doing a number of facilities. It's so much, and I have this conversation with the governor all the time. Like, we're just doing so much that we don't get a chance to celebrate the wins when they happen, because it's always on to the next thing.
Yeah. Do we see the Lorraine transfer station a reality? We've been talking about that for quite some time. Do we really see that as a reality?
Yeah. So that go ahead, Ms. McGregor. Sorry.
On the Lorraine Sonny Barnes facility, right now we have the building permits are ready for us to pick up.
Yes.
Or pay and pick up, I should say.
Yeah.
And we're just about ready to go out to bid. Once we get those permits, all the construction plans are done and we're ready to go.
Very well. All right. I'll give you a minute to wrap up.
Yeah. So first, I want to just thank you. I want to thank the members of this body. I think I always embrace and I always look forward to the budget process. It's always a good way to, like a good milestone to assess where the department is. I think, I mentioned it, with the assistance of whether it's been the 34th, 35th, or 36th legislature, we've done a monumental amount of work. And I think all of us should be proud of that. So I do want to thank the members of this body for that. I want to thank my staff. I think working with these men and women really is, it's very humbling. I tell people I don't think I've met a harder working group of individuals than the men and women with us today, which is why I asked several of them to join us today. Deputy Commissioner Isaac, I don't think he's ever come to the Senate with us, but he is probably the busiest person that we have in the department. I love working with our engineering team. I love working with Mr. Jennings. I love working with the transportation team. We have a great procurement office. We have an incredible administration team. I asked our human resources director to come because a lot of it starts and ends with her as well. Our engineering team, our CIP team, the men and women, like we mentioned the patching team. Mr. Sheriff, who goes out there and takes his job extremely, extremely seriously.
Yep.
And Mr. Brown, who's here with me, Sean Brown, who's one of our roads and highway directors, they take their jobs very, very seriously. They come out, whether it's after a rainstorm, another Savanera, right? Whether it's after a rainstorm, during an event, on a weekend, on their birthdays, it really doesn't matter. And that's why I really want to thank them. And the words, I say it all the time, words don't adequately express my appreciation for them, and I mean that.
I don't want you to start crying now.
No.
Oriole,
I was just going to say, no, I'm not going to do what my colleague did. I'm going to leave that alone. No, but I think I thank our territory. I think our territory really embraced me as commissioner, and it's been a lot. The last thing, and I would be remiss, man, I want to thank my family. They really get a lot of the short end of the stick. And so I just want to publicly thank them for that. I don't know what's next. I am looking forward to finishing out and doing as much as I can in the coming months ahead. But I do know that the future for the Department of Public Works is a bright one.
Very well. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the time. And thank you for this great budget hearing today.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of my colleagues and I, we want to express our gratitude and appreciation to the Department of Public Works as well. A lot of times you hear about this dysfunctional government, and we just have such great employees. Yeah, we have a few bad apples, I would say. but we have some men and women that really take their job seriously and put their best effort forward, and that's truly appreciated. And they've been doing this for years and
Right.
years and years. So
I want to add one more thing, and you say it right. You see this gentleman to my left, Mr. McLean. Jomo could walk any place else, and Jomo sacrifices a lot for the people of the territory. And I think it's funny because I tell people he's like Prince. He's one of the only people wherever you go, people know him as one name, Jomo, wherever it is. But I mean, he really does an incredible job, and he helps on the local side, the federal side. He helps other agencies. He does a lot. So
but he's holding back though.
He
got places to go, and he's
man,
holding back.
You never know, man. You got a lot to do, man.
Yeah.
All right. But thank you for that, though.
All right. Again, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance appreciate your work, and we stand in recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is back on record. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the fourth and final items into the agenda. Mike.
Okay, Block 4, Public Services Commission invited testifier, Ms. Sandra L. Setorie, Executive Director. Mr. Chair, this concludes the end of Block 4 and the agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Ms. Setorie is already seated at the table. We go to her at this time, Executive Director. Setorie, do an introduction of yourself, and then we'll get the rest of your staff to do the same thing.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to you, Honorable Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, as well as your committee members. My name is Sandra Setorie. I am the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission.
Thank you. Ms. Hendricks.
Good day, all. My name is Tashawn Hendricks. I'm the Assistant Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alicia Gomes. I'm the Personnel and IT Manager at the Public Services Commission.
Thank you. Attorney Spring.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Boyd Sprain, General Counsel at the Public Services Commission.
Good afternoon. Brenda Connor, the Accounts Maintenance Officer.
Good afternoon. Tamara Corey. I am the Assistant Accounts Maintenance Officer of the Public Services Commission.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Setorie, you recognize your testimony at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In accordance with Title 30 of the Virgin Islands Code, subsection 25AD, I am pleased to transmit the fiscal year 2027 budget for the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission for consideration by the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. To the honorable members of the committee, Chairman Novelli Francis Jr., Vice Chair Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Hubert L. Frederick, and Senator Kurt A. Veale, to the senators of the 36th Legislature present, the legislative staff, my Public Services Commission members and staff, and the listening and viewing audiences, good afternoon. Senators, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Sandra L. Setorie, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission. I am joined here today by Boyd L. Spring, General Counsel, Tashawn Hendricks, Assistant Executive Director, Brenda Connor, Accounts Maintenance Officer, Tamar Corey, Assistant Accounts Maintenance Officer, and Alicia Gums, Personnel and IT Manager. We also have here our support and administrative staff with us. They're sitting in the gallery. And of course, our St. Croix support and administrative staff as well, who are tuned in virtually. The Commission respectfully submits its fiscal year 2027 budget request in the amount of $2,395,128.59 for your review and for your approval. The Public Services Commission has consistently exercised sound fiscal stewardship in carrying out its statutory responsibilities. The Commission has never exceeded its approved budget and has never sought a supplemental appropriation from the legislature. We remain committed to operating efficiently and responsibly while fulfilling our mission to protect public interests through effective regulatory oversight of the territory's public utilities and other regulated entities. The Commission is funded through annual and docket-specific assessments authorized by law and allocated among the regulated utilities as required by law. These assessments are not new, nor do they represent an additional financial burden created by the Commission. They have been part of the territory's regulatory framework for many years and are incorporated into utility rates through established rate-making practices. For decades, this system operated effectively and without significant controversy. The Commission's current financial challenges are not the result of increased spending, changes in the law, or deficiencies in the Commission's budgeting practices. Rather, They stem from the failure of certain regulated utilities to remit the statutory assessments they are legally obligated to pay, despite having been authorized to recover these costs through customer rates. I would like to take this opportunity to discuss the role of the Public Services Commission, the work we perform on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands, and why that work is important to the territory and the Commission's financial structure. Regulatory commissions play a vital role in ensuring that critical public infrastructure is planned, developed, maintained, and operated in a manner that supports a modern economy and a high quality of life. Effective regulation helps ensure that legislative policies are implemented, that long-term planning occurs before crises arise, and that utility services remain reliable, safe, and affordable while adapting to changing technologies, market conditions, and unforeseen events. The Commission's oversight helped promote prudent investment decisions, operational accountability, and financial transparency. Properly managed utilities reduce reliance on the general fund and minimize the burden on customers and ratepayers by providing cost-effective and dependable services. Simply stated, sustainable economic development is not possible without adequate and affordable utility services. Accordingly, this presentation will outline the Commission's strategic priorities, our regulator responsibilities, and ongoing initiatives. It will also address the challenges encountered during fiscal year 2026 as a result of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority's failure to timely pay its statutory assessment, as well as the continued non-payment of assessments by both WAPA and the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. So what do we do and why? The Public Services Commission is charged with ensuring the efficient and effective delivery of regulatory utility services throughout the territory, including electric power, potable water, telecommunications, wastewater services, solid waste management, and franchised marine transportation systems. Through its oversight responsibilities, the Commission works to advance safe, reliable, and affordable and modern utility services while supporting infrastructure improvements and protecting the interests of both consumers and utility providers. The Commission is authorized not only to establish just, fair, and reasonable rates, but also to review service quality, require improvements to utility facilities, oversee long-term planning, and ensure that utilities provide services that meets the public convenience and necessity. The term rate investigation is often used as a shorthand description of the Commission's work. However, that phrase significantly understates both the scope and importance of the Commission's statutory responsibilities. Under Title 30, Section 23 of the Virgin Islands Code, the Commission has the responsibility not simply to set rates, but also, quote, require such extensions, expansions, or increases in facilities or service as the Commission finds are in the furtherance of the public convenience and necessity, end quote. Consistent with utility regulations throughout the United States, the Commission's responsibilities include implementing legislative policy, reviewing utility financial performance, evaluating capital investments and infrastructure plans, overseeing customer service practices, and establishing rates that permit recovery of prudent and reasonable costs while protecting consumers from unnecessary or excessive charges. The Commission's responsibility is fundamentally different from that of a utilities board of directors. We are frequently asked why the territory needs a Public Services Commission when utilities such as WAPA and the Waste Management Authority already have governing boards. The answer is straightforward. A utility board's duty is to the corporation it governs. The Commission's duty is to both the utility and the public. Our responsibility is to ensure that customers receive adequate, reliable service while also ensuring that utilities have a fair opportunity to recover prudent costs and maintain financial stability. Unlike a corporate board, a regulatory commission must consider long-term public interests, including system reliability, resilience, affordability, infrastructure replacement, and future customer impacts. These broader public obligations frequently require planning horizons that extend beyond immediate operational or financial concerns. The Commission's role is therefore not duplicative of a utility board. It is complementary, and it is essential to protecting the public interest. Commission funding and financial status. The Commission's ability to carry out its statutory responsibilities depend upon a funding structure that has served the Virgin Islands for decades. Under Virgin Islands law, the Commission is funded through annual and docket-specific assessments allocated among the regulated utilities. This funding mechanism is long-standing, well-established, and an integral part of the territory's regulatory framework. Despite repeated discussions, written notice, commission orders, and other efforts to resolve outstanding obligations, substantial annual and docket-specific PSC assessments owed to the Commission remain unpaid. As a result, the Commission's financial reserves, which were annually approved by the legislature, have been significantly depleted, and our ability to continue performing critical statutory functions is now in jeopardy. These assessments do not represent a new or unexpected expense imposed by the Commission. They are recognized regulatory costs that are incorporated into utility rates through the Commission's rate-making process. As a result, regulated utilities, including WAPA, have been authorized to recover these assessment costs through the rates charged to their customers. The funds necessary to satisfy these statutory obligations have therefore been built into the utilities' revenue requirements. The consequences extends far beyond the Commission itself. When statutory assessments are not paid, critical regulatory proceedings, including rate investigations, infrastructure reviews, and consumer protection matters, are delayed or suspended, limiting the Commission's ability to provide the independent oversight that protects both ratepayers and the public interest. The non-payment of utility assessments disrupts Commission operations and materially impairs the PSC's ability to satisfy outstanding invoices owed to consultants and to vendors. Under these conditions, the Commission is increasingly unable to perform its regulatory functions, as it is unable to pay its existing consultants and, within less than one fiscal quarter, may be unable to meet payroll obligations. The Commission cannot reasonably expect consultants and professional agents to continue incurring expenses while contractual obligations remain unpaid. Throughout its history, the Public Services Commission has exercised sound fiscal stewardship, with the sole exception of fiscal year 2025, when a general fund appropriation became necessary because of utility non-payment. The Commission has operated without general fund support. As previously stated, the Commission has never exceeded its approved budget, has never requested a supplemental appropriation from the legislature, and has consistently managed its resources prudently and responsibly. The Commission's financial record demonstrates that the issue before the legislature is not one of fiscal management. It is one of ensuring compliance with the statutory funding mechanism established by law so that the Commission can continue to perform the independent oversight the legislature has entrusted to it. The impact of Commission oversight. The value of independent regulatory oversight is not theoretical. The Commission's actions over the past decade have produced measurable benefits for ratepayers and have advanced the public policies established by the legislature. Until the enactment of Act Number 8471, the Commission's authority over WAPA was significantly more limited than that exercised by most utility regulatory commissions throughout the United States. Despite limitations on the Commission's authority prior to the enactment of Act Number 8471 in 2021, the Commission consistently sought to protect ratepayers through prudent review of utility expenditures, infrastructure planning, and proposed investments. These efforts have resulted in substantial savings for consumers and have helped advance long-term energy and infrastructure goals established by the legislature. A decision by the Virgin Islands Supreme Court interpreted existing law as granting the Commission authority over rates, but not over many of the underlying decisions that directly affected those rates, including generation planning, capital investments, debt issuance, and major operational decisions. The Supreme Court acknowledged that this interpretation differed substantially from the traditional role of utility regulators throughout the nation, but concluded that any expansion of authority was a matter of legislative action. The legislature addressed this issue through the passage of Act Number 8471, which restored regulatory tools necessary for meaningful oversight of utility operations and planning. Even before those statutory changes, the Commission used every available authority to protect consumers and promote sound utility management. One notable example involved the propane conversion project undertaken through the VTOL agreement. Between 2015 and 2017, the Commission repeatedly sought information concerning the original agreement, the associated infrastructure investments, generation conversion costs, propane supply arrangements, and subsequent contract amendments. Following extensive review, the Commission authorized recovery of the costs associated with the original agreement at $148 million, which was recovered from ratepayers by March 2022. However, the Commission determined that subsequent amendments, which more than doubled the project's costs, were neither reasonable nor adequately justified and therefore denied their recovery from ratepayers. This decision protected the Virgin Islands consumers from substantial additional cost. Had those amendments not been approved, electric customers would likely still be paying approximately 5 additional cents per kilowatt hour today, resulting in significantly higher residential and commercial electric rates throughout the territory. Regulated utilities. The Commission initiated WAPA's electrical rate investigation during the past fiscal year with the objective of conducting a comprehensive review of the authority's financial condition, operational performance, capital investment plans, and long-term ability to provide safe, reliable, and affordable electric service. The Commission's investigation included a comprehensive review of WAPA's financial condition. For several years, WAPA has experienced significant financial challenges that have affected its ability to maintain infrastructure, complete capital projects, and provide reliable service. Understanding the utility's financial condition is essential to determining whether current and future rates are just, reasonable, and sufficient to support safe and reliable utility operations. Among the issues requiring review are WAPA's long-term financial sustainability, the findings contained in the turnaround management reports required by the legislature, which project significant financial challenges which projected significant financial challenges over the coming years. Public reports indicating that WAPA may require more than $300 million in additional funding to address anticipated cash flow needs. To date, the Commission has not received sufficient information from WAPA to determine whether the financial projections contained in those reports are accurate, if WAPA disagrees with those projections, the basis for its disagreement, and if future funding shortfalls are anticipated. WAPA's comprehensive plan for addressing those obligations without imposing unnecessary burden on ratepayers. These questions are fundamental to any meaningful rate investigation and are necessary to ensure transparency and inform regulatory decision-making. Unfortunately, because WAPA has failed to timely satisfy its statutory assessment obligations, the Commission has been unable to continue this investigation. As a result, many critical questions affecting the territory's electric system remain unresolved. A modern rate investigation extends far beyond determining whether rates should increase or decrease. It examines whether the utility is operating efficiently, whether infrastructure investments are prudent and cost-effective, whether customers are receiving reliable service, and whether the utility has developed an appropriate long-term strategy to meet future energy demands. Among the principal issues identified during the investigation are the following: reducing the cost of electric generation while improving reliability on St. John, strengthening storm resilience, addressing WAPA's continuing financial challenges, and water system rate investigation. The Commission also intends to complete a comprehensive review of WAPA's water utility operations. Unlike the electric system, the water system has not undergone a comprehensive rate investigations in many years. This delay has occurred largely because the continuing operational and financial challenges facing the electric system have required the Commission's immediate attention and limited available regulatory resources. To address these issues, the Commission has opened a formal docket to investigate the water system, including rates, infrastructure needs, financing mechanisms, operational performance, and compliance with applicable water quality standards. Unfortunately, like the electrical rate investigation, this proceeding has also been suspended because of funding limitations resulting from the non-payment of statutory assessments. These investigations are essential to ensuring that Virgin Islands residents receive safe, reliable, and affordable water service while protecting ratepayers from unnecessary costs and ensuring that future infrastructure investments are both prudent and cost-effective. The Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. The Commission's responsibilities with respect to the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority changed significantly with the enactment of Act Number 8471 in 2021. For the first time, the legislature placed WAMA, the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, under the Commission's full regulatory jurisdiction, thereby expanding the Commission's authority beyond the limited review of user fees that had existed previously. Prior to Act Number 8471, the Commission's principal regulatory responsibilities involved the review of the environmental user fee and the wastewater user fee. The Commission's rate investigation involving the Waste Management Authority represents the first comprehensive review of the authority's operations since Act Number 8471. In 2005, the legislature established the Waste Management Authority with clear policy objectives. Among those objectives were reducing the territory's long-term dependence on general fund appropriations, developing sustainable funding mechanism for wastewater and solid waste services, improving operational efficiency, and ensuring that savings achieved through modernization and infrastructure improvements benefit both the authority and the public. The Commission's investigation is designed to evaluate whether those legislative objectives are being achieved and whether existing dedicated funding sources are producing the environmental outcomes intended by the legislature. Telecommunications. The Commission has full jurisdiction and authority over the traditional telephone service carrier, which has been Vitelco, which is currently doing business as One Communications or OneCom, formerly Via before that Innovative. However, traditional landline telephone service is a nearly obsolete technology term. 25 years ago, Vitelco had nearly 100,000 telephone lines. Today, that number is less than 14,000. 25 years ago, Vitelco had its telephone service delivered over 2-pair copper wires, which provided very poor internet access. Today, that phone service is provided over a fiber optic cable hybrid system, utilizing voice over internet protocol or VoIP technology. That network was built on the order of the PSC at a cost of over $75 million. Broadband VI, now a subsidiary of Liberty, is currently building an all-fiber optic network with federal support. That network is required to pass every address in the Virgin Islands. The Commission is required by the Federal Commission or the FCC to overview this process, and it has and continues to with FCC funding for eligible telecommunications carriers. The Commission is also responsible to oversee customer service matters for customers of cellular service, and that's under Title 30, Chapter 9. However, the FCC retains all authority over rates. Cellular service have effectively replaced landline telephones for most customers. The Commission has also limited jurisdiction over the cable TV companies. Despite Virgin Islands statutes authorizing Commission jurisdiction, the FCC has preempted most regulation aside from customer service matters. Franchised ferries. The Commission also has jurisdiction over passenger ferry transportation services operating between St. Thomas and St. John that are subject to an exclusive franchise. This jurisdiction does not extend to vehicle bar services. An investigation has been conducted, and the public hearings on that rate investigation will continue with the Commission's next meeting, which is being held next week. Customer protection and complaint investigations. An equally important component of the Commission's statutory responsibilities is protecting utility consumers through the investigation and resolution of customer complaints. The PSC is charged by law with receiving, investigating, and resolving complaints involving regulated public utilities throughout the territory. This responsibility is central to the Commission's mission of ensuring that utilities, again, provide safe, reliable, and efficient service at rates that are fair, that are just, and that are reasonable. In carrying out this responsibility, the Commission must balance the interests of utilities with those of the rate-paying public. Effective regulation requires not only that utilities have the opportunity to recover prudent costs and maintain financially sound operations, but also that customers receive adequate service, are billed accurately, and are treated fairly. Consumers routinely contact the Commission through its online complaint portal, through telephone, through written correspondence, and in-person visits to report concerns regarding the services provided by regulated utilities. Pursuant to Title 30, Section 20 of the Virgin Islands Code, the Commission has the authority to investigate complaints alleging that any rate, any charge, any billing practice, service, rule, regulation, or condition of service is unreasonable, unjustly discriminatory, inaccurate, insufficient, or otherwise improper. The Commission may initiate investigations whenever it determines such action to be necessary in the public interest. Customer complaints serve an important regulatory purpose. They frequently identify systemic operational deficiencies that extend beyond the circumstances of a single customer and provide the Commission with valuable insight into broader issues affecting utility performance. Over the past 3 years, the Commission has experienced a significant increase in complaints involving WAPA. Those complaints most commonly involved estimated billing, delayed or inaccurate meter readings, meter failures and replacements, net energy metering conversions and billing credits, delayed responses to billing disputes, untimely account adjustments, and failures to adequately acknowledge or resolve customer concerns. The increase in complaints reflect continuing concerns regarding customer service, regarding billing accuracy, and regarding operational performance. These trends reinforce the importance of maintaining an independent regulatory agency with the authority to investigate customer concerns, require corrective action where appropriate, and ensure that utilities remain accountable to the people that they serve. As the accompanying data demonstrates, customer complaints filed with the Commission against WAPA have continued to increase since 2024. This trend underscores the growing demand for effective regulatory oversight and highlights the essential role the PSC plays in protecting consumers and improving utility performance throughout the Virgin Islands. Accountability. The legislature has consistently required transparency and accountability from the utilities it regulates. The Commission believes continued legislative oversight remains essential to achieving these objectives. As WAPA and Waste Management Authority appear before this body to request appropriations or other financial assistance, the Commission respectfully suggests that consideration be given to 3 fundamental questions. 1, are all required financial reports current and timely filed with the Public Services Commission? 2, are all required operational reports current and submitted to both the Commission and the legislature as required by law or Commission order? And 3, have all statutory assessments owed to the Public Services Commission been paid? These questions are not procedural formalities. They're essential measures of accountability and transparency. Timely reporting enables effective regulatory oversight, informed legislative decision-making, and public confidence in the management of our public utilities. The Commission respectfully submits that ensuring compliance with these statutory obligations will strengthen utility governance, improve regulatory effectiveness, and better protect both the public interest and the significant public investments made by the people of the Virgin Islands. In conclusion, the Public Services Commission is a small agency with significant responsibility. We oversee essential public utilities that affect every resident and business in the Virgin Islands. Our record demonstrates responsible fiscal management, accountability, and measurable results. The Commission has lived within its budget, has not required supplemental appropriations, and has worked to protect ratepayers while promoting reliable utility service. The current funding challenges are the results of statutory assessments that have not been paid, not a failure of fiscal discipline. Approval of the fiscal year 2027 budget will ensure that the Commission can continue providing the independent oversight, consumer protection, and financial accountability that the legislature intended and that the people of the Virgin Islands deserve. That ends my testimony.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Setorie, for your testimony. Before we open up to my colleagues for a line of questions, so you don't have an axe today. You're simply asking for your budget has been sent down by the governor's office, proposed budget.
That's correct.
Can I get the actuals to date? Do you have that available, or do you indicate up to which date you personnel, fringe, and all the other categories?
Okay, to date,
Use a mic, please.
okay, Brenda Connor, to Accounts Maintenance Officer. For personnel, to date we've paid $654,035.30. And that's for fringes, we've paid $313,108.34. That's in personnel. Need the other categories?
Supplies, auto services, and charges.
I'm going to give you the grant. Okay, for supplies, we have $19,624.45. Other services, we have a total of $168,034.10. Electricity, $11,791.32.
$11,700.
$91.32. And for
Do you have any capital outlay? Yeah.
$45,900.
Do you have any outstanding vendors payment?
We have one vendor payment that we are still pending a contract from Property and Procurement, and that's for our janitorial services in St. Croix.
Do you collect any revenues, any way, shape, or form? Do you collect any fines, fees, any revenues?
Outside of our operating. Annual assessments, docket specific, that's it.
That's it. How much vacancies do you have?
We currently do not have any vacancies.
All your positions are filled.
Correct.
Have you received all of your allotment to date from the Office of Management and Budget?
We have not. We are still waiting on the third and fourth quarter.
When was the last time you received?
The last time, I think it was between March. Or the amount, the full amount. I think it was 1 million. Yeah, correct. We received $1,039,646.
Very well. At this time, Marvin Blyden, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Attorney Setorie and your supporting team there, and thank you so much for your testimony. Let me go to the postal report very quick before I ask you in respect to your testimony. On page 6 of the testimony. Mike? On page 6.
Media, please recognize the mic.
Mike, testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2. Testing.
Mic check, 1, 2.
Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2.
Mic check, 1, 2.
Mic check.
Take a 1-minute recess. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Testing.
I got to.
Mic check 1, 2. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is out of recess. At this time, we recognize Senator Marvin Blyden for his 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Attorney Setorie and your supporting team there, and thank you so much for your testimony. Let's go to the post-audit report right quick, please. On page 5 of the post-audit report, she stated that in fiscal year 2026, the budget had been revised to $2,284,803, representing an increase of $205,512 above the original fiscal year 2026 budget ceiling for docket specified expenses. Can you explain the reason for that discrepancy?
Brenda Connor, Accounts Maintenance Officer. The actual budget for 2026 stands at $2,079,291. That $205,512 is actually our non-appropriated revenue that we received for 2026 thus far, and that's for docket specific.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that explanation. Go to page 6. I know you have leases and rentals, but you don't have no expiration date. You just have the time frame of 2 years. For prime storage, you have another 2 years for lab management and another 5 years for Defoe's Enterprise LLC. What's the
Expiration term?
Yes.
For prime storage is expiring December of this year, 2026. Lab management is actually expiring the end of this month, the 31st. We are in contact with property and procurement to enter into a new lease agreement. So we are actually waiting on them to move forward. Therefore, it doesn't expire until 2030.
Okay, thank you for that information. And finally, on page 8, you have your total amount of assessment revenues, which is $2,395,128.60. How, and you have different formulas in terms of the ratio. How do you guys estimate who gets what and what the process is? That's what I'd like to know.
It's actually based on the gross revenues. It's a percentage that is plugged into a formula that determines what percentage goes to who. Actually, it's like all the utilities, we give the gross revenues, and we do, like for WAPA, for instance, we take their revenues less their LEAC charges, and then we come up with a net, and then that's what we use as a figure to determine our ratio.
Okay, very well. In the testimony, it was stated that on page 3, simply stated, sustainable economic development is not possible without adequate and affordable utility services. I wholeheartedly agree with that, but I believe we need to add 2 more words: reliable and consistent to affordable power, because we do have a crisis in the territory, and many folks are not coming or investing because it's not real, it's not consistent, nor reliable. Affordable is important, affordability is important also, but those 2 other adjectives need to be added to that statement. I think it's very important.